District 2 Councilwoman Carmelita Gums. District 3 Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis. District 4 Councilman J.C. Sebastian. District 5 Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell. District 6 Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown. District 7 Councilwoman Linda Pritchett. City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. And City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. A city on the rise.
All right, good evening or good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our 4 p.m. work session here in the City of South Fulton. We are live at our new City Council chambers at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, South Fulton, Georgia, 30336. We'll be here for a few hours. Come and join us, or feel free to watch us online. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and the general public at large. This is the roll call for the February 25th, 2025 City Council work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1. The Honorable Carmelita Gums is absent currently. The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. Here. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett is present via Zoom. I don't know if you can hear us, Mayor Pro Tem, but I do show her as present via Zoom. Then the Honorable Mayor Khalid. Mr. Mayor, you do have a quorum.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the first item.
First item is City Manager Sharon D. Subadan, presentation of the Rise Employee of the Month Award.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, all who are in attendance, including our staff. It gives me great pleasure to announce the Rise Award for Respect, Integrity, Service, and Effectiveness to, I know I'm not supposed to have favorites, but one of my favorite employees, Kasai McCoy. Would you come on and take a picture with Kasai, please? Oh, he's got to tell him how to use it. I'll go ahead and do one with him, and then I'll come in after.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. That brings us to item B on the agenda, City of South Fulton Strategic Plan Presentation. This will be presented by our city manager, Sharon D. Subadan, and Lionel Savage with Lionheart Consulting Group.
Good afternoon. You will remember last year we had Mr. Savage come to the city and present a proposal to do our strategic plan update. Since then, we've come a long way. Many surveys have been completed, many meetings have been held. And so now I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Savage for him to provide an update to you. You all received a draft, a final draft for your review. We did both electronic and hard copy. And our hope is that you'll give us any final feedback, and our goal will be to bring it at the next meeting for final adoption. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Mr. Savage.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Clerk, Interim City Attorney, and City Manager Subadan. It gives me great pleasure to be before you today. As the City Manager said just a few moments ago, I appeared before you in May, and I left you with 3 important goals that I wanted to do in pursuit of this strategic plan. 1, that I wanted to really impress upon you the importance of citizen engagement. 2, that there would be absolute transparency in the effort. And 3, lastly, that I would do it with integrity. And so the first thing is I want to report to you is that I believe I've done that. We had a tremendous amount of engagement with citizens, starting with that very hot day on Juneteenth celebration that we had. And from there, many community events, many town hall meetings that I've done with so many of you, and I want to thank you for those invitations. And so it was a pretty strong effort. So I want to get started. I'm going to give you a quick overview of what we're going to cover in a very short period of time, and I want to open the floor for questions. But if you have the need to ask me a question before I finish, please do so. So I'm going to cover our project goals.
I'm sorry, 1 second,
Yes,
sir, before
sir.
you begin. Is everyone in the queue? Can everyone get in the queue today? And Mr. Clerk, will you put the queue up on one of these screens? Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So a very quick overview on our strategic plan. Something just, it went away from it. Thank you. The process, the survey results, the updated goals, and some next steps. So let's talk a little bit about the process and involve the following activities. 1, we reviewed the past survey covering 2020 through 2023, and that was important for us before we got started. We looked at the questions that were answered. We looked at the detail that was provided by the organization that did the survey for the City of South Fulton, and that really helped us as we constructed, the questions that we would put in the survey. I interviewed many of you. We had conversations about what you thought that survey might look like, and I took all of your feedback into consideration and applied it. And developed that survey, lastly, with input from the city manager, mayor, and council. And your Voice Matters survey was released on June 13th of last year. And as I said very quickly a few moments ago, we participated in 4 town halls, 6 community gatherings. And then I think, which was the most important act of all, of which you were a big part of, we facilitated 6 Citizen Action Committee meetings. And before I go any further, I want to acknowledge those citizens. One is here with me today. I was expecting many more, but she is the Lone Ranger today. Is there a second one? All right, there must be behind me. All right, so I want to call their names very quickly. Drew DeMann, Derek Guyton, Brecca Carter, Deborah Eastern, Tasha Key McDade, Kimberly King, Tasha Huff, Samuel Wakefield, Reginald Dyson, Patrick Ewing, not the basketball player, Eleanor Ross, Greg Bailey, Tonita Bailey, Benny Crane, Jill Lindsay, and my favorite, everybody has a favorite city manager, my favorite, Ellen Miller Mapp. I'm sure she's behind me. Yes. So I think we should give them a round of applause, and I will detail a little bit later the work that they provided. So let's talk a little bit about the survey components. We asked 34 questions across 5 categories. First, we did a demographics category, and that's really to give us the who, what, and why of the people who are actually, performing, taking the survey. Then we had questions around city leadership and engagement, city finance and services, public safety and emergency preparedness, and city image and community. And so we had 34 questions across those 5 components. And so the survey results were about 2,500 citizens completed the survey. And while I would say I was a little disappointed, because anything that I do, I want to do it to the very best of my ability. I think that all of us collectively in this room, we all tried to figure out every which way we could to engage citizens, and I know that we all gave our level best. And so we had 2,500 citizens completed the survey, but when you really look at survey results in today's time, it's really about par for the course. But here's where I think we won. The work that I was able to do with the Citizen Action Committee provided deeper context. The survey itself was quantitative data. The conversations with those citizens was qualitative. They were able to, they didn't just answer 34 questions. We had a total of about 12 hours of conversations, and so that was critical. And if I refer back to some meetings that we've had as a body in early January, we talked a lot about how good you are as a council and mayor at engaging the citizens that you represent. And so while we had quantitative data, not as much as we'd like, I'll quote a few of you very loosely here. I know my citizens. I'm engaging with them every day, whether it's a town hall I may be doing, or whether it's, at the grocery store, or at one of those 9,000 community events that this city puts on all the time. You know your citizens. So I think there's a great balance that we must have between, yes, we know quantitative data is important, but qualitative, those conversations, those perspectives, those are the things that really matter most. And then lastly, citizens provided feedback on, these vital issues, financial health, public safety, development, and entertainment choices. And those are the things that you'll see when you go through the survey results in the hard copy that you have. So here's the work of the Citizen Action Committee. Yes, we took information from that quantitative data, but those 12 hours in conversations with those citizens, when we had spirited discussions, they produced these results. And so it goes back to what I said last May. Without citizen engagement, we really can't have a strategic plan, because we have to hear the voice of the citizen. And what they did is they collectively represented the citizens from their district. I can remember Ms. Huff always saying in those meetings, I'm going to take what we talked about tonight and I'm going to go back to the people in my community and talk through it. And they did that. And so these are the 4 aspirational goals that they came up with. I told them in late October that we would take those goals and then present them back to the city manager and her directors, and we did that. And I told them that, hey, what you provided in raw form, they may tinker with it, they may add something and take something out. And so in a 60-day period, we did just that. We tinkered with it. But the citizens, if they're looking at that, the 3 that are in here, you can see that pretty much what you offered us is intact. And so I want to thank the city manager and her staff for massaging what came to them and making it in the best light possible. I also told them that at some point, I will put this in front of the mayor and council, and there may be a last massage. There may be a last tinkering with the information. And so that's what we're asking you to do since we provided it to you last week. Now, one important thing is we wanted to look back. So these are the goals from the first strategic plan. And here's why that's important. You know, as a new city, you say, well, how could we put a strategic plan together with, we're brand new? Okay, that was done. But what we were able to do is look at every goal and objective from the last plan. And again, City Manager Subadan and her staff looked at each one of those goals and objectives and made an account for it. Actually, have we done this already? Yes. Have we accomplished this? Yes. And if we did, we say, hey, hip, hip, hooray. If we didn't, guess what we did? We added it to the new plan. And so there are some carryovers from the first set of goals and objectives from the 2020-2023 strategic plan that are embodied in the new set of goals and objectives. I'll go back to it. They're embedded in here. So we thought it was a really good process, and we just did that over probably the last 45 days. So you may ask, what are the next steps? It involves the following activities. One is we're asking today for you to review that draft and provide comments. Then we'll make the final adjustments as City Manager Subadan mentioned and submit it for adoption. Then we'll plan a community rollout, which is going to be critical to let the citizens know what we have done. And then the everyday city government will establish future projects aligned with the plan. The strategic plan is mostly aspirational. It's a roadmap, it's a vision document, it's a living document. But out of that are the tangible things that the city government will be working on every day, every week, every month, every year. And every time this body comes together in any strategic meeting, you should be looking at this plan to make an adjustment to it. Are we still on the right course? City Manager, maybe we should change this objective now because it made sense just 9 months ago. Now, let's adjust it a little bit. And then it'll also be on the city government to establish KPIs. I learned from an executive years ago, if you don't measure it, it doesn't matter. The strategic plan is just an entree into the party. The KPIs, that's the meal. Because those are the results that the city will show back to the citizens. This is what we've accomplished. This is what we're doing. This is how we're on pace to do the things that we said in that aspirational document. And then lastly, I think it would be a great idea to expand the efforts with the Citizen Action Committee. If I were to give you a recommendation that you haven't asked me for, I believe that what we did with the 16 citizens, we should do one for every district and really drill down. I'm open for questions.
All right, the chair recognizes Dr. Rowe.
Mr. Savage, thank you for your presentation and your recognition that key performance indicators are really key. One of the questions I had, will there be any dashboard reporting? If so, how often? Because I think I didn't read anything that I did disagree with. I appreciate the objectives, but what's the next level to make sure we can determine if we've been successful?
Thank you, Dr. Rowell, for the question. The next steps will be to identify very specific goals underneath each of the objectives. Some of you have been in communication with Stacia Demps in our office. Part of the reason she was brought on board is for performance metrics and planning, and she will be the key point person who will be putting out reports on our key performance indicators by department. As I've shared with you before, one of our goals is to be able to have a transparency model on our website. So while I will produce that as a report, which will go to all of you, the ultimate goal is to be able to put it on our website in a dashboard format.
Thank you for that, because I think it's really key that our residents, if we've adopted this plan, we can see the progress. Oftentimes I hear comments and there seems to be a disconnect, and it's a lot of work that's going on in the city, and they're not aware. And, you know, while we read information constantly in the press releases and your city managers, they're not digging deep. And so they don't really understand what's going on and see the progress that's being made. So I think that outward facing dashboard is critically important. Thank you for that.
Dr. Raw, add one more thing to that. That's what that community rollout would be about too. It's taking the good news of this and drilling down, continuing to tell people about what it is. It's literally like a political campaign. You just have to stay on message. And so you're right, you know, citizens are getting this little bit of information, and there's so much more, and that's the work. And you could do that through those citizen action committees and a broader audience. But yes, they work hand in hand.
All right, Councilwoman Gomes.
Good afternoon, and definitely thank you for the presentation. I guess my first question is, who actually designed this and drafted this?
Our team?
Your team?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well, kudos to you, because it is a really nice, I enjoyed actually looking at it, and it gives a great synopsis of what our city looks like as far as community-wise. I think the picture says a lot. And so I wanted to give you kudos in reference to that. And like Councilwoman Rouse said, there is a lot that's going on and happening in our city. And this short snippet of looking at this shows exactly what's happening. So thank you for that. My question goes back to the engagement. Of course, you know, we were all kind of disappointed with the results. Is it an opportunity to reopen the survey for more engagement, to allow more residents, now that we're in this open forum, to participate and be able to share their comments and thoughts?
Yes, ma'am. The survey is open. I mean, I look at it every day, and there's a citizen or two every day that goes in and completes a survey. So it's open.
So we're okay with sharing it back out into the community, and we're starting to add those numbers up so we can share it in our newsletter with a QR code or something like that.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. Citizens, as far as you know, and maybe, is it shared on the city website?
Yes. And again, I don't want to belabor the point, but some would say, well, the survey, you know, the plan is in, you know, close the survey down. We never want to close an opportunity to hear from citizens. So whether or not we begged them to do it last June and now they're going to do it in March, we want the information. And so it's a continual feedback process between the government and the city, the citizens that they represent. So it's important to continue to do that.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Savage, thank you, and to your team for this work that y'all have been doing. You recommended, let me go back to the citizens focus group, as I call them. I think we talked about having these on a bit of an ongoing basis, and you just mentioned about leaving the survey open. My bias is that obviously I know a lot about the surveying business. We're going through a lot of changes and a comprehensive plan and all of that. And so, in my mind, if we don't grab this as a point in time snapshot and then measure afterwards, that will give us something to compare to, because I'm convinced that citizen engagement, especially this year, is going to go up. 2 reasons: election, and because we're doing this comprehensive plan, right?
Yes.
So what could happen if everything keep going into the same survey? And in this business, we know it, you know, we do a survey, we push it out, oh man, I didn't think of this piece, I could tweak this
Right.
to make it better, so on and so forth. And I think we did have some questions at the retreat because some of those categories that were othered were kind of
Yes.
large. And so the thought is, how do we flush out things in the survey that make that large other category go away? I
Yes.
think there's some natural things that are gonna happen to make it go away because of the engagement and the activities around the comp plan. But would you recommend doing the survey separately in the future with some tweaks? And how far in the future would you do that? And also, what's your recommendation to keep these citizens focus groups, as I call them, going? Because and I think I said this, while you're disappointed, and we all were a little bit disappointed with the level of responses, the number of responses.
Yes.
Typically in the business of surveys, you have the qualitative and the quantitative sort of working hand in hand.
Right.
And depending on the study that you're doing, one may precede the other and all that stuff. So, so to answer, really focusing on my question about the citizen engagement group and repeating the survey.
Yes. And I appreciated the great discussion that we had at the retreat in January. And then I also got a couple of questions from Councilwoman Williams-Brown, which I totally agreed with when we looked at that. And I think it gives us an opportunity to, as you said, tweak those questions. We could look at having the survey still open, but when you're talking about marking time, to now say, with the tweaked questions from this point forward, to see what that analysis looks like, I think that will be fine. And then from the citizen engagement perspective, yes, it's just really putting a plan together and earnestly continuing to go out and meet and talk with citizens.
So the people who did the survey before, will they still be able to do it again?
I'd want to think through
if it's
it.
redesigned.
My quick answer would probably be yes, but I'd want to think through it just so that
That's fair.
we could understand how we would value someone that took the survey before and then they're taking it again with a few changes to the questions. But I think we want as many people as possible to get feedback from, so I don't know if we'd ever turn anybody down from doing a survey.
Understand.
Thank you, sir.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. One of the things that I got a lot of feedback on it as it relates to the survey is that a lot of people said it was too long. And so is there any way we can get the survey condensed? I think once people get past question 10, we kind of lose them.
Right.
The other thing is, as far as the community focus groups, are you going to give us some type of guide on how we should form those, or are you still going to be on board? That's going to be a lot of focus groups if you're asking us to do like
Right.
16 people per district.
Yep.
And so I would say that how will we roll that out or manage that?
All right, so let me answer all those questions. If it would so please the city manager and mayor and council, yes, I would love to be re-engaged to do that work. Two, it's a collaborative effort. I could just come in, bull in a china shop and say, hey, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get these citizens. That's not how I work. I will work with each of you, especially when we're talking about a district strategy. I remember some of the conversations that I had with Councilwoman Bell in the very beginning. Hey, my district is a little different. I need to approach them in a certain way. So now this is when we would really start to zone in on each particular district and how we want to engage those folks. So yes and yes.
Okay. I wouldn't have any problems getting 16 people. I just think that 2,500 is not representative of 115,000 residents in our city.
Right.
And I am happy that we did get more than we did last time, because I think it was only like 1,000 or 1,500, and so surveys are kind of hard. What about considering doing surveys via text instead of, because I know we were giving out the PR code, the QR
QR code.
code for people to, self-initiate the surveys, but, what about text, sending out a text blast or having people do polls, via phone? When we discuss rolling this out, we discussed having to take the comprehensive approach. And I know all of that can be more costly, but I just will want to have, I think this is a great job. Thank you so much. And this is a great start, but I just would want to have a little bit more participation.
Yes, ma'am. Well, we did send, some of you actually sent
I did.
out by text. So all of those technologies are in play. But I like what you said about just using every media possible to capture data, right? And so whether it's phone polling, whether it's a quicker, shorter set of questions to ensure that people would engage. If they felt like they could give us answers to 10 questions and it took them 2 minutes and 30 seconds, clearly we're going to probably have a higher success rate. But I would still say, yes, the technology can help. We still need to do that good old-fashioned engaging people where they are, getting people to understand why this stuff is important and that their voice matters.
Okay. I think if we can condense it, that would help, because a lot of times when we're at community outreach events, people don't want to be disturbed with long, lengthy conversations and surveys. So that would help if we could, like when we have town halls, some of us have pretty large town halls. We can get people that way.
Yep.
But if we can condense it, that would be ideal. My question is, when do we want to have this finalized and wrapped up so we can know how to, because I know at some point we want to finalize it and wrap it up so that we can actually adhere to the strategic plan or implement it.
Yes. So as the city manager said, we're giving you a little bit of time. I don't know the next meeting in March that we will bring this up for adoption. But remember, that's just to say, hey, we adopted, we got a live plan. All those things we've been talking about the last 10 minutes, that's post-strategic plan. That's continuing to get feedback from citizens. So they're two different things.
Okay. And so ideally, Ms. Subadan, do we want to have this wrapped up when we go into the next budget cycle so that we can plan our budgeting around our strategic plan? Because I know we typically try to make sure we're in alignment with our allocation of funding is in alignment with our strategic goals. Wow.
Yes, that would be the goal. Right now, our existing strategic plan is expired. And so part of the reason for bringing it to you to get you to adopt is that we can incorporate it. And also, as you recall, there's several things that we have to do and put in place as we seek a bond rating. And having an adopted and current strategic plan is on that list.
So with that being said, when do you think we should have this finalized? So we'll know how we can posture ourselves when working with our communities.
So you have the final draft. My goal was to bring it at the next meeting, which is in 3 weeks and a day. We gave everybody a hard copy. Councilwoman Williams-Brown, you were out of town, so you may not have gotten your hard copy, but I know that's very important to you. And so we want to make sure that you all can mark it up, give us your feedback. Some time has passed. There may be some edits that you'd like us to incorporate, so it's important to do that. But as Lionel has suggested, the strategic plan is a living document. Quite honestly, we should be looking at it every year and making adjustments.
Right.
And also, as Councilwoman Williams-Brown has pointed out, it's not the end-all and be-all. You may come up with something next week that is important to this community, and you decide you want us to include that as an initiative. But this gives us a guiding document, and it allows us to be able to establish goals and KPIs to be transparent with the community.
Okay, thank you. That helps. If you could just work on getting us a condensed survey, that would be very helpful so that we can continue to capture that data. And as Ms. Subadan said, even though we may have to finalize this particular plan within 3 weeks, we can look at the data that we capture probably next year, the next budget cycle, because I do really follow these strategic plans. The overall, the economic development and comprehensive plan. Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else in the queue? Okay, Councilman Sebastian, it's your second time.
Thank you, Mayor. I know one of the things that happened while we were doing the data collection is that we kept adding contact methodologies. So not everyone from the onset was really exposed to the same contact methodology. And so whatever we do going into the future, I would love for us to design that better so that out the door, everyone sort of have all these different options in which they could take part in the survey. The other thing I want to mention, and this is not for you, this is also for our staff. Last night, I was at the comprehensive plan meeting, and some demographic data was presented. And it was different than what you presented here. And so what I want to suggest to us, from a staff perspective, whenever we're doing this, because I think it's very confusing to the residents. We kept talking about 108 or something from the census, right? A few years ago, I think it was a mid-year estimate, and I don't know if that's where your 110 came from, but the mid-year estimate for 2024 is actually 115,000 that we saw last night. So I would love for us as a city, whatever the latest numbers are, we develop those and we say, these are our demographic numbers, regardless of which reports or whatever we're publicizing, right? Because when we send out our press releases, at the bottom it says 108, we're a city of 108,000. And so I want to suggest that we do that, Ms. Subadan, however we have to pull that together, right? And I don't think we have a demographer and staff, but I think maybe working with some agencies and with some of you guys as a consultant, we could pull that together and have it to be consistent. Yeah.
All right, anyone else? All right, I have a couple questions, one critique, and a couple of suggestions. First, is there any way to get page 34 of this up on a screen? Does anyone? Well, I'm going to go through these questions. If people can get it up, I'll save that for last. My first question is there any way to uniquely identify people who are taking surveys? Like, are we using cookies, IP addresses, phone numbers? How do we make sure that one person isn't taking the survey like 5 times?
There is a way to do that. I did not do that during this survey capture.
All right. I do think that would be something really great to do. And using something like a phone number or cell phone number would also give us 2,500, maybe more cell phone numbers for us to use in our text alerts. The next thing I want to discuss is just the critique if we do redesign or redeploy the survey now or in the future. A majority of the questions, not all, but a majority of the questions, when rated 1 to 5, the answer was 3, right? Neither agree nor disagree. Alexis de Tocqueville would probably say that means that people are satisfied. My own quantitative evidence maybe shows that people don't know. I still argue people down every week about whether or not they actually live in South Fulton. I'm like, trust me, I'm the mayor, you live in South Fulton. And I'm not this isn't my milieu, but I have read that when doing surveys, eliminating that middle, neither agree nor disagree, sort of forces people to make a choice, and we might get, some more interesting answers. All right, so now I do want to talk about page 34. It's the last 2 questions of the survey, and the the next to last question is, why did you move to South Fulton? About half the respondents said that they are a long-time resident. You're the expert. Is that, and that seems like maybe an uncommonly high number, and it might say something about our attractiveness for new people moving into the city. Is that, or is that uncommonly high?
Well, it depends on who completed the survey, right? And so, if we go back and dig into the analysis survey broken down by district, then that might help determine where these answers are coming from. Because if we have some bedroom communities in the city of South Fulton where people have been here a long time, then maybe that's what's driving some of that answer.
Right.
So I just think it's. Oh, I'm so sorry. I think it just depends on who did the survey and what location of the city that they're in.
Oh, thanks. There is some now. So yes, that is something that I'm interested in, because I want to make sure that we are attractive to, the metro area is exploding in growth, and I want
Yes.
to, take advantage of getting the most highly skilled, the best residents as possible. The second part of that next to last question is the two highest answers of people that moved to South Fulton, and that is the suburban setting and the affordable housing. This is just my comment. I worry that we are not building enough affordable housing, and that it will not, if people are moving here because we have an attainable housing market, I think that is something to consider. And the other is the suburban setting. My read of this data is that we need to be careful in our development, that what people love the most about South Fulton is that it's green and that it's not overcrowded. Mm-hmm. I tell people all the time, when you're driving around 285, when you get out of the traffic, that's when you're in the city of South Fulton, right? So I want to make sure that we are designing our city in a way, as much as possible, that as we bring new people in, that we're not overcrowded. And then the very last question, which I asked you to ask, I don't know the breakdown of this data, but 5.5% of residents said that they own an electric vehicle, which to my understanding, Madam City Manager, is twice the national average of 2 to 3%. So I think that building infrastructure for that, the city of South Fulton doesn't have any rapid charging stations. Anyone who drives an electric car, who's been to a Walmart or something, and has seen the Electrify America, those stations are always, I've waited like 20 minutes to charge my car. So I just think that those pieces of information are helpful. So, but thank you. This was really great. And then the last thing that I will say, just about continuing the citizen engagement. I heard that there were rich discussions in the focus groups, and that they were supposed to end at a certain hour, and that people would keep talking. I really do want us to continue that conversation. One of the things that I thought about in the renovation of my office was turning what was our conference room into a focus group room. So we had like we have a mic table, and we had cameras. I think it would be really interesting to engage our residents when we're doing things, Madam City Manager, like sending out the mailers that we send out in utility bills, whether it's for, sanitation service or whatever it is that we're sending out, or even looking at our website. I think we know where everything, and you said this as well, we know where everything is on the website. We know where to look. But I constantly hear from, residents and business people, like, I'm trying to apply for a business license or a permit. I can't figure out where that is on the site. So using our focus groups for like very specific things to make sure that even the way that we're communicating makes sense to our residents. And with that, I will yield to Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, but I think that he already touched on what I was going to say, is that a lot of residents have lived here a very long time. We have a lot of legacy neighborhoods that were built in probably the 60s, probably in the 60s. And the people that are in those communities pretty much, my mother's 91, we moved here in 1978. I think it's a lot of that for why the number is so high of residents saying that they're long-term residents. Because if you consider we moved here in 78, my mother's 91, do the math on that. I was 11, I'm 57. I still live where I grew up, not that far, on Old National, but not that far from my mother. So there's going to be, I think, a lot of those types of neighborhoods where, and we also know that the more seasoned demographics tend to be the people who are the most engaged and who they come to the meetings or they're watching online and they're doing the surveys and they're giving their input and, more so than perhaps some of our younger demographics. So you're statistically, the data is going to skew towards those residents who are like my mother and like me that have been here 40, 50, 60 years living in, these houses that were built in the 60s and early 70s.
Yes, ma'am. I agree.
All right, seeing no further speakers. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to our first presentation this evening. Would be the Green Shades Foundation presentation, Green Construction and Workforce Development. This was placed on the agenda by Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Greetings, my name is.
You want the red light?
Red light is off. Okay, there we go. I'm a 30-year school teacher, so I'll have to just make sure I'm talking with my inside voice. Greetings to each of you. My name is Dr. Deborah Clark, and I am the founder of Green Shades Foundation. I am the outreach coordinator for Green Shades Community, and I'm also the project manager for Hope at the Holidays. Green Shades Foundation is a nonprofit 501c3 organization that does consulting to businesses and organizations and residents and community liaisons on how to keep Georgia beautiful. Hope at the Holidays is an outreach program where we work with our unsheltered community, and right now we're presently right across from City Hall. And we service over 700 unsheltered men, women, and children every Sunday with clothes, hot meals, assessments, and of course, a warm touch. Green Shades Community is part of an initiative, a longstanding initiative starting in 2012. We built a concept of a 552-acre green community powered by a 220-acre green energy park. That was in 2012. During that time, many individuals came to us with ideas of green technologies, agriculture, ways to to reduce the footprint in our construction, because as you know, agriculture and construction are our largest green gas emissions. When we were working with electronic waste recycling organization called 5 Hour Processors, I started working with them in the warehouse in 2008, and was very interested in understanding how trash can become finances. Electronic waste recycling, I'm not going to go through that 18-page presentation because I am I wanted you to stay awake, and I wanted you to be engaged, and I wanted you to hear the heart of this 3-minute presentation. So I do have for you some handouts that you can look, and they're okay, you got them already? And what I wanted to do was introduce the players and the people that are making this next move, I guess you can say pushing this ship upstream. We want to present to you today an opportunity for the City of South Fulton, which I have a longstanding partnership with, as I've been working with you last year in bringing food to City of South Fulton through the HelloFresh and the other organizations that help to provide resources to communities that sometimes people don't even realize need resources themselves. I have with me today two of our innovators and they actually are vice president and president of the corporations that actually create green building materials. Our desire here today is to make sure that you see an opportunity for the City of South Fulton to continue to engage, not just to give food and resources out to your community, but to provide affordable, alternative, sustainable housing solutions. I presently am in a 115,000 square foot warehouse with, you met with him at your last couple meetings ago, with Tony Pope. He is the CEO of Atelier 7 LLC. We're presently creating shipping container homes and modular homes out of that warehouse. We have started and initiated our apprenticeship training program, and we are now getting ready to train individuals, whether they're working unsheltered, seniors, vets, people are looking for a green job, those that are interested in a new job, and those that are interested in understanding how they can own their own home. I was listening to the councilwoman talk about the City of South Fulton, long-term residents. Just recently, Congress passed a YIMBY, and I know you all are familiar with NIMBY, not in my backyard. Well, YIMBY was passed by Congress, yes, in my backyard. And not only did they pass it, and this is what I love about government, and I love about what you're able to do, they passed the bill and they funded it by providing people in New York up to $125,000 to build an ADU, an affordable dwelling unit, in their backyard, on their properties. That way, you don't diminish the value of your real estate. You provide them with an avenue to create and generate more wealth, more sustainability, because all of our products that you're going to see today are net zero. We are having today also a partnership for our apprenticeship training program with Dr. Wilson, Annette Wilson, who has a national program for apprenticeship and training that gives a national certification once they finish our training program. Why in South Fulton? I love South Fulton. I had an office here at one time, and then I had a small little accident. As you can see, nothing keeps me from my goals. I had, this time last year, I had poles going through my legs and my knees. I was bedridden for about 7 months, and in that time, I was able to put together everything we needed for this presentation today. So nothing was going to stop me. When we leave this presentation today, you will meet some of our Green Network partners, and you'll be able to talk just briefly with one of the individuals that is presently in our apprenticeship training program, who is an apprentice and would be sooner or later one of our project managers. And so you have the presentation that I sent to you, compliments of Councilwoman Linda Pritchard. I am here because Senator Donzella James in 1995 wrote Zero Waste by 2020. In 2009, when Governor Perdue started Green Starts Here, I started writing legislation, which was nothing more than educating our communities, our state legislators, and our politicians on why we need to go green and why we need to keep Georgia beautiful so we can preserve our air, land, and water. So this whole movement is bigger than just housing. It's bigger than just jobs. I remember, and most of you do because I'm in my late 60s, where I drank out of a water hose, and now I'm having to drive somewhere to buy expensive water. We have to do better. We have to make a point to be that bell that rings. It's imperative. It's imperative that people not only maintain their homes, but if they live in those homes for a long period of time, they need additional income to stay in those homes. But we also need to realize that if you really look at it, we're all, in a sense, in a homeless, quote-unquote, situation. If you're living with your baby's mama or your auntie or your uncle, your grandma, you're homeless. If you don't own your land and your home outright, you have a possibility of being homeless. LA just became homeless when fire took them out. So today I'm going to introduce to you Tyrone Williams. Tyrone Williams is an engineer. He is a second-generation engineer, and he was part of the movement to build a 552-acre. He did the pro forma. He has a technology today called SIPs, Simulated Insulated Modules. It's a panel. We used it back in 2012, and it now has been perfected, and he's going to show you. I wanted to show you some of the product so you can taste and you can feel it and you can put your eyes on it. These are the building materials that are going to provide sustainable, alternative housing solutions. They're waterproof, mold-proof, fireproof. They could be made soundproof, termite-proof. Does it take away some jobs? Yes, but it sure enough creates a whole lot more. So at this time, in this order, Tyrone Williams will come and he'll present to you Evolve Green Solutions. And behind him is, I'm looking for, is he, oh, okay. Warren Crawley, he's the CEO, 30-year contract, and CEO of ADU Depot. And then from that, you'll be able to meet Dr. Annette Wilson, and she is the founding CEO. She's the founder and the CEO of United Youth of America, and then she will bring one of her apprentices with her, who is now one of our intern apprentices and soon to be project managers. We look forward to meeting with any of your districts, because if you have any parts, and the reason why I'm here, I've had people that are in South Fulton that want to build, but they want to build green and clean. So we're here hoping that you provide another leg or another partnership or another alliance with us where we can start providing people that want to build greener and cleaner here in South Fulton that opportunity to do so. Okay, thank you.
So, good afternoon, council members. My name is Tyrone Williams. I'm here representing company as a strategic partner to Green Shades. As Deborah indicated, I've been with her now for probably since 2011. I did help develop the original performer and business model that was really off of South Fulton Parkway. But what I have here today, and I'm just going to pass this around to you all. This is the new technology. So, as I said, I'm a civil engineer. I'm representing the company today, Evolve Green Technology, abbreviated AGS. We are, and let me just give my background real quick. Civil engineer, graduated in 1980 from Georgia Tech. I've lived in Southwest Atlanta for 50 years, since 1972, so I'm one of those people that you all talk about, right there cascading 285. To give you the quick story about AGS, we are in the home building industry. Specifically, though, we are community developers. And what that looks like, we service two principal markets. We service the home or homeless or unsheltered housing market, community development, and we service affordable housing. That's the relevance that you all have to this situation. What makes us unique, but one, we're a startup. This technology has been around for 100 years, but this particular technology is relatively new. That particular board, and you see how light it is, but it is water resistant, it's fire resistant, it's hurricane resistant, it's earthquake resistant. This technology has been employed around the world. It's not been employed here in the U.S., primarily because we were sticks and mortar, bricks and things like that. With the price and with the tariff on Canadian woods coming down now, it's going to make this more profitable. Where we are, we have a unique business model. And what differentiates us is that we deliver economies of scale. There are many times that people put housing together, but they're only doing ones and twos. Our business models are doing 50s and 100s. That's what makes us community developers, because we can bring community housing scale. The company is a public benefits corporation, and our specific motto, stand up and is people before profit, or that people are profit. What makes it unique is that as a public benefit corporation, we can operate both as a nonprofit and as a for-profit. We can operate as a for-profit for the things that are sufficient, but in the space of going into affordable housing, you're going to have to operate somewhat as a nonprofit. That means we operate profitably, but we don't necessarily have the requirement to make 10, 20%. So we can put that back into our developments in terms of helping people become homeowners. We are a one-stop solution provider, and in that we are developers. We have a manufacturing capacity that allows us to do, for our practical sakes, we are GM for building houses. When it's all said and done, we have a factory that's already operational in Florida. We're proposing 2 factories in the state. One is in Douglasville right now, one would be in Albany. Those factories would be 150,000 square feet, upscale up to about 250,000 square feet, but we'd be able to produce a significant number of units out of that. We provide housing at scale, and we provide both modular type housing for affordable as well as homeless shelters. Just in summary, I'll just say this. Our particular model, and leave it with you like this, is that we service those 2 primary communities. We can do scale. We can address the issues in terms of innovation, in terms of lease to own. We can bring combinations of using public benefit vouchers, project-based vouchers, working with HUD. We have our own third-party investors that are looking and supporting these types of services and bringing those types of things to life. So we are efficient, we're fast, we have minimal waste, we're green, and we develop sustainable communities. So that's basically it in a short story. Deborah?
All right, and as this is the last speaker, we have 2 more. Well, I do just want to let you all know, I don't want you to feel rushed, but you are over time for the presentation, and we are actually over time for this meeting. We have a 5 p.m. zoning meeting, so I do want to give you a few more minutes, and I want to make sure that council has time to answer their questions. But I would just caution that pithiness is a virtue, and if there is a specific ask of council, something that you're interested in the city doing, a specific partnership, if you all could talk about that in these last 2 speakers. Thank you.
Gotcha. I'll be brief. Good evening. I didn't come prepared. I apologize. Deborah, I came in my work clothes, so I would have, Anyway, long story short, I brought a sample, which I won't pass around. I don't know if they brought it in or not. But our product it's a green building material. It's made of 87% recycled styrofoam. We're actually opening a manufacturing plant in the city of Stonecrest. Should be open within the next 45 days to make this product. Styrofoam is everywhere. This is a old technology. There's only 2 companies manufacturing this product right now, and they're both in Arizona. So right now we're getting products out of Arizona. I'm actually doing a build right up the street this week using this product. So our product is, did they bring it in? Because it's kind of.
The block that we just.
Yeah, the block.
We saw.
Okay, got it.
That's a different.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Warren.
So anyway, it looks very similar to a cinder block, but it's made of 87% recycled styrofoam. There's styrofoam everywhere. Every municipality has styrofoam. So we could take all the styrofoam in South Fulton and manufacture this product. So this is it, basically. And it's real simple. It is extremely simple to build with. You don't need mortar to build. You stack these blocks on top of each other. I could build a 20 by 20 building in this room in 30 minutes with one other person. But once you get the blocks stacked up, you pour the cells with concrete and rebar, and that is the structure. The block is not the structure, it's just the concrete. So it's kind of like building a house out of concrete, but it's styrofoam. Easy to build with, and I apologize. But it's a great product, and would love to help the city Because, again, it's not only green, but it's diverting a vast amount of waste materials that's going to the landfill. Styrofoam is the worst materials to go into the landfill. It takes thousands of years for it to, it's not biodegradable. But if you take it and put it into a building product, it changes the game. So it helps increase, in my opinion, this is by far a solution to the affordable housing crisis, because it's a waste material that definitely could go into really helping municipalities, in the housing market. But anyway.
Thank you. Last speaker, 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening. Yeah, everybody. Name of my organization is United Youth of America. We are a 501c national apprenticeship. We are located right now into 6 states. Georgia is my home office, so this is where I started from. And Fulton County was where I started from. Working with the apprenticeship program, I started working right here in Fulton County, helping young people getting their certifications and also placing them on job at Earn to Learn in the apprenticeship world. So that's what we do. We train, certify, and earn to learn. You work as you are learning. So that's what we are doing now. So we are a technology as well organization, and what we do is also use the technology that a lot of organizations do not use, and that is we use Facebook, Meta, goggles to teach our young people and our older people with this new technology. So you'll put the goggles on, you can go into the house and fix everything before you go into the work site. So we also think about safety, so you'll know what you're doing when you go into the site. So we very innovative with our technology, and also this is one of our people, Alex, who is.
It's cool. I'm an intern project manager with them, but my background is healthcare as well. So incorporating the two is really what I'm here to be about.
So we do classroom training and on-the-job training. Earn as you learn is our motto. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open it up to questions, beginning with the representative that brought this to our work session. I will say, Madam City Manager, I don't see Mr. McClendon here, but I feel like I'm hearing about lots of new building materials. I think there may be some zoning code questions that we have to answer. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for acknowledging this, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Clark, for your presentation. I just wanted to say that Dr. Clark has met with Mr. McClendon, and this presentation was just kind of to let the council know the things that were discussed, the things that are available, the things that we're looking at to improving or upgrading in our zoning code for material product, for sustainability, environmental concerns. So I don't really have that many questions because I talk to you all the time, but I'm really grateful that you brought this to us. We have some environmentalists on our council, so thank you so much for bringing this information to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, and I will say that this is the nonprofit that actually has been partnering with me since I have been on council to be able to meet food insecurities in my district. So thank you again for helping with that. It's
I so appreciate it. And also too, just to close, we do have some funding strategies. We're not just asking for you to come on board and say, yes, I want to party with you. We are actually looking for a way to say, we want South Fulton, City of South Fulton, to continue to lead the way, because we have, this is home to me too, and so I would like to present to you at a different time the funding strategies that we have in place, and to look at the funding strategies you have in place to support us as well. Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions?
Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm old enough to remember the very first time I saw sheetrock. And when I heard about sheetrock,
Right.
back then I can remember me saying to myself, sheetrock, how do they make rocks in the sheets, right?
Right.
But I'm old enough to remember things like sideboards
Right.
and you know, folks having to fit those boards together in a way to keep the elements out, right? This issue of green and clean, I think is very important to us as a city, and it should become more important to us. So I'm just saying to everyone in the room, don't close your minds. Keep it open and stay engaged with it. And hopefully we can learn some things along the way, because again, when we created this city, we said we were going to be a leader and we were going to be innovative, right?
Yes.
So as long as we can create the proper environment with the proper funding, and of course safety is a big deal, right? Then I think it's something that we ought to look at. Not only this, but there are other things.
That's right.
So I just wanted to just put that on the table. And yes, as Councilmember Pritchett said, I am one of the environmentalists on this council.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Yes, where are some of the end products that have been built with this material located in Metro Atlanta?
Okay, well, we have plenty in Atlanta because with the shipping containers, okay, with the two building products that you're talking about today, actually, Mr. Crawley, actually, because he's a contractor, he had a big piece of property in DeKalb County, actually built a model, a 200, and trust me, I never thought I could live in 200 square feet. That's my closet. But it is a beautiful model, finished model of using the green brick, and it was built with recycled materials. He can share, and I do apologize for him. I did send him the memo, but he was working, and so I don't have a problem with anybody working. In Albany, they're actually building 19 units right now, and they do have them in Florida. And of course, they have a project that they're going to be building on Gresham, which is a 400-unit apartment complex. So they can talk to where those particular models are. But if you would like to come and do a meet and greet and actually see them for yourselves, sit down in them, turn the water on, flush the toilet, we can arrange that for you.
Thank you. Ms. McClendon, this is not in our code currently, right?
Where are we at? Oh, come on, you step up, you don't mind my chair.
Thank you. That's correct. We would have to make changes to the code in order to allow this.
And so I'm a little confused. I just want to get a clarification. So you all are typically building container homes? Is that what you're building?
The container homes are in Atlanta, and as you know, the mayor did a 40-unit shipping container community with wraparound services. He did an executive order,
For the homes,
and
yeah.
he went on and got it done. We were consulting with him on that project because of the need. We have a housing shortage, and we have even more so than that, an affordable housing shortage. When I see the Latino community and the Asian community under the bridge, where I tend to do a lot of my outreach, we have a problem. Those are close-knit communities that support one another, but I'm starting to see families, moms and families, and listen, and I'm not talking about people that don't have skills. I have, and actually we took some of them to the mayor's ball. They were dressed, you couldn't tell that they were homeless, but they were carpenters, they were welders, they were men with skills. Everybody came here with a gift, a skill. It's just that I have enough sense to know that what's on the outside is not really what the core of a person is. I have 35 men that attend Trinity Church that are interested in being a part of an apprenticeship program. They want to learn how to build their own. And so I'm just reaching out to those as we are. We've spoken at the session, last year we spoke at session, Tony did, to ask about creating the language in our building and codes so we can do this countywide and statewide and then nationwide. So this is not, this is, even though we're here in this small room, you're getting just a snapshot, it's an ongoing movement. And the fact that New York has taken the lead, I would like to be able to sit with you so that money can come in where you can turn around and tell your residents, I will give you, if you want to do an ADU, I can give you $50,000, $100,000. I mean, I would come move to South Fulton myself. So if any other questions, we are open to any meetings. If you'd like to schedule a meeting, I do normally like to eat while I'm talking to you, so I'm just saying.
So I have not yielded, Mayor, excuse me. My last question
Yes.
is, you say New York has taken a lead. Is
Yes.
there a specific area in New York that has taken a lead?
I will say, on that, I think it's in the email I sent you, and it's also in the PowerPoint presentation, you'll see the legislation that we're following. We're following it from the UN level because the green building materials meets 9 of the 17 UN attributes for net zero housing. And we have the state legislation that has been passed at the Senate level, the Georgia legislative level, from our senators and from our state legislators there, our council people there, council people here. So we're not just doing it. I'm just following the lead, yellow brick road, the green brick road, rather.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you for your presentation. Just some questions that dig a little bit further. So the number of homes that you've built in Georgia, you said you have some properties where in DeKalb and?
Yes, Warren, you guys can answer where your properties are.
Yeah. So we're currently building several properties.
You don't want to be on camera?
For people
Yeah.
online.
You might need to be on camera.
Yeah, we're building several properties right now. We've already done a few ADUs, and we have more coming up. We have some done doing the Stockbridge. We're waiting on permits. We're building a 13,000 square foot home in Elberton, Georgia, a 2,800 square foot home in Elberton. So we're building. I mean, we're building all over the place, and we're actually initiating a program to bring young adults into teaching them how to build.
Okay.
I mean, we got 2 churches that we're partnering with, so we're bringing the young folks in and taking them through this rigorous training course, and then actually putting them in job placement at the same time.
So that also leads me to my next question. I know you have mentioned about the minimum square foot, you said was 200. How far up to?
I did that as a model, I didn't need the space. I put it in my own backyard. I didn't need the space, I just did it as a model. I did 80% of it by myself because I wanted to show people just how simple it is to build. So I did, like I said, about 80% of it just solo. And I could take anyone to show them how to do the exact same thing. So I just did it I made it my studio. I made it like a podcast studio. But you can sleep in it. I mean, it has a deck on the top. So, I mean, it is extremely functional. I mean, there's nothing halfway about it. I also say this, if a hurricane ever come through, I'm leaving out my 5,500 square foot house. And I promise you, I'm going out there in that 200 square foot and sit back.
So you're gonna go to the shelf, it's a
Because
bunker.
it's not gonna go anywhere. My house would be sticks, but this won't. This would stand up to 200-mile-an-hour winds.
Gotcha. And I know you mentioned about affordable housing. What has been the average price point for some of your homes that you've completed?
Deborah gonna kill me when I say this, but this is factual. This is why I did, and I welcome anyone to come see what I built. I built this house for about $10,000, and it's 200 square feet. I could have doubled the size easily. It wouldn't have spent much more. So it can be affordable because we do teach DIY, but at the same time, when I say this is a solution to affordable housing, it's definitely a solution to affordable housing because you have to be a true bona fide carpenter if you want to build a stick frame home.
Yeah.
This is like Legos. It's like you stack them on top of each other. Once you get it up to ceiling height, you just come back and pour the concrete in and that's it. Simple.
So you said it's like Legos?
It's like Legos, literally Legos. Literally, I mean, when I tell you, I'm not exaggerating when I tell you that, it is literally like Legos. I took 4 young men and over at Deborah's warehouse, took 4 young men, and they put up a 16 by 16 in 30 minutes. And they were shocked because they didn't realize they just literally built a house.
Well, I definitely think it'll be interesting to see, but the 200 square foot home was, you spent 10,000 to build, is that
I
what you're
spent
saying?
you can't get a shed at Home Depot for that kind of money. And this is, I cut no corners when I built it. I mean, hardwood floors, tile, mini split.
But 80% of that was
Yeah.
recycled.
80% of recycled
And
materials.
recyclable,
Yeah.
okay. And the
Yeah.
renderings are on your website, correct?
It is. ADUdepot.net is our website.
We would love for you to come, or you can
Yeah.
come and we can have you build one yourself.
And the product is approved in every state, so there's no issues with our product at all.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Let me just
Thank you.
share too, in this, our product is called EDU, it's the Evolved Dwelling Units. But similarly, the last 2 years, we went through getting all of our certifications, so we're actually certified to build and use our product globally. We can do it in Antarctica, all 6, 7 continents. We have a global strategy, but we're launching in Georgia because we are a Georgia-based company. And while I am a civil engineer and I do have a construction background, we actually build, and if you go to our website, it's Evolve Green Solutions, or put in ags3.com, it'll take you to the same location. We are focused on what Deborah's talking about. The legislation now is focusing on educational and religious institutions as a possibility for developing by right to address the things, as well as alternative or ancillary development dwelling units that you can put in your backyard. But our cost is very affordable. We actually put up a 1,200 square foot unit. When you look on the website, you'll see it. It has a virtual tour. Our ceilings, and we can do down to 120. We probably focus in the 450 to 650 and up, primarily because we're looking at servicing 3 primary markets: seniors, veterans, workforce housing, and affordable housing. So when you look on our website, you'll see models. We'd be glad to show you what we have as capability. We will have a mobile model that we will have on a trailer that'll be 40 by or 50 feet by 10 feet wide that we can pull up. That model should be ready by April 1st. So sometime in April, we're going to be taking that around. So what we're working with is housing home buyer groups. So we're taking that model to those locations to help them start being able to get people, because like what Warren said, people need to see these products and then actually be able to walk in and kick the tires. So we invite you all. And Deborah will bring us back because she hasn't seen it. I haven't shown her all the things we've been working with, but when she sees it, she's going to be real happy.
And lastly, those products that you have that are in market now, people are actually, they're buying, they're not for rent or anything of that nature, they're
The products
homeowners?
that we have in market right now, we're doing our first major product. We have a 32-unit apartment complex that we're doing in Albany. We are acquiring land. We have about 15 acres in Albany. We're picking up lots, so we're going to be starting in Albany. We have the project that we're doing here in Gresham, but that's a 400-unit development parcel project, and so we're going through permitting with that right now. That process will probably take us about another 6 to 9 months, so you won't see anything here, but the model that will be on the trail, we can bring and show you that, and we'll be doing that everywhere.
So
All right.
the permitting and building and coding process is what we would like to align ourselves with, not just your county, but all 159 counties. Because the quicker, I mean, it's one thing we have a solution that we can immediately start housing people, but we can only go as fast as our legislators allow us to.
All right. Thank you all. Just a few rapid fire questions. These are yes or no questions, just to wrap us up, because I've heard about materials, I heard about a nonprofit, and I've heard about a training program. So yes, you do want to see changes in our zoning. Are you also looking for some sort of financial assistance or investment in the nonprofit?
I would love for you to bring a suitcase full of money to our car.
Okay. That won't happen for me. But and then lastly, a few of you talked about training programs. Are you looking to do some sort of workforce development with our economic development, or get into our parks and?
Yes.
And
Yes.
so I would just ask, if the answers are
Yes.
Yes, if the answers are yes, this was a great conversation, but if we could just get like a few specifics, like we'd like this much money to do this, or we'd like to start with this many people. This all does sound like very exciting, but it's still not quite clear exactly what you are asking the city for beyond just the change in the zoning code. So we do have to wrap this up, but thank you all so much, and we'll look forward to getting that detailed information.
Thank you so much.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, that brings us to presentation B, which is agenda planning, part 1, requested by Mayor Khalid.
All right, I won't belabor this. You all have a voluminous set of legislation in this for this presentation. I think that this is part 1 of a presentation of a discussion that we will be having over the next couple of weeks. I know there's been some concern about how we are getting these agendas out. We looked over a survey of the current legislation on the books, much like our travel policy and our P-card policy. There are multiple legislations that don't all agree with one another. But a couple of things to consider, and I'll open it up for hopefully a brief discussion, is that one, our ordinance says that and this is 3002G, says that the submission deadline for the agendas is Friday at 10 a.m. And then we're supposed to publish by Friday at 2 p.m. Now, I don't know how many pieces of legislation, Madam Attorney, you can review in 4 hours between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. But that's one thing that we see in the legislation. The next is that the second Tuesday meetings are supposed to be staff presentations only, and the fourth Tuesday meetings are the council presentations. That's not something that we've been following. One piece of legislation, this is 3002G paragraph 2A, says that for work session items, those are due 11 days before the council meeting. So that would be basically 2 weeks before the council meeting on the Friday. I will tell you that this last presentation we got on Thursday afternoon, which is one of the reasons that this agenda came out so late. So we've just not followed any of these policies, and I would look to both our city manager and our city attorney to set some more realistic deadlines for when items can be submitted, and you all will have time to review them for whatever legal issues, for a financial impact statement, all of those things. And then lastly, one of the things that we've changed our order of meetings multiple times, but there is in one of these items of legislation, it says that we will only hear zoning cases on one of the 2 Tuesdays. We've talked about only having public comments on one of the 2 Tuesdays. One of the things that is happening is that now, the way that we are currently doing the meetings, we have 3 meetings every 2 Tuesdays. We have a work session and a zoning hearing and a regular meeting and proclamations and public comment. So we're doing multiple things every 2 Tuesdays, and we may need to look at streamlining them and not trying to do everything every 2 weeks, as well as just putting some better guardrails on how late items can be submitted before they are published. Before I go to council for questions and comments, I wanted to start with our attorney and our city manager. I know that you are doing a review of all of this legislation now, if you have any thoughts.
Just as I mentioned before, I'm doing a review of our charter, our ordinances, and our resolutions. I've engaged outside counsel to assist us with that. The order of business and the deadlines is something that I've actually contemplated in private with the city clerk a few times to, as the mayor said, streamline the process and make it in a way that works for everyone. I do think that there are certain things that we have done as a practice that does work for the city that should be codified. The reason why we have all of these zoning items coming every 2 weeks is because we have that much business coming to the city. So to curtail that practice of having it only come once a month will significantly decrease the amount of business the city can do and could ultimately quench the appetite of businesses coming to the city if we're lengthening the process even more. So I would give that as a point of consideration.
All right, Madam City Manager.
When I came here in May of 2023, you were doing a work session and one regular meeting a month, which meant that we could only get contracts approved, grant applications approved. Some of your projects move forward once a month, and you didn't have a meeting in June, and you had one meeting in December, and I think one meeting in November. For a city of this size and stature and budget, it just was not sufficient. And so I proposed that we do a pilot of doing 2 meetings a month with 2 work sessions and 2 regular meetings. While it's not perfect, and I don't know that the legislation has quite caught up, I think it has given us the opportunity to move the city forward. We are a large city. We cannot have the luxury of 1 meeting a month and expect progress to occur. You can't expect to do zonings once a month when people are trying to do business with our city. So what I would ask is that however you want to tweak it, to codify it, we should do that, but I don't think we should reduce the number of meetings.
All right, Dr. Rao.
Thank you for that. I definitely think we became more efficient when we changed based on your recommendation, city manager. And I also want to say, just to clarify for the public, and if the attorney will confirm this, when we replace legislation, when we adopt something, it voids what was previously there. So I think it's misleading to suggest that we have all these conflicting policies around travel or whatever. I think it's very clear, and we just need to follow it, bottom line. So can you speak to that specifically as it relates to that in our existing policy as it relates to travel and what we're required to do?
Yes, there's actually specific language in almost every resolution and ordinance. I think it's section 4 or section 5 that specifically states that if there's any other or previous legislation that conflicts with the legislation at hand, that the previous legislation is now deemed void and of no effect. So although on its face, a layperson may think that 2 pieces of legislation conflict, if one comes later in time, that provision specifically helps the city to make sure that that later piece of legislation is actually the one that presides and that's the one that controls and that we should follow.
And just a follow-on as it relates specifically to travel, we are required to submit specific forms to get travel pre-approved before we engage in travel. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's correct. There's actually a very detailed policy laid out in the travel policy and the resolution that was passed for that. And from my recollection, that policy was passed by the council unanimously.
And I want to confirm also, as we get our P cards, we're required to sign out about how we'll use those cards. Every person who gets one, all 57 users, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's probably the person that just newly got a P card of here on the DSI was also required to sign that paperwork. Every person that has a P card is required to sign an agreement that they will abide by the policies. Ignorance of the policy is not an excuse.
The chair recognizes District 3 Councilwoman Willis.
I would like to ask city manager, not city manager, city attorney, is it or is it not true that we also have one procurement policy that requires us to get approval and 3 quotes for anything over 2,500?
I have it here. That's actually 1-9004, and it actually lays out the table there, and I actually believe it is over 5,000. Between $5,000 and $1 and 50,000 requires 3 written quotes and approval.
Thank you for that. I would have to concur. Uh, I'm only aware of one policy because I am aware that when we create a policy, it supersedes the previous policy. I just would like to say that I will be sending some recommendations because I would like to see more transparency around the agenda making. So I would like to see a council member represented in every agenda meeting going forward. And I would like to see it on a rotating basis. And if a council person cannot make it, they have the right to designate an individual to represent them. I would like, there's a city attorney, there's the city manager, there's a clerk, and there is the mayor. So I would like to see at least one council member represented in the meetings. And I would also like to see that whatever meeting is recorded, that we also get that sent to the entire body prior to the meeting. I just, things being added when we ask the city manager and the city clerk, how are certain things getting on the agenda? They often tell us they don't, they are not aware how things get on the agenda because when they leave these agenda meetings, they have an understanding of certain things being on the agenda, and then once the agenda comes out, it's something else. And so I would like to see more transparency around that. Just to establish not only transparency but accountability and fairness. And plus the charter also states that the agenda for each meeting, the city council, which shall include business submitted by the mayor, any council member, the city manager, city attorney. And so we have established a process that we're supposed to be following. And it just, seems that when we get agendas late, it doesn't give us time to properly prepare for the meetings. And for me, I like to get my agenda out to the community so that they can properly prepare for the meetings and have questions. So when I don't get the agenda timely, that delays when I can get my newsletter out to the community, which I try to include the agenda in. So for me, that is what I would like to see, more transparency.
Just to respond, the provision that will likely need to be adjusted is 1-3002, section G, as in girl, subsection 1. And it says the agenda is prepared at the direction of the mayor and by the clerk's office in concert with the city manager's office. So those provisions and those additions that you were speaking of, that's the specific provision that would need to be changed. And I would also just like a educate, inform, enforce mechanism. Would just like to encourage that if this is a provision that the council would like to move forward with, that the agenda item is more of an informative, these are the items going on the agenda, as opposed to an opportunity to debate them. The agenda meeting is usually not a debate forum, but it's more so, here are the items, this is what we anticipate they'll talk about, and then of course the debate is reserved for the city council meeting. And that's just to make sure that we're not violating the Open Meetings Act.
Thank you. And I think most of us understand that we have an agenda process. And so what's supposed to happen is that when we submit legislation, it goes through that process. It gives council members 10 days to respond in that process. And then it goes, you are reviewed in that agenda meeting. And if there is not readiness for the particular agenda, what should happen is the city manager should come back to the person who's sponsoring that legislation to let us know that there is more time that is going to be needed and recommend that we hold off on a certain item, or either you, city attorney. So I think we understand that process. This is not a dictatorship. We're supposed to work together to bring things to the agenda. And then also that's why I stated in the agenda meeting that I would like to see a rotating council member be present at the agenda planning meeting, because there may be some individuals who have jobs that can attend those meetings. And for those who can attend those meetings, I think that they should have the right to designate who they want to attend the meeting on their behalf. And that would allow us to have transparency and fairness and give us all an opportunity to participate in the agenda planning. And so I'll be sending those over to you. And I just would appreciate if we could just, adhere to the policies that we have in place to ensure that we get our agenda timely. I also would like to say that once that agenda planning meeting is over and it has been decided what's going to go forward on the agenda, anything that comes afterwards should have to be a walk-on. It shouldn't be any surprises to anyone. That's what I would like, and I'll put this in writing and send over to you so we can vote on it as a body. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Almost from day one after I got elected, I started talking about this agenda process being problematic. And even last year while I served as Mayor Pro Tem, I looked at this, and throughout that period, I was just thinking about things that we can do. I actually have already asked for legislation to be prepared so that the Mayor Pro Tem could be the link between the council and the agenda process. So there's another proposal for rotating, but when we originally wanted to create this city, we wanted to have a president of the city council that was not allowed by the state legislature. And so I think the best we have is a mayor pro tem that we do rotate. And I think if that person can be given the authority to be involved in the agenda planning meetings and to inform us if there are things that come up either specific to anything that we're working on or specific to something that's happening in our district, I think that could be the an additional link for us. But yes, I agree. The recording should be sent in a more timely manner, and we really should look to get the agenda out early, because if anything shows up on the agenda late Friday night and you have to deal with it with staff, you only have a day, which is Monday, to deal with it. And if you're talking about 7 or 8 people having to go to work with staff in one day, then that's not really fair to staff either, right? And so you have cases where some people things get addressed and some people may not get addressed, and that creates another issue. So again, that's the legislation that I asked to be produced, that the mayor pro tem be the link between the council and the agenda preparation process, an additional link, I may add. Thank you.
Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I think in addition to what Councilman Sebastian just articulated, Ms. Sudan, or the city attorney, think that what I would like to see is the timeline moved up so that instead of things coming on Friday, they come maybe on a Wednesday. Because as he points out, doing it on a Friday only gives you a Monday, and then we're into Tuesday, versus if it's a Wednesday, then you've got the Thursday, the Friday, to be able to get things right. I think the other thing for me that would be helpful, in my time on the council, there's been a lot of contention around items that have been submitted not appearing on the agenda. And Madam City Attorney, keep me honest, my reading of the charter, the word shall means that if it's submitted and is to go onto the agenda, that it has to go on the agenda. There's no equivocation there. So is there a way that we can ensure that when somebody presents something for the agenda, that it shows up on the agenda and that it's not, withheld for reasons unknown or unarticulated to people?
Yeah, I'll respond to that briefly. The city charter, 3.22B11, and I think it's part of what Councilman Willis just read, said part of the mayor's powers is prepare or have prepared an agenda for each meeting of the city council, which shall include all business submitted by the mayor, any council member, the city manager, and city attorney. I do think that there is a nexus there, that once it goes into the portal, there needs to be a conversation, as Councilman Willis said, that if it's not ready, that needs to be communicated to the sponsor of that item. There are times where a great idea for legislation comes forward, but when it comes to implementation, we need a little bit more time as far as training the staff and things of that nature. But I do agree that needs to be a conversation with the sponsor as opposed to just it arriving in limbo and not making it onto the agenda.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her second time.
Thank you. I was part of that process, and there were several iterations of the charter. And you're correct. One iteration was to have the president of city council, but that is not our current model. We are a city council, city manager form of government. And the president of a city council is usually in a strong mayor type of government, and their job is to chair the meeting. That's one of the sole purposes, and to appoint people to committees. That's one of the sole purposes of president of city council, and we do not have that model. Furthermore, the section 3.29 selection of Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to read that during the absence or physical, mental disability of the mayor of any cause, the Mayor Pro Tem of the city council in such person's absence or disability for any reason, or any one council member is chosen by majority vote of the city council shall clothe the rights and privileges of the mayor and shall perform official duties of the office of the mayor so long as the absence or disability shall continue, except the mayor pro tem should not have the mayor's veto powers except in the case of physical, mental, or disability. In essence, the mayor pro tem goes into effect in the absence, the disability, or incapacity of the mayor. The mayor will be present in those meetings. So that is not how we should be using the mayor pro tem. It's specific to this charter. I do think, and I will be submitting, and we can vote on it as a body, to bring forth fairness and transparency, that we should allow council members to rotate participating in agenda planning. This is no disrespect to anyone. This is no disrespect to the mayor pro tem. But this is all about fairness, and this is all about transparency. And if a council member cannot attend the agenda planning meeting because they are at work or they're not available, then they should have a right to designate whoever, they may want to designate the mayor pro tem to attend in their absence. But it also gives the mayor pro tem an opportunity to not have to commit to be in every meeting every week. So I do think that in all fairness and in transparency, each of us should have an opportunity to participate in that agenda planning meeting. And so I will be submitting a recommendation to allow at least one council member on a rotating basis to participate in that council meeting. The charter is clear when the mayor pro tem is supposed to come into effect. It has nothing to do with being the president of city council. We don't have that model. And we are city council, city manager form of government. Thank you. And again, there's no disrespect to anyone. I just want everybody to be fair. I just want this process to be fair, and I want it to be transparent, and I want every council member to have an opportunity to participate in it. Thank you.
All right, it looks like we all have Muni Code open. First, my first question would be to either the city clerk or the city attorney. Whose job is it to update Muni Code? For those of you all watching and listening, our code of ordinances is online. It is kept by a corporation called Muni Code. They do lots of cities, Atlanta, Savannah, just many, many places. Whose job is it to update Muni Code when we do have a change?
The city clerk's job to submit updates and any changes, and ordinances are typically sent to Municode within 30 days after approval by this body.
Okay. I'm going to read a few things directly from Municode, from our online. I'm in Title I, Administration, Section 1-3001. Uh, 3001, where am I? 3001A. It says, there are a couple of long sentences. The third sentence says, meetings are held at 4 p.m. on the second and fourth Tuesday of each month. That is Section 1-3001, time and place for meetings. I'm going to skip down to Section 1-3002, presiding officer and rules for debate. I will be reading from subparagraph G, subsection I. The council holds regular meetings on the second and fourth Tuesdays of each month. Work sessions are held on the same days. Regular meetings commence at 7 p.m. and work sessions commence at 5 p.m. So is it 4 p.m. or 5 p.m.? This is Muni Code. I'm not stating this. I'm going to go to 3000. I'm going to go to G. In that same paragraph, it says the deadline for submitting.
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
I'm trying to seek clarity as far as what is the germane to.
This is, and I'm glad you asked that. There was a statement made that our code does not conflict with itself. I'm actually pointing out places where the code is in conflict. And I also want to point out places where we are not following the code that we have written under Section -1-3002G, paragraph 2C. Any citizen who wants to make public comment must first contact the county manager. That's what it says. The county manager, Section 2C, to resolve the issue, then get a city council member's permission to be placed on the public comment agenda. That's what our code of ordinances currently says.
Point of order.
I'm glad that you mentioned that. Section 1-3002A, Section 1- I see your point of order, but Section 1-3002A says that Robert's rules controls where the rules are silent. So as long as the provision does not violate state, federal, or local laws, But our code is not silent about points of order. Section 1-3002I, decorum.
Point of order.
General 1, general exceptions. Subparagraph C says that council members shall not speak until recognized by the chair or interrupt another council member's
Points of
remarks.
order.
So I'm going to go over to our city attorney. Under Robert's rules, it says that someone can shout out point of order and stop all discussion. But under our code of ordinances, it says that council members shall not interrupt another council member's remarks.
So here, under subsection D, duties and privileges of the presiding officer, it says, in the event the chair fails to rule individuals out of order that are causing a disturbance, any member of a council may call for a point of order and present a motion to have that individual ruled out of order and instruct the sergeant of arms to remove them, so on and so forth. So the code actually does give instances where you can say point of order in accordance with the Robert Rules of Order. There are other points in our charter where it mentions following the Robert Rules of Order, even without the provision that says it's silent. I do want to give a point of clarification. What was specifically stated that is not contradictory is our travel policy and our P card policy. The point that I raised at the retreat and why I asked for the request that I made to give me time to go through our charter, our ordinances, and our resolutions is there are certain provisions like the one that you pointed out, and I have a running list, and one of them that you just read that says county manager is on my list of things to change. So I want to be very clear. There are provisions of our charters, ordinances, and resolutions that need to be reconciled. What does not need to be reconciled is our P card policy and our travel policy.
Right. Right now, we're talking about our agendas and how they are created. And I am just noting that there are places in the published online Muni Code of Ordinances where things are in conflict with one another. That's it.
Yeah, you had two people to call point of order and you did not stop.
And again, my reading of the rules is that a council member shall not speak until recognized or interrupt another council member's remarks.
And she just told you that's not correct.
Yes, you can clarify, madam.
I'm in 1-3001, subsection 2, section B1 under enforcement. Again, under decorum, it says violation by the mayor or a council member. If the mayor or council member believes another member has violated a particular rule of decorum, he or she, upon recognition, may raise a point of order. And another council member need not second the point of order before the issue can be considered. Now, you should, according to the Roberts rules, acknowledge them. It would be against decorum to just ignore their point of order.
All right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Pritchett.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Mayor. I see that this conversation is going kind of left, but my commentary here is funny, not funny. But when we were in our retreat, we did discuss allowing the city attorney and her staff to go through the charter, resolutions, ordinances, to look at areas that probably need amending and things that may seem inconsistent. But one thing that I remember kind of in my legal experience is that sometimes on documents you have what is, I guess, referred to as errors and omissions. So county is a typo. And I do recognize the point that you're bringing, but I think it's something that we as a body already have talked about, addressed, and even adding additional legislation we all agreed to by gentlewomen and gentlemen's agreement that these are things we were going to allow the city attorney the courtesy of. So I understand what you're saying, and I do recognize that in one section they'll say this, the other section will say that. My recommendation overall is that we are all adults, we're all professional, we're all duly elected, and if we just govern ourselves accordingly, understanding that there may be a point that just is not clear, when we get to the point that the clarity is there, then let's just conduct ourselves in that manner. I understand that, one person might want it this way, that way, but I think we all understand the spirit of what these documents are meant to say, even though we want to be real legalistic about it right now for I don't know what reason. But what I'm just saying is, can we just move forward, recognizes that we already talked about this, and let's just keep our peace and continue to move our agenda forward so that the kind people who showed up today do not feel like we're wasting their time. And I'm saying this as courteous as I can, and thank you for recognizing me.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Dr. Rao. All right.
I move that we adjourn the work session.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take that vote by show of hands.
That motion was approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 6:01 PM.
Uh,
10.
The council is requesting a 10-minute break, so we will reconvene at 6:13. Order, Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. This is roll call for the alcohol license and zoning public hearing. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District. And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
First item on tonight's agenda is a public hearing, Development Impact Fee Program presentation, presented by Director Reginald McClendon and Paige Hatley with Hatley Plans LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs. We want to introduce this item. It is a public hearing, mandatory public hearing for our impact fee study. I want to take a quick moment to say I wasn't in the room for the earlier conversation. I was out in the lobby. We're taking every opportunity we can to engage our citizenry about our comprehensive plan update, and so we were out making sure we tried to catch people coming in the building to talk to them about our comp plan update. We've had 2 public meetings already. They were extremely well attended. You're going to see some videos get posted on our website, on our dedicated comp plan website. We have some signs for you all, council members, when you're going out to your town halls and your meetings, if you want to come by our offices and grab some. They have QR codes so that your constituents can click on that, go directly to the website, and they can engage with us through that website, let us know their thoughts on our comp plan update. So I just wanted to give that to you very quickly because that is one of our very exciting projects for 2025. Another very exciting project is our impact fee study. We have Ms. Paige Hatley here who's going to introduce that for us. She works with the preeminent firm here in the state of Georgia that does impact fee studies. And so without further ado, here's Ms. Hatley.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon, and good evening. I do have a brief PowerPoint presentation that acts as an introduction to the required public hearing. And the reason for this presentation and public hearing is to satisfy the Georgia Department of Community Affairs guidelines, which require, in essence, a type of kickoff meeting to introduce an impact fee study early on in the process. And part of that, while the next few slides are informational, we are required to advertise as part of that a public hearing, and I'll explain that further. Specifically, the reason for the public hearing that follows my presentation is to give an overview of the purpose and scope of an impact fee study. And so, of course, at the conclusion of that study, it would position the city to contemplate adopting an impact fee program. Communities in the state of Georgia that have impact fee programs collect a one-time fee from new development to help pay for the cost of capital projects and public facilities that are needed to help support and accommodate future growth and development over the coming decades. And so this is just an additional potential funding source for certain types of public facilities. So in addition to providing an overview of the study, what that encompasses, and the overall process of developing an impact fee program, we'll touch on opportunities for public participation throughout this process. And as mentioned, part of that, as mandated by DCA, is to open a hearing at the end to receive any initial public input on certain capital project needs, and I'll explain those further. So an impact fee study, as mentioned, it is looking at addressing the potential for collecting a one-time fee from new development. Everything that we do as part of the study and the potential creation of an impact fee program is guided by what's called the Development Impact Fee Act. That's Georgia's state law. that's been in place since 1990 that enables the creation of impact fee programs. Call it DEFA for short. And the bottom line is that DEFA tells us that we can't charge new development more than their fair proportionate share of the cost of needed public facilities or expanded public facilities needed in response to growth and development. And so impact fee study, in essence, boils down to, well, what is that fair share? We need to understand what could be charged and what is fair. Specifically, South Fulton is looking at the following public facility categories. These are allowed under state law: parks, public safety, including fire and police, and road improvements. This is a more streamlined list than what you would typically find for a county, which would have an emergency management, E911, animal control, libraries. So these are the typical types of public facility categories that are addressed by cities. And again, there's the potential to collect a fee to help pay for capital projects that fall under each of these categories. More specifically, we're talking about additional components as they relate to parks, police, fire, and roads. So think about additional playgrounds that may be needed to accommodate additional residents, additional parkland. Looking at your existing park and recreation system now, what do current residents enjoy? The assumption is that there will be a need to add additional playgrounds, for example, so that future residents can enjoy the same level of service. Additional square footage. So what about perhaps expanding a police building or building an additional fire station? Adding building area that allows the city to expand its ability to serve and expand public services in police and fire over the coming decades. Heavy vehicles, additional fire trucks, specialized police vehicles, mobile command center, SWAT van, for example. Capacity adding road projects. Road projects that are eligible for impact fee funding are those that add capacity, meaning road widenings, roundabouts, for example. Those that can accommodate additional cars. We're looking at additional traffic coming on the roads as you continue to grow. So those are the type of road projects that are eligible and will be studied. What you see missing from here is staffing, maintenance projects, so paving roads, covering potholes, maintaining buildings, paying for computers or office equipment. Those aren't eligible type of projects, but think of routine capital projects, and that's what we're looking at. As far as the overall process, there are two formal components or documents. The first is the capital improvements element, or CIE, and that is going to be the project-based document. It's going to, based on projected population, housing, and employment projections through 2050, will calculate what the projected demand is for additional parks, police, fire, and road improvement projects for implementation over time. And then ultimately, how to help pay for those would be a fee schedule that would be established, and that would be part of a development impact fee ordinance that would come later in the process. I want to note that the CIE document has to be reviewed by DCA because it's technically considered a component of your comprehensive plan if you adopt a CIE and establish an impact fee program. And since it's an element, it has to be reviewed by DCA, and it has to be approved by them before it can be adopted by the city. Typically, the CIE comes slightly after adoption of your comp plan because there may be information that we need to glean so that we are syncing up with the comp plan, and that work typically comes first. We pull out from that what's needed to then help craft the CIE, so it follows on the heels of the comp plan. And you, of course, have a state mandated deadline to update your comprehensive plan. There is no deadline for looking at impact fees and adopting your CIE. At the end of the process, if the city elects to adopt an impact fee program, that is done by adopting your CIE and the development impact fee ordinance. And then after that, you would be in the business of collecting impact fees. We are currently in the process of working on the methodology report, which is at the top of the slide. That is the heavy lift of the project. It basically is a very robust technical appendix that gives us all the calculations needed to craft the CIE and the fee schedule for the ordinance. Importantly, we'll calculate what's called a maximum fee schedule. We talked early on about how state law says we can't charge new development more than their fair share. Well, this maximum fee schedule is the ceiling, that is the fair share. And then the council can then discuss what they would want to adopt, either up to that ceiling or at a lower amount. And whatever that adopted fee schedule is, finds a home in the impact fee ordinance. And that would relate to all new development, residential and non-residential. Building permits are the trigger. So someone comes in to pull a building permit for 50 new homes or for constructing a retail store, and they would be assessed an impact fee at that time. Last slide is, these are typical schedule for undertaking an impact fee study. It roughly is about a year. It's a little bit longer for new communities because there are additional public input requirements per state law. And one of those is the creation of an advisory committee. Mr. McClendon has information that he will be sharing that talks at a later date that's pulled from the state law as to what the composition of that committee needs to be to aid in council's suggestions of who should be appointed. It will be between 5 and 10 members, and half of that needs to come from the local development community, because the idea is that people that are affected by and will pay the impact fee, home builder groups, developers, et cetera, they need to be at the table. And so they are scheduled to meet throughout the process. They are, as noted, just advisory, but we want them to provide input at key times that, of course, we will then share with council to help inform your decision-making as we progress. There will also be additional public hearings where the city will actually, or the public will have an opportunity to react to documents, because we're still too early for that. Specifically for the CIE document, there will be a public hearing. And there are 2 required public hearings associated with the impact fee ordinance for folks to be able to contemplate and weigh in on the fee schedule, as well as other components of the ordinance, which is, again, based on and supports state law in its content. So that is the overview of impact fee program and the study. And as mentioned, there is a requirement to convene, have a public hearing tonight. But of course, at the appropriate time, happy to take questions as well.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers for or against?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we did not receive any comment cards in support or opposition to this public hearing. We do have 1 council member in the queue.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and I will open it up for council questions. You want to bring the queue up? Is everybody in the 5 o'clock meeting? I mean, I don't see the queue, so I don't know who's there.
Currently, I have Councilmember Gomes and Councilmember Rhodes.
All right, Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and you probably see a lot of delight in our faces because this is something that we've been kind of waiting for a long time. So thank you for your presentation. I'm assuming that today would be the actual kickoff, correct? Based off of the timeline that I'm seeing.
We've been doing behind the scenes work. We've already been, we've had an internal kickoff with staff because there's a lot of staff involvement where we need departmental data, and we have already reached out and received that from the departments. That's key. We'll be building inventories, trying to understand project needs, adopted plans. So we've already been working on that, but this is still fairly early on and is the initial sort of formal introduction and kickoff, if you will.
And normally, how long does the process take to get to the study, I guess?
Well, we're in it. As mentioned, the methodology report is the overarching document that will feed into the capital improvements element that goes to DCA ultimately, and the ordinance, which is at the very end of the process. So we are in the early stages of producing and formulating all of the calculations and tables and text for the methodology report. And that typically is anywhere between 4 to 6 months, depending on the amount of back and forth that we need to do internally, because as mentioned, that is the heavy lift of the entire project. And so there's often a lot of internal review before it gets, of course, to council. You will be reviewing that as part of this process. And then once we have that done, we can move fairly quickly to crafting the CIE and then have detailed discussions with you all on work sessions or however you may see fit to really get to talking about the fees themselves and how you'd like to progress.
Okay. And probably throughout your, I guess, being involved in South Fulton, you know that we're a very active and outspoken community. And they've been asking pretty much for, impact fees probably since the very beginning, if I can even remember. My question, and I like the advisory committee, what is it, you mentioned something about developers as well, or those people at the table, but what is the makeup of the advisory council?
So it's up to council. The guidance that comes from the state law is it has to be between 5 and 10 members. There is no residency requirement that's stipulated by the law, but it does say that at least 50% have to come from, and I do not have the exact language, but I'm generalizing it's the development community. So think real estate representatives, builders, and that, as I mentioned, Mr. McClendon, I forwarded that to him, and I'm sorry I don't have the exact verbiage, but it generally is who's building housing, who's building and constructing non-residential development, who's involved with that process in your community. And sometimes if a planning commission has people or you already have a development authority that's in place that satisfies and checks those boxes, that can be appropriate per guidance that DCA stipulates. So there is flexibility, but we just have to make sure that 50% threshold, the minimum 50% threshold is met.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. And I don't see Mr. McClendon, but if there's a way that we could get a copy of that.
Oh, certainly, yes. Again, that was something that, because it's a little premature tonight, that wasn't part of the discussion tonight to get into that detail, but he's in receipt of that information to be able to then offer ideas or work with you all at the appropriate time to actually establish that group, since it has to be appointed by council.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Chair is Councilwoman Willis no longer in the queue?
I was in the queue. I don't know how I got knocked down.
Well, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. My question is going to be real short. So if I understand you correctly, we're working simultaneously with updating the comprehensive development plan. And the goal is upon completion of the comprehensive development plan, we will not only be adopting the comprehensive development plan, but we will be adopting our impact fee ordinance.
The comprehensive plan will be adopted first to ensure that you meet your state mandated deadlines that occur every 5 years. And for the CIE component that would become part of your comp plan if you adopt it, for new communities, we suggest that you wait until the very end, once it's ascertained that you will be adopting an impact fee program. Wait to adopt the CIE because it's very specific to impact fee projects. And if you adopt it and then don't end up adopting a program in full, like the ordinance, you are still on the hook for maintaining it on an annual basis per DCA, and that's just, you don't want to trouble yourself with that. So get the comp plan done, and then we will submit the CIE after that as separately, and it would be adopted not too far thereafter, but it definitely is staggered.
And so for the education of residents, I know we like to use acronyms. Can you explain what CIE is or be specific?
CIE is the capital improvements element. And so it is the nomenclature given by the Georgia Department of Community Affairs as to that document that includes capital projects or public facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rao. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next
Thank you.
item. Councilwoman Emeritus Gilliard, if you are watching, we are finally discussing impact fees. We all look forward to your emails and suggestions. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to alcohol license, rezoning, variance, and modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. We do have a number of deferrals that have been requested. The letter A, B, and C are listed for deferral. The first is letter A, case M24-011's public hearing, an application by Apex Sandtown LLC, Carol Wilson, Brock, and Irby LLC, requesting a modification to petition number 2006Z-0040 to modify conditions 1 through 5, to change the site plan in MIX, to develop 7,000 square feet of commercial and office space at 117 single-family detached and townhome residential units at 0 Camilton Road. It's located in Council District 1.
The chair will entertain a motion for deferral.
I move to defer case M24-011 until, what's the next meeting?
The March meeting would be the 25th. The April meeting would be the 22nd.
March 25th.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. I'll take that vote by show of hands.
For that motion approved unanimously, deferred until the March 25th meeting.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter B, KZ 24-013, sub-public hearing, application by Queen Isle Development requesting a rezoning from AG1 in the Cedar Grove Overlay District to MIX at 0 and 4755 Highway 92 to develop 50 townhomes along with a senior facility on 10.45 acres. It's located in Council District 4. This item was deferred on October 16th, November 12th, December 10th, and January 14th.
The chair will entertain a motion for deferral.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to defer this item to the March 25th meeting. The applicant had an accident last month and still under the care of a physician, so we need more time because we were unable to have a conversation with the community. Because there have been several complaints about the community not knowing about this project, so before we make a decision either way, we need to have a further conversation with the community. And right now, the applicant is not in any position to do so. So I move for deferral.
Is there a second? All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchard.
Thank you for recognizing me. So this is the case that's been deferred from back in October 16th, 2024. And so, I mean, we've deferred it, like, is this the 10th time or the 11th? No, I understand.
I think it's the 4th. Is that correct, Mr. McClendon?
Oh, Mr. McClendon?
They never came before the planning commission.
I'm sorry, Attorney McClendon, do you want to just speak to this question?
I think the dates of the deferrals are listed on the agenda. I haven't counted them, but I think there are 4 or 5, if I remember correctly.
That was my inquiry. I yield.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. We're in a discussion. I'll take that vote by show of hands.
Court that motion approved 6-0 to defer to the March 25th meeting.
All right, please sound the next item. Apologies for those of you all who have come out all of these times. Please sound it, yes. I think the chair recognizes City Attorney Kelly.
If it was 6-0, not 7-0, if there was an abstention, they have to explain why there's an abstention.
Mr. Clerk, who abstained?
Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett didn't vote.
That was not an abstention, that was a no.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
6-1 for the record.
please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter C, KZ 24-029, CV 24-011. It's a public hearing, an application by Chip T. Atlanta Buffington LLC, care of Morris, Manning, and Martin LLP, requesting rezoning from O&I to develop 80,000 square feet of light industrial space at 3600 Buffington Center Place. This applicant has also requested concurrent variance from section 405.01 to reduce the buffer from 100 feet to 50 feet. This is located in Council District 5.
The chair will entertain a motion for deferral.
Motion to defer, case number Z24-025/CV24-009. I am asking for referral to April the 22nd. What is the correct date for April?
There are 2 dates in April, so if we want to do the
11th and the 22nd.
22nd, it would be the second meeting in April.
That is the one I would like. Thank you.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
I think it was supposed to be CV 24-11.
Attorney McClendon?
When she, right, when she read it, she said 9. I just was correct.
So a correction to that, CV 24-011. April the 22nd.
All right, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court that motion approved unanimously, 7-0 to defer to April 22nd.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to zoning and modification cases. KZ 24-025, CV 24-009. It's a public hearing, an application by KMT Partners, care of Greg Bowler, care of Morris, Manning, and Martin LLP, requesting rezoning from AG1 to M1 on an assemblage of parcels at 0 Roosevelt Highway to develop 195,000 square feet of light industrial warehouse distribution facility. The applicant also requests a concurrent variance from section 405.01 to reduce the rear buffer from 100 feet to 50 feet. This is located in Council District 5.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I will note that the applicant has actually removed the concurrent variance request. It is still listed here because that request was initially part of the application, and so it has continued to travel along with the application, but I believe in the final iteration of this case, that concurrent variance request will not be a part of the final ask. Staff recommendation is approval. Planning commission recommendation is approval.
I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, are there any speakers for or against?
Yes, we actually have a number of comment cards submitted to and support, in addition to Attorney Bailey, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 in opposition.
All right. The applicant is before us. If you will go ahead and state your name and address, you do have 10 minutes. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for rebuttal or other speakers in support. Your time starts now.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Henry Bailey, counsel for the applicant. My address is 3343 Peachtree Road, Northeast. Mr. Clerk, I provided, there you go, boom. This is a request for rezoning of the property located at 4105 Roosevelt Highway. The request is to rezone from AG1 to M1 for a warehouse distribution development. The land use plan is industrial, which is compatible with the proposed zoning. And before we get into the presentation in chief, I just want to give you just a high-level overview of the process that we've been through to this point. Initially, before we filed this application, we reached out to the councilwoman, as we ordinarily do. And then from there, we went and had our CZIM, and then we had our initial public participation meeting the week of Thanksgiving. And because of the outcome of that meeting, we decided, in connection with the councilwoman, to host an additional in-person meeting to address the concerns that were raised at the original public participation meeting. One, because it was the week of Thanksgiving, and two, because there were significant issues that needed to be addressed that the applicant decided was extremely important to ensure that we addressed, and came out and touched and talked to the people in person about what their issues were. Following that meeting, we then went to Planning Commission, and at that meeting, we received a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission in January, their January 15th meeting, and we ask that you all do the same when it's time to vote. At this time, I'll pass the presentation over to the applicant and founder and managing partner of the KMT Partners, Mr. Greg Bowler.
Appreciate it. Good afternoon. My name is Greg Bowler. Address is at, this doesn't raise up much. Address is at 1776 Peachtree Street, Northwest. I'm the founder and managing partner of KMT Partners. That is a commercial and industrial development platform. It is first of its kind in the country, to where not only do we do commercial, but we have significant amount of experience in industrial. Essentially, my experience is doing around 15 million square feet across 7 states, up and down the East Coast. Majority of that has been industrial, but I've also done multifamily as well as retail. So just moving on to this development itself, and just a little bit more background about myself. Certainly not just a normal developer that just kind of comes in and has no roots at all in the city. While I do not live here, I certainly have a good amount of family and friends that do live here. So I'm very much empathetic about the residents that are here, and being cognizant of how I approach different developments. Also, my kids play football. They are national champions, I just want to say, in youth football at Waccamaw Park. And so, again, my wife is also a Westlake graduate as well. But as neither here nor there, moving on to the development itself. There we go. The star essentially reflects where it's located in retrospect to the district map, which, for most can be a little confusing initially. And so this is in District 5, even though it is extremely close to District 3 as well as District 7. It is right off of South Fulton Parkway, but directly onto Roosevelt Highway. Kind of shows the site itself, which you can tell it's a funky geometry, which does constrain the way that we had to approach our development. So this also shows just essentially the current and surrounding zoning. And so for most individuals, they are very much aware that South Fulton has 3 historical industrial corridors. Roosevelt Highway is one of them. Fulton Industrial, where I've also done a previous development, is another. And then Oakley Industrial as well. This is essentially surrounded around other industrial that's there. And then you do have some residential that is on the south side of Roosevelt Highway and the Fellwood community. This just kind of shows the current major users that are in that area that we would be targeting as a tenant in this space, either for expansion, relocation, or a totally new user. We did reach out to our neighbor, so Well Springs Livings, who has been there, and making sure that we're sensitive to their approach. They were in support of the development as well. This is just a view, just a street view, essentially on kind of approaching from South Fulton Parkway, going down Roosevelt as you're about to make a right turn. This is the view directly from Roosevelt Highway. From a perspective standpoint, from where you're looking to where the building is it's essentially about the distance of a football field, so about 120 yards. It's just an elevation rendering of where the office will be, one of them. This is a front loader, so again, we were very much sensitive to the apartments that are behind this building and making sure that there were no dock doors at all facing that location. And essentially between the trees, which we have a good amount of distance there, and the building itself, it actually serves as a noise buffer for those residents that are back there. And you can see there that we are essentially assuming that we can accommodate around 2 different tenants there on splitting the building in half. And just in summary, this essentially is about a $25 million capital improvement to raw land. We will be putting in a right turn lane, which is required by DOT. The proposed light industrial zoning is compatible with the future land use map, which is currently designated as industrial. We're projecting that we're going to have anywhere from 150 to 200 jobs created in the city. And then from a tax revenue increase, we're looking at a 55x increase from $4,000 a year to $250,000 per year. And there's also, because it's so close to South Fulton Parkway, it is very much minimal impact on the residents in that area. Now, after we have had the public meeting that was in person, there was several concerns about the crashes that have happened along Roosevelt Highway. Taking that into account, which from my standpoint, I prefer to have a light at South Fulton Parkway and Roosevelt Highway. And so one of the things that we needed to do to get that ball moving was to do a preliminary signal warrant analysis. And by doing that, and then incorporating the updated data of the crashes, it actually shows that even though there's not enough volume of traffic on Roosevelt to support a signal, there are enough crashes on Roosevelt to support a signal. And so what we're going to do is essentially make sure that we're providing the data to the city to make sure that that is pushed forward to DOT to get a light at that intersection, because it is needed. Again, we're heavily in support of it. It's great for all the residents that are there, the commercial property is there, that industrial corridor that is there, and I think it would help out a ton. And so we just wanted to note that we are addressing the concerns that have been brought up. And so this is just a little snippet of that preliminary signal warrant analysis. We'll have the final done this week to be able to share with the CDRA. We have already shared this preliminary analysis with them. Just kind of shows the location. This kind of dives into the volumes itself, when those volumes were recorded, and then this talks about the crashes and where it's warranted. So that far right row there, you can tell on the amount of crashes per year, as well as the amount of crashes over 3 years, and what necessarily supports that. And so our development, we want to continue to push that forward to make sure that that infrastructure is there, again, to help out the surrounding areas. So I will reserve the rest of my time.
How much time do we have left? Mr. Mayor, you had one second.
You have a second left.
We have 1 second left. There were 2 people who submitted in support, but there's only 1 second left.
Can we just have them come raise their hand or stand up here and raise their hand?
Yeah, Dr. Betty Zachary and Antonio Sample
This is your
are in support.
Okay, the district representative has asked that the time be
Good evening,
I haven't,
everyone.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Lots of people are talking.
Okay.
And the district representative has requested that the time be extended, so I will entertain a motion to extend the time.
Motion to extend the time.
By how much would you like to extend it?
So normally they have 10. How many speakers do we have, clerk?
You have 2 speakers in support, and you have, I believe, 9 in opposition.
I want to hear from all.
Knock it out.
I would like to make a substitute motion to allow each speaker to speak 2 minutes.
All right. I don't know. Did that need a second, or?
That does need a second, and then it would go to a vote, the substitute motion.
All right, let's take a vote by show of hands.
It needs a second.
Yeah, I would like to make a substitute motion. You said you wanted each person to speak and not to be allowed to speak. And I would like to make a substitute motion to allow each person for and against 2 minutes. And that will, instead of that, to allow each person for and against 2 minutes to speak.
What the time is they're running out, so we want to get the last 2 speakers for them, and then we will go to the opposition side.
Well, I'm sorry, there is a substitute motion on the floor for each speaker to speak for 2 minutes. It has been seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett. I'm going to take a vote for that substitute motion by show of hands.
I would like to just point that if we do it this way, the time is going to be uneven for pro and against.
Yes.
And so there needs to be equal amount of time given to those that are for the item and those that are against.
I withdraw my motion. Can you give a recommendation how we should do this, city attorney? I think what Councilmember Bell wants to do is allow each person that have.
We're going to get the recommendation.
Right, thank you.
You got it. I would recommend giving 10 minutes for and 10 minutes against, so that they have equal amount of time per position.
That's fine, I want to make sure it's fair.
Y'all got what we voting on? Let's take a vote by show of hands.
So this is for an additional 10 minutes?
They get 10 minutes, then the opposition gets 20 minutes, right?
Well,
10 minutes?
For gets 10 minutes, against gets 10 minutes.
They've had 10 minutes.
Additional.
So if they get an additional 10 minutes, does against get additional 10 minutes?
So this is just for the public comment. He used all of the 10 minutes for the presentation. This would be 10 minutes to give those with the public comment. For, they would have 10 minutes. Those that are against would have 10 minutes.
Got it.
Thank you so much.
As a point of clarity, please, just may I understand that, so if we only have 2 additional people to speak now, right? And so what you're suggesting then is anybody that goes over and above the 10 minutes from the opposition side will have an additional 10 minutes?
No, what we're saying is that your time is up. These 2 people will get 5 minutes apiece.
Okay.
And then the 9 people against will get about 1 minute and 15 seconds apiece. Right? 10 minutes for, 10 minutes against.
That's not accurate.
Is that what you said?
So that,
That's not accurate.
So what you're saying is you want to give 20 minutes for those that are against, because it would be a total of 20 minutes.
May I, oh, may I offer a recommendation?
Sure, everyone else is.
So for the two additional people that we have here now, can we add 2 minutes per person? And then when the opposition runs out of time, we can add an additional 4 minutes to accommodate that, and that would be an equal amount of time. That's an equal amount of time. It's 14 minutes on both sides.
How about we just allow each person to speak and y'all just keep your comments brief? Could we do that? Can we do that? Is that okay?
That's two, so it's additional, that's right. So,
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams Brown.
Okay, so, Madam City Attorney, if I'm understanding you correctly, in order for this to be fair and equitable, anyone that is for, regardless of the number of people, would have 10 minutes, a total of 10 minutes. That doesn't mean that they have to take the 10 minutes, but they would have a total of 10 minutes. And then on the other side, for the people who are opposed, they will have 10 minutes, regardless of how long each person speaks. 10 minutes for, 10 minutes against. Now, my understanding, y'all, let me finish. So what I'm hearing is that there are 2 people here to speak for it, and that there are 9 people here to speak against it.
I'm sorry, 7. It's
7 people here to speak against it. Madam City Attorney. No.
Okay, so after conferring with the CDRA director, 4 has already used 10 minutes. Public comment could take an additional 10 minutes. Those that are against, because that 4 would have 20 minutes. So those that are against should have a total of 20 minutes.
That's right.
Yes. So that, are we going back to what I said like 10 minutes ago? Okay. Can we vote on that?
Yes, let's vote on that.
Or do we have more discussion? All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
And just for clarification, because this may happen. So the side that supports, they use their 10 minutes. Well, they don't use all of their 10 minutes. Are they still allowed to come back and rebuttal if they don't use their 10 minutes? I just want clarity. Okay, so, okay, that's what I
think that was gonna be my follow-up question, but we're all talking at the same time.
Let's vote on whatever we're voting on by show of hands.
Yes, we went back to the original motion, which was adding 10 minutes per side, so a total of 20 for each.
So you all, yes, so you all have 5 minutes each, and then the against will have 20 minutes. Go ahead. Your time starts now. Please state your name and address.
Okay. I am Dr. Betty Zachary, 3890 Peace Valley Drive, College Park, Georgia, 30349. Good evening, everyone. I am a retired educator with the Atlanta Public Schools, but I am too, as well, a 30-year resident of South Fulton. I'm here in support of KMT Partners with Mr. Gregory Bowler Jr., honoring progress and opportunity. It is with great pride and enthusiasm that I stand here today in full support of historic and transformative moment, one that is not just about development, but about the opportunity, the equity, and the prosperity of our communities. Today, we celebrate KMT Partners, the first Black and minority-owned capital development company in the nation, under the bold leadership of Gregory Bowler Jr. KMT Partners is not just another development firm. It is a movement, one that prioritizes economic empowerment, sustainable growth, and meaningful community engagement. With an ambitious and strategic vision, KMT Partners is bringing industrial development that will open the doors to 150 to 200 job placements, paving the way for hardworking individuals and families to thrive. These are real opportunities that will shape futures, create stability, and uplift our local economy. But that's not all. The initiative will build significant tax revenue, as stated, injecting critical resources into the local economy that will fund schools, infrastructure, and community services. This is about reinvesting in the places we call home, ensuring that South Fulton and surrounding areas reap the benefits of smart, forward-thinking development. We also, in most cases, recognize the progress that is most powerful when it is inclusive. KMT Partners is setting a new standard by actively engaging with the community, providing spaces for dialogue, and ensuring that your voices are heard. While many developers in South Fulton have bypassed open discussions with residents, KMT Partners is doing the opposite. They have scheduled additional meetings specifically to listen to your concerns, answer the questions, and work collaboratively to ensure that this development is a win for everyone. To those who may have questions, concerns, or simply want to learn more about KMT Partners' purposes, their abilities, their strategic plan, I encourage you to seek out the facts. Visit their website at KMT Partners and take the time to understand the tremendous vision that is unfolding before us. This is a pivotal moment for South Fulton and beyond. This is not just about business, this is about a legacy. This is also about ensuring that the next generation benefits from the seeds of progress we plant today. It is about building something that lasts, something that reflects the brilliancy, the resilience, and the strength of minority-owned businesses leading the way. Let us stand behind KMT Partners, let us champion the growth, and let us move forward together to a brighter and more prosperous future. Thank you.
Mr. Antonio Sample.
How's everyone doing? Antonio Sample, 4606 Underwood Walk, Powder Springs, Georgia. I do want to speak in support of this project. I am a part of the development team. I've worked with numerous developers in South Fulton, Union City, Fairburn, everywhere in South Fulton, and I do believe that working with Greg these past 2 years, he does care, and I want to speak in support of the development. I'll save the rest of the time for rebuttal.
There's 6 minutes left on the clock for rebuttal. You want to start calling speakers against?
Speakers against, please approach the center microphone, state your name, address, the district that you reside in. Eleanor Ross, Drew DeMann, Jill Johnson, Michael Venable, Ellen Miller, Mapp, Glenda Collins, and Alvin Reynolds. In that order, please. Mr. Mayor, you ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Eleanor Kinlaw Ross. I live at 3855 Fellwood Place in College Park, 30349, and it is in District 5. Due to the amendment of time, I'm having to shorten my comments. However, I would be remiss if I did not share the sentiments of Mr. Paul Baldwin, my neighbor and comrade in the fight. He wanted to be here this afternoon to present his comments and his views. However, due to some health concerns that has sort of went left a little bit this week, he was not well enough to be here, but insisted I come by, pick up this T-shirt to wear it that simply says "No rezone, no warehouse," so that his voice can be heard this afternoon. I come before you asking you to vote no on rezoning the property at 0 Roosevelt Highway for a host of reasons. Among them, the safety of the thousands who travel Roosevelt Highway each day, as well as the adverse effects that a warehouse in this location will have on the quality of life of the people who actually live in the immediate area and those who travel that corridor on a daily basis to and from work, school, and play. From the negative environmental impact to the negative impact on the quality of life for residents in 3 districts, we stand firmly on the fact that it's not a good fit for this location. We are not against robust businesses or black businesses. As a matter of fact, I'm an African American who owns a business. But his business profile, the business profile of this developer, does not equate to quality of life for the residents who live there. We applaud him for all of his accomplishments and, you know, all of the intentions that the business have in terms of tax revenue. We're not against development, but we think a different kind of development for this area would be more suitable to add to the quality of life for the people who live here. I'm not sure where I am on time. I don't want to run over. However, I'd like to ask each council member, if you would, ride past Roosevelt Highway at the intersection of Felwood Road any afternoon or any day, any morning between 6 and 8 o'clock and see what you find. Ride by any afternoon between 3 and 7 and see what you find. The railroad track is there, along with trains that sit sometimes indiscriminately, and cars are locked in. We cannot move. If there were an emergency and vehicles had to get through, we'd be here actually acknowledging a death. And so adding trucks and, you know, a 20-bay center to this area is just not a good fit. And for safety reasons, we ask you to vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Ross and Mr.
Joe
Baldwin.
Johnson,
Mr. Baldwin.
Michael Venable.
Hold on 1 second. Thank you, Ms. Ross and Mr. Baldwin. You're in our prayers. All right, go ahead, please sound the next speakers.
Good afternoon. I'm Jewel Johnson. I reside at 4660 Orkney Lane in District 1. I'm going to be very, very short. I am looking at this negatively because I feel that it sets a negative precedence for us. Number one, we all know the problems with the warehouse situation, and I don't have time to stand here tonight and try and dig it all up for you and say it again. But one of the things that has come to me with the zoning, when we are zoning from AG1 agricultural to light industrial, it's been brought to my attention that a lot of the developers are saying if they don't get what they want in terms of warehouses, then they'll do data centers. And if they don't get what they want with that, then they will sue. So I just want us to be very careful. We're in the midst of doing some rezoning. Zoning can dictate to stop what's going on right now. So I want us to be very cautious. And when I say to you, please move forward with the comp plan and put in place the zoning so we don't have this problem that we have today. And I say to you, if the people are saying no, please don't let anyone deter you and tell you we're going to sue. We're used to lawsuits. It's our money. And we will stand behind you 100%. And there's a way to stop this. Just listen to the public. So don't let a lawsuit stop you from doing the right things.
Michael Venable, Ellen Miller Mapp, Glenda Collins, Alvin Reynolds.
Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle, District 6. I want to remind everybody, this is a zoning meeting. Doesn't matter whether you think I'm just the worst person out or the greatest person in here. Doesn't matter if you thought the applicant was super great or a bad person. That is irrelevant. This is a zoning hearing. If you look at your map, there are residential people in this area. You know, if you go back and go deeper, you will find those industrials, but there it is not. There's a full subdivision directly across the street. We just admitted there were apartments right there beside it. This is a complete over-exasperation of a demographic that is defining us and should not. If you will go look at the comprehensive plan, when they talked about professional jobs, it's near zero. All this does is bringing in warehouse workers. Every job's a good job, but let's look at the fact. These are some of the lowest level, some of the lowest paying, some of the most non-advancement track positions that exist in this society, commercial society. This is a spec building. You know what that means? There are no defined people here. You can't come out and say that I'm gonna have this many people and this many jobs. You don't know yet. When you look at this, the size of it, it's not gonna be anything big to where you've got some executives in there. No, it's not. It's gonna be a subsection in there. So this thing about how great and how this is gonna help our economy, that's moot. This goes against everything South Fulton community has talked about since its inception. Support of reducing the over-exasperation of warehouses in this community, regardless of the jurisdiction. We talked about this forever during the last 7, 8 years of this city. No warehouses, stop doing it. I would never thought to the day that I would come back and see us supporting something that we so vehemently went against. This was not an area for industrial until several months ago, this council voted to change the character area of this area to industrial. We're going the wrong way. I'd urge you to not support this application and deny it.
Ellen Miller Mapp, Linda Collins, Alvin Reynolds.
Good evening. Councilors, I am urging you to vote no on the proposed case regarding the 3 parcels at 0 Roosevelt Highway, also known as Highway 29, to build a 20-bay, truck bay warehouse facility. In accordance with the 2021 Comprehensive Plan, Future Land Use Map, this area was designated suburban neighborhood. The future land use map was amended by the City of South Fulton City Council on October 22nd, 2024, without public comment or input. For this assemblage of 4 parcels to be redesignated as M1 Industrial Zone. This, coincidentally, is the exact assemblage the developer needed. The developer held its first public hearing on November 4th, 2024, less than 2 weeks after the redesignation of the assemblage. The intersection at Roosevelt Highway and South Fulton Parkway is already heavily congested and dangerous, with 68 accidents occurring over the last 6 months of 2024. This is according to open records of the College Park Police Department. That's averaging 11 per month. This proposed warehouse, while is less than 1/3 mile from the dangerous intersection, will undoubtedly add additional heavy truck traffic to an already dangerous corridor. The potential to delay school buses during the morning and afternoon pickup and drop-off time for students due to the number of buses leaving and returning to the nearby school bus depot. The proximity to the residents that live on Roosevelt Highway, Welcome Road, and Feldwood Road, all of whom are 1,000 feet or less from the proposed development, including existing apartments at the frontage of the proposed parcel, alone should disqualify this application. According to the M1 Light Industrial District designation for the City of South Fulton, the M1 Light Industrial District, density residential is not allowed. It is further intended to be compatible with surrounding areas by prohibiting activities which are offensive or hazardous to the workers in the area or produce smoke, odor, noises, fumes, vibrations, or other objectionable elements or emanations that may, excuse me, may be detrimental to the health and safety of the citizens of South Fulton. To this end, accepted smoke and odor abatement practices would have to be followed to eliminate objectionable smoke and odor insofar as possible. In accordance with the Georgia Department of Community Affairs, the purpose and intent of the comprehensive plan is provided as a guide to every decision-making for use by local government officials, that's all of you, and community leaders. Decision-making is difficult at best of times, even when so many debated items are made and made in the public eye. The comprehensive plan represents the voice of the citizens, of the community, what they want the community to look like, what they cherish, and what they would like to change, what they consider the prevailing needs or the opportunities to be in the community. As such, the comprehensive plan should act as a guide for our elected officials when making rational, fair, and predictable decisions about the future of their community. Simply put, the plan is the electorate's instructions to the elected officials. The citizens of District 3, 5, and 7 were denied the opportunity to express our voices when this assemblage was redesignated on October 22nd of 2024. Excuse me. Without public input. We had already expressed our voice with the 2021 comprehensive plan. We wanted suburban neighborhood for the Roosevelt Highway corridor. While the subject parcel is located at the boundaries of District 3, 5, and 7, the addition of the trucks entering and leaving the 20-bay warehouse so close to an already dangerous traffic interchange at Highway 29 and Spur 14 impacts every northbound and southbound traveler on Highway 29. Mind you, the speed limit there is 50 miles per hour with no traffic signal. This includes drivers from College Park, Union City, and Fairburn. We have to consider life over profits. Thank you.
Ms. Collins.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Glenda Collins, 3740 Morning Creek Drive. As most people have said, I have lived there 30 years too. And the reason we moved there is for a good quality of life. Actually, I was on the first Zoom call in November, and it was my understanding that the developer did not go discuss it with the council person. And Councilman Willis came on the Zoom meeting and told us to hang up the phone because it did not follow protocol. So therefore, I am against this warehouse because the first reason we became a city is because we wanted to make our own decisions and move away from the Fulton County Board of Commissioners who did not have our best interests. So here we are. We're sitting in front of you now at this council meeting. And we are asking you to please consider our quality of life in the area. And the warehouses will not improve it. And the taxpayers are asking you to listen to us in these moments. The warehouse will give us a negative environment with fumes, traffic, create health issues. And we don't want our city labeled as a warehouse city, a second Fulton industrial corridor with great health issues, which they say black people have the most health issues now. So we need to work to make sure we stay healthy and grow old. We need office, retail, and entertainment spaces for children, adults. Focus on the city and where we want to move so that we can thrive financially while maintaining a healthy lifestyle. It's very important. Think of it. Who wants to be sick? No one. Remember, council, as you continue to promote these warehouses and listen to the other people as opposed to the citizens, we will remember the decisions that you made at this time. And I hope you understand that life and the communities that elected you will stand with you as long as you do the right thing that's for the citizens, for the city of South Fulton. Thank you.
So Alvin Reynolds, you have about two minutes and 30 seconds left.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me this time to speak here today. Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296, District 7. I won't be before you long because I do stand with my colleagues that have come before me and concur with everything that has been said. A couple of things that I really wanted to point out is that this development, even by the admission of the applicant, talks about the traffic issue. That is a grave concern in this area, and by stating that there needs to be a traffic light installed in that area. And I believe that if we move forward in getting that done first, so that we can alleviate some of that safety issue, it will go over well. Also, when you talk about bringing in these warehouses and so forth, at the meetings, you know, it was asked what's going to occupy it. We didn't get anything. So we don't even know what's actually coming there other than a building. So moving forward, I would love to hear applicants, you know, at least know a little bit about what they're planning to bring into our city. And thank you again for allowing me this time to speak.
That completes the opposition. I believe the applicant has, well, the supporters have 6 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone, for your feedback. I definitely appreciate it. It's good to get balanced feedback and insight on it. A couple of things that I think we probably want to consider is that a lot of the residents that might live in the Fellwood area, those railroad train tracks have been there first. They were there. It was very much an industrial corridor for a very long time. It's a reason around that. A lot of that is driven because you're in Georgia. You're in the Atlanta metro. Also the historic name of Terminus, which a lot of that is driven by the port. How many in here have Amazon Prime? How many in here order from Walmart and ask it to be delivered to their house? Target, any of that. All of these demand drivers, I know you want to say no, but I know you do. But either way, from that standpoint, even if you don't, you got a family member that do, you got somebody that does. Everybody is digital consumers today. Whether or not we try to go against it and try to say no because we don't want this development, this demand is being driven by us as digital consumers today. And so from a standpoint of knowing exactly what the use is going to be, I can tell you that it's going to be either e-commerce or it's going to be a light manufacturing to where some type of assemblage. From a standpoint of that there's the lowest paying jobs. First, the minimal pay in Georgia is $5 an hour. The average pay for warehouse workers without any type of college degree is $15 an hour. So we're not even talking about a real skill set of manufacturing to where you can make a lot more of $20 plus. These are a lot more of livable wages, guys. A lot more than if they worked at a retail center and they're getting paid very much minimally and can't even afford their own rent, which we have an affordability issue. I'm on a board of affordable developer as well. I'm very much aware of the concerns and pushing that forward. But this location, even if you had residential there, even if you had retail there, you're going to have the same problems of the traffic that you're talking about, because majority of that traffic is going to be during those heavy hours in the beginning, in the morning, and in the afternoon. Majority of the truck traffic, they're in the middle of the day. Has anybody just stood there around 12 o'clock on Roosevelt? It flows perfectly. It does. It does. I've sat there several different times. Well, ma'am, I'm up here. And so regardless of me not living there, I do drive there 3 to 5 times a week. I am very much familiar with that area, and which is why I'm pushing for making sure that we get a light that's there, making sure that it's funded in that way. And so I do understand your concerns, but at the same time period, this is the highest and best use for that site. This is an industrial corridor, and we're making sure that we are helping to mitigate the concerns of the residents as well. And I'll stop.
I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up for questions and comments from council. Please keep in mind, we will not be voting on this item until the next meeting, which is March 19th. Beginning, as always, is our practice with the district representative, Councilwoman Bell. She has no questions. Anyone else in the queue? All right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown. I think people are getting in the queue now.
I just have a question of clarification for the city attorney, because I heard it mentioned that the developer had not been in contact with Councilwoman Bell, and therefore the meeting or whatever was happening was improper, which is news to me. I've never heard that before. So can you help clarify for me, do we have a written requirement of some sort that the developer be in contact with a council member before they have a community meeting?
As written, no, but it is a courtesy in the practice of the city that if a development is coming to a particular district, that they should contact the council person, especially as a council person already has established methods of communication with the constituents. Now, is it something that's in black and white and ordered into the resolution? Not that I know of, but of course I'll defer to my counterpart as far as the CDRA director. But it is a custom, and it should be the custom, that if a development is coming to a district, that they should reach out to the council person over that district to make sure that the constituents are aware.
Okay, thank you. Well, I see Mr. McClendon standing, so.
Thank you, Councilmember Williams-Brown. We do not currently have that requirement, but if you all will recall our meeting from a couple of weeks ago, that requirement is being proposed in our new ordinance revision that we're talking about. So that is something to keep in mind.
But at the time that all of this was unfolding, and so I'm trying to get to, obviously, because as you know, I have developments that go on in District 6, and developers don't always contact me prior to doing anything, or
right,
whatever they're doing. I don't hear from CRA, I don't hear from developers. Development is going on. I drive by where the Sonic used to be, and they're digging everything up, and so what's going on? So I just want to be. I know what the future looks like. However, I'm just trying to understand how the perception got communicated that somehow a meeting is illegal or improper or shouldn't happen because the developer did not extend the courtesy prior to beginning engaging in whatever the process is.
That is not currently a requirement of our ordinance that the developer has to reach out to the council member.
Thank you for that clarification.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. I would like to further clarify, because I was on the call and I did express to my residents that, what was violated is several residents said they did not receive a development notice, and that is a requirement. Several of the residents on the call who found out at the last minute by being notified on Nextdoor or through other communication methods did not receive a development notice of the meeting. And the meeting was held like 2 days before Thanksgiving when a lot of people were on vacation. So what was a violation is that people didn't receive a notice. But out of courtesy, when people are coming into districts and the districts are impacting several council members, all council members should be notified, and this development directly impacts my district, and I knew nothing about what was going on. Nobody had contacted me, and my residents were calling me, screaming at me 2 days before Thanksgiving while I was on vacation. And so while I didn't mind my residents notifying me of what happened because I'm always there for my residents, I did not feel that it was fair, and I did not feel like it was fair for residents who lived within a mile radius to say that they did not receive proper notice of the meeting. And I also felt like it was disrespectful that a council member whose district was going to be directly impacted was not notified of the development. And so that didn't give me a opportunity to advocate for my residents either. And I appreciate Councilmember Bell, because Councilmember Bell and the developer graciously decided to reschedule and have another meeting, and they acquiesced and had the meeting at Welcome All Park. I also would like to further clarify, because I was on work with several community groups in the quest for cityhood. We never said that we did not want any warehouses. What we said is that we didn't want warehouses near residential communities. We wanted warehouses to go where they should go, and that is in industrial areas that's not going to impact residential community. That's what we said. We don't want to send a message that we are anti-development, because it is a tax base. But I do agree that they have a place, and they should not be near residential communities where it's going to impact people's quality of life. And I do agree that this particular, if there was going to be a warehouse at this particular location, we did need a signal. And but I want everybody to understand we do not control GDOT. As the mayor stated, we do not vote tonight. We hear you. I'm glad that you came out and expressed your concerns. And Councilmember Bell can speak for herself, would never do anything to impact any of our residents' quality of life. And I think most of you all know me. I pretty much listen and try to work with my residents when it comes to development. But I just don't want to send a message that we are anti-development, because warehouses, they are a tax base, and they do need to go where they should go, and that's in industrial places that don't impact residents. And that's what was said on the quest for cityhood. We were tired of warehouses being put in residential backyards. And most of those warehouses, if not all of those warehouses that's impacting residential communities and our quality of life, are not in this jurisdiction. It's not in the city of South Fulton. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
Thank you for recognizing me. This is a question. I heard a lot about traffic. I would like to know from the developer or from the staff, has there been any communication specifically with GDOT? I know the developer mentioned that he had done some kind of traffic analysis that would kind of tee the project up. Can somebody give me a little background on that? If there have been any conversations with GDOT?
So, like we mentioned in our presentation. Oh, sorry. As we mentioned in our presentation, we did provide the preliminary study with our preliminary traffic impact study. We also did a preliminary warrant analysis for the intersection of Roosevelt Highway and South Fulton Parkway. By the end of this week, we will have the finalized report that we could present to the council and city staff and start that conversation with GDOT. But essentially, we have to formalize and complete a formalized study to be adequate to submit to GDOT to continue that process.
And just help me, and I remembered some discussion. Did you say that it did not meet the threshold
Yeah,
based
so-
on your preliminary data?
Yeah, so to clarify that, what separates the preliminary from the final report is for the preliminary report, we took historic traffic data, which was produced back in December of last year. We assumed that all traffic is making left-bound movements, so your warrant analysis is based off of left-bound movements. It's not based off of actual full traffic. It's the warrant, a signal. That signal is designated for a left turn movement through an intersection. So we did a preliminary analyzing the existing traffic from historical data, and we have since performed more recent counts that kind of tells us, coming off South Fulton Parkway, who's making a left, who's making a right. But if we assumed all traffic was making a left off of South Fulton Parkway onto Roosevelt Highway, that traffic alone or the volume alone would not warrant a signal. We heard the community's input at our CZIM meeting, and we went back and looked at the crash history. That was a big concern. One, the warrant 7 of the MUTCD that GDOT uses to determine if an intersection warrants a signal or not. It did meet that threshold with the amount of crashes, and that was actually in our presentation with the amount of incidents over the course of time. And of course, that goes to, I want to say that was history from up to 2023.
Okay.
So I heard a resident mention that it's only increased, so that would only support the case for signal at the intersection.
Just one follow-up question. I saw that the planning commission also had a recommendation for approval. Did they put any conditions around this? And I guess this is a question for Mr. McClendon.
They did not.
Okay. All right, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Mayor, I do show Councilmember Gums and
Okay,
you
yes.
in the queue.
Chair
Councilmember Bell.
recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
I do see that there were 2 community meetings held. One was a virtual on November the 26th. And then there was one that was in person, I believe at Welcome All in January. How many people attended? I guess the first virtual and then, because it's not listed in your packet, what was the attendance?
Sure.
like?
The first meeting on the Zoom was roughly 30 to 40 people. And then the in-person meeting was around 15 to 20 people. And just to clarify the process, before we even filed this application, we did reach out to the councilwoman for this district and had a conversation with her. And to Ms. Willis, Councilwoman Willis's point earlier, we did not reach out to her in advance of the meeting because we didn't realize that we needed to reach out to her because the property wasn't in her district. And that's why we went on ahead and had an additional meeting with her and her constituents at Welcome All Park, which is the second meeting you referenced in your question.
Okay, thank you for clearing that up.
Yes,
So were you able to get, I know that there's a certain requirement of meetings,
Mhm.
but as you can see, there's of course, a drastic difference between the virtual and the 15.
Absolutely.
And then also too, you here in the room, there's a lot of unreadiness, and you probably have heard this already. Have you thought about having any additional meetings to kind of, meet with some of these residents to kind of talk through some of these concerns that they are having, or just try to do some more community, I guess, development around this project?
Well, to the extent any additional meetings would be helpful, I don't think the applicant would have any issue with having any of those meetings. But to be clear, the way the process works per the City of South Fulton Code, we have to, we have to mail out notices to everyone within a 1 mile radius of the property, which is what we did. So we notified everybody within a 1 mile radius based off the City of South Fulton's GIS addresses, right? So we included everybody. And to the extent that we need to go back and have additional meetings where those meetings are going to be helpful to move the ball forward, I don't think that, again, the applicant would have a problem with that, but it's certainly something we're happy to consider.
Okay, all right, thank you.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you so much, Mayor. At this time, I just want to take a time to thank the residents that came out to speak for and against. I want to be very clear that I've received every emails, every calls in regards to this particular case, and your voices have been heard. In addition to that, quality of life is important for not only myself as an elected official for District 5 and the residents, but I think quality of life is a focus of all of us. So we have heard your concerns. We are listening to your concerns. I have heard it, I've read it. And again, thank you all for coming out tonight. We don't vote on this as mentioned, but just know your concerns have been heard. I've read your emails. And quality of life is super important. So we want to make sure that we provide a great quality of life for all residents. So I just wanted to add that. I've spoken with many of my colleagues in regards to this, CDRA as well as ACM. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
Next item on tonight's agenda is case M24-014, CV 24-014. It's a public hearing, application by Ms. Strat Properties, LLC, care of Michael Corcoran, requesting a modification to petition number 2007Z-032 to remove conditions 1A, 1B, and 2C from an amended site plan to develop a mixed-use multifamily building consisting of apartments, retail space, and restaurant space in C1, Old National Overlay District at 2215 Jonesboro Road. In addition to the rezoning, the applicant seeks 2 concurrent variances from section 405.01 and 405.02 to grade in the undisturbed buffer on the north and east side of the site and to have landscape islands for every 10 parking spaces rather than 5. It's located in Council District 7, and staff recommendations approval.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This is case M24-014, CV 24-014. As always, I will remind council that modification cases do not go to the Planning Commission, so this does not have a Planning Commission recommendation. This is a case to amend the site plan for this site, which is commercially zoned. The new site plan will include a mixed-use building that is planned on being constructed at that site. They are also requesting 2 concurrent variances, one for parking, the other is just for grading in the buffer area. And it's my understanding that once that grading is complete, that area will be brought back to the previous standard. Staff's recommendation is approval.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, is the applicant present?
I believe he is. I have 2 cards.
Okay, I see him coming forward now. Do we have speakers for and against?
We have, I believe it's the applicant and an associate in support, and we have 3 in opposition. And the applicant does have a presentation for staff in the back.
All right, sir, you do have 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Please keep in mind, you may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for other speakers in support and for rebuttal. Make sure that you state your name and address. Your time starts.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Abdul Kokumon, owner of Mizirat Properties, 3324 Peachtree Road, Atlanta, 30326. We are a small minority-owned developer. We've been in Atlanta although I've migrated from Nigeria to Atlanta since 2000. And we started a small family-owned developer. We do small office, and this is going to be our first mixed-use multifamily development. Actually, we are seeking a modification of that site plan because the site plan, the land actually was zoned for a strip mall. And with most people familiar with that area, there is an existing strip mall over there, which with what is going on right now is not the best use. So we came up with having a mixture of multifamily apartments with a retail and a small restaurant in there. The 6,000 square foot retail, will be more of a commercial use. We are thinking of something that can bring the community together. I've been talking to some of the residents, and we are thinking of why not even put a cooperative kind of food market. And most people even buy that idea. I do patronize Seven Under in City of Atlanta on Ponce de Leon. And we are thinking that the best use for the commercial space will also be to bring the community together by having a food market. So I'm going to defer the remainder of the time to Michael, to do more of the presentation. And if there's any other question, I can answer that concern also.
You have approximately 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for taking the time to hear about our project. Like Abdul was saying, it is a mixed-use multifamily development that we're seeking a zoning modification, so not a change in zoning. The use is allowed in the existing zoning, so no rezoning, as well as 2 concurrent variances, one to grade in the undisturbed zoning buffers to the north and to the east due to the extreme topography of the site, and the second being to require a landscaping island every 10 parking spaces opposed to every 5 to ensure that we have adequate parking on site for all the residents. How do I click through this? Do I just hit the arrow on this to go to the next slide? It's not going.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes. So here's a aerial map showing the location of the site. To the west, we have an existing shopping center, some commercial, and I believe there's a Wendy's across the street from us, a church to the east, and to the north, an existing single-family subdivision. Here's the survey of the existing property that we got done. You can see the stream that is on the north side of the property that we've ensured to show the correct amount of buffer for the stream, and as well as the extreme topography near the, kind of throughout the whole site. The whole site just goes straight down from the road. That's why we're requesting that variance. Here's our proposed site plan. You can see the building and the retail section on the left-hand side of the plan will be facing Jonesboro Road with parking in the front. Right there in the middle, you can see a drive aisle that you'll drive underneath the building, and most of the parking or all of the parking for the residents will be in the back of the development. Trying to get it to go to the next one. Here's a colored rendering of the site plan showing there'll still be plenty of trees planted on site with that 10 contiguous parking spaces that we're requesting. And we'll be maintaining that stream buffer in the back of the site with all that green space. There'll also be a sidewalk put in along Jonesboro Road per city code. Here's a front elevation of the building, so you can see the retail and the store that Abdul was mentioning on the left-hand side. And on the right-hand side, there'll be, on the lower level, work-live lofts, where the bottom level will be for like a professional or like a accountant, something like that, that will kind of run their business on the bottom side of the building and then have their loft on top. Here's another elevation of the building. The third and fourth levels will consist of 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, 36 1-bedroom apartments, 36 2-bedroom apartments that are approximately 1,000 square feet each. Can I go back? I don't know why I'm having such a hard time with this. There it goes. Here's a floor plan of it, so you can see from kind of looking at a plan view, you see all the lofts on the right-hand side, retail on the left-hand side. There's also a lobby for the apartment residents that will have amenities such as a gym, a business center, maybe a meeting room in there. Here's the floor plan of the second level, showing the typical layout of the 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. Where am I supposed to point it? It just doesn't work. Oh, okay. I thought I had 3 more slides. Sorry. The last 3 slides are supposed to show a typical floor plan of an apartment unit, showing the layout of the bedrooms, kitchen, and the units that have a balcony. Do we have any time remaining?
3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay. Abdul, do you want to say anything else?
Yeah, just to add to it, after also talking to the city, we also want to make sure that some of the lofts, I think we have 8 business lofts, to make sure that whoever is running their business also get their business registration from the city. Also, it's not that somebody is running a business from the house. They are also required to make sure they are professionals and they also have their business license. Also, yeah. Any question? Okay, who's there?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we do have 3 speakers who submitted cards in opposition. So I'll call your name. Please approach the microphone and state your name and address. Drew DeMann, Michael Venable, Alvin Reynolds.
Good evening. My name is Drew DeMann, 4640 Gordon Street in District 7, City of South Fulton. As I understand, this has not gone through Planning Commission yet? It has. Okay. My main concern looking at projects like this is, and this is reflected in the other 2 items that we've just gone through, is the insistence on reducing buffers from 100 to 50 feet, which is pretty consistent across the board. How much of our buffers are we going to give away? You know, and every time we do that, we lose tree canopy. Every time we do that, we lose green space. I'm not sure what the grading and the buffer is going to end up looking like on this particular project, but I think we need to really be firm in maintaining all of our buffer space and not doing variances every time people ask for it. Additionally, with the traffic islands, the parking islands and the parking lots, you know, we all know what it's like right next door in the plaza in front of 50-yard line. That parking lot is just a big old heat island. And all along Old National is just a bunch of heat islands. And a heat island is an area, and typically in an urban area, where parking lots and paved surfaces produce and concentrate heat. And here in Georgia, where we have nothing but heat about 9 months out of the year, it gets really hot. And it's a serious consideration for climate change. And even on the micro level, in our neighborhoods and in our communities, we need to make sure that we have as much shade as possible. And as the earth heats up as it is undoubtedly doing, and our communities have to face intense summer heat. Elders in our communities especially, and people of lower economic means who can't afford to keep their air conditioning running all the time are facing heat exhaustion on a regular basis. And we know what happens in the summer when we have to set up emergency cooling centers to get seniors inside and cool. So, I look at a project like this, I just want to encourage y'all to recognize that we should have as many trees as possible in a parking lot. We should have shade structures in a parking lot that have solar panels on top of them. We should have as much shade as possible in our streetscapes, because cities that don't have it, people die of heat stroke. And I think we owe it to our communities, our people, and the planet to maintain as much green space as possible. So I would say no to any reduction in buffers, and no to reduction in things like tree and landscaping islands and parking lots. That's all. Thank you.
Michael Venable, Alvin Reynolds. About 7 minutes left.
It's Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle, District 6. If you look at the map, this is just a severe problem, putting residents at that location. There are no residential developments anywhere near there. Good reason for that. The property next door, when you go into what used to be the bank, nail salon, it is a right in, right out, a DOT regulation. This property is right beside it. It is going to be a right in and right out. They're not going to let you cross 2 lanes to go on a state highway that close to the intersection of another state highway. That is going to be a disaster for any residential development. Yeah, we talk about the sidewalks that are required to put in on the property line. Look at where the bus stops are. There is no sidewalk going to the bus stop coming from that way, and the other side, it's too far away to move. If you happen to take the bus, you're going to be dropped on the other side of 138. Now, we had this big shaboogle about all the accidents on 138 on the other side of Old National. This is deliberately going to be the biggest and same problem on this side. We're just putting people in danger. There are no residential developments there, and it's like that for a good reason. Originally, the applicant had talked about putting seniors here. That would have made it even worse. They have a safety situation here that we all talk about. That's going to be a big concern of us. We need to make sure that is in policy and in votes. We're talking about disturbing the buffer. There is a subdivision, Lake Royale, right behind there. You know what this does? It helps this property with its water management, but it will kill all the properties beside it. Doesn't matter if you come back and replant or not, it's not going to be the same as a natural buffer to absorb the water that's going to be in this flood zone of exactly where it is. This is not an appropriate location for any residential development with a one-way right in and a right out. It's going to be miserable for any resident there. We don't have residential. They'll be isolated. There are no other residentials in that area. Directly on State Highway 138, and it should not be. I just think that this modification should be denied. If you're going to have something there and keep it commercial, where somebody has the time to go around in a loop to get in and get out, so be it, but you shouldn't subject any residents to that type of thing. So I urge you to deny this modification.
Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296, District 7. Again, this property, this parcel of land has actually been discussed for many, many years, and it has had many challenges for many, many years. It has not been developed on for various reasons. That stream buffer is one of the main ones. Now, there's no room for a retention pond to go on that property per this development. And even the applicant stated that they will be piping and dumping into the stream buffer. Now, you dump into that stream buffer, that streams run right down the backside of the Lake Royale subdivision where there is a lake where it dumps into. That lake has serious problems. Right now, we have been trying to get that lake cleared and cleaned so where it could drain on out, and it's never been done. The best they've come to do is spray for the mosquitoes because the water is standing there. Now, to add to that, it's going to create flooding in the areas, in those homes that are there. I know this for a fact because flooding happens there even now. There was a project that was rezoned from R3 to R5 a couple years back. Same thing came up with the water in the stream buffers and so forth, and that project has not taken off as of yet because of that. The flooding, when it rains, it floods back there, and if you start dumping into that stream, you're going to affect those homes back there, and those people have been living there for about 20 years. And I know for a fact that they are definitely against this modification, and it is not fair for them to go through this thing over and over again with no resolution of getting that water to flow like it should. I urge you to say no to this modification. It's definitely on those bases. We should not even be talking about removing anything as where the buffers are concerned. They're put there for a reason. The only thing that we have to actually help with the flow of water. And you may say that we're against development, and we're not. We're not against anything. We're not against development at all. But development has to make sense. And you have to start to really care about the people that lives in these areas that it's going to affect. This is a bad development. That parcel of land has challenges and has had challenges for many, many years. And so again, I have to stand here and say that I know that the Lake Royale community would not allow or like for this project to go forward because of what it will do to them downstream. Thank you.
That concludes the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, the applicant actually has 2 minutes left.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes.
Hey, my name is Michael Corcoran, address 500 Sun Valley Drive, Roswell, Georgia, 30076, and I'm the civil engineer on the project. Part of our design, when we get into the design phase for the hydrology, will be the design of an underground detention pond. This is typically done in these arc chambers, plastic chambers that are either arcs or circles, and there'll be an infiltration bed as long as the soil is suitable for infiltration. And we'll soak in some of the water, and typical engineering practice is maintaining the pre-development or how it's currently sitting today, those flow patterns. Currently, the property is draining into the stream and exiting the property to the north. So per the Georgia Stormwater Management Manual, we'd have to continue that drainage pattern. Something that we check is, it's called a 10% study. So we have to, if our property's 5 acres, we have to do a study of at least 50 acres, since that's 10% of the 5 acres is the 10% of that 50 acres. So that will, most likely, it should trigger a study for upstream enough to that neighborhood. So we would definitely look into that as well. The second thing is, we're not requesting any variances for the stream buffers. We're maintaining all the stream buffers. We are requesting the variance for the zoning buffers to the north and the east, just because of the existing topography of the site, to avoid large retaining walls. The development's still possible without disturbing those buffers, but we'd rather regrade the hill and replant than place large retaining walls back there.
Thank you. That's your time.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and open this up for questions and comments from council, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Mr. Mayor. The only comment that I have is that there was a public participation meeting that the developer hosted, and it was actually on the day of Snowmageddon #1. And it was, they had some great participation from people in the community, and it sounded the feedback sounded very favorable, and that is all I have.
All right. Dr. Rowell, you in the queue?
Thank you. Thank you for the information about the hydrology report, or that one would be commissioned specifically deal. I think somebody said we needed to make sure that the soil perked on this site. So currently no environmental studies for that at this time? Okay. And then I want to reiterate what I heard, that it was not to address the buffer. It dealt only with the landscape islands. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that, please?
That the variance only deals with the landscape islands and the spacing in the parking lot. Is that correct?
That's the first variance requested. The second variance was there, if you look at the site plan, there's a required zoning buffer to the north and to the east.
Okay.
And there's just the whole site slopes away from the road a lot. So we were requesting to grade in those buffers and then replant per the city, however many plants the city requires in that buffer.
So you're grading, but you're not reducing the buffer?
We're not reducing the width of the buffer. We will be
Right.
removing the existing trees in the buffer
Got it.
and replanting.
And replanting, okay.
Yeah.
That was just, I wanted to get clarity on that. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we will be voting on this matter at the March 17th meeting. That was the last item on the agenda.
Can I take a moment in personal privilege?
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Gomes.
We have a state rep, Deborah Bazemore is in the audience. I know that she has to leave, but she did come to spend some time with us today as the council, so we wanted to take a moment to acknowledge you. And our delegation chair for the City of South Fulton. You want to say, would you like to say something?
Thank you so much for the acknowledgement. I appreciate you. Okay. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the acknowledgement, and thank you for the work that you're doing. And we, at the Capitol, your delegation is working hard to protect and keep you intact. So if you have any issues, please contact us so that we can help you and we can have the discussion. Thank you all, everybody here, community that has come out. And if you don't know me, again, my name is State Representative Deborah Bazemore. You can find me if you need me. And state means I do represent the state. I have districts, however. But I represent the state and I respect my colleagues. So we work together, as it was said here. So appreciate you all. I have 8 o'clock, so I have to go.
All right, before we adjourn, I would like to ask that after we adjourn, we reconvene. This is just a request. that we convene our regular agenda meeting and start with the proclamations. We have several families that are here awaiting a proclamation, including a 70-year-old elementary school teacher. So I would like to get them out by 9 o'clock. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
It's been moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
The court that motion approved 6-0. We are adjourned at 8:16 p.m.
All right, can we convene this 7 p.m. work session? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
It's a roll call for the 7 p.m. City Council regular meeting, February 25th, 2025. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis stepped away. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid. Mr. Mayor, you do have a quorum.
All right, at this time, I would like to entertain a motion to amend the agenda to move the proclamations up to now, and my proclamation recipient is the 70-year-old school teacher. If it's possible, then we could move her up so that she could get out.
I move to amend our agenda to move proclamations up to the present.
I'll happily entertain another a motion for amendments later, but could we just get these proclamations out of the way so we could get these families home?
And are we not doing the invitation?
Yeah, it ain't no need. It's only a prayer before it.
So we need prayer.
Okay, however y'all want to amend the agenda, I just want to just keep in mind that we got some families, that's all.
I will restate and amend my own motion to pray and have the proclamations come first. Amen, please. Amen. Thank you.
And then we can, by all means, take a recess if one is needed. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take those votes by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 6-0.
All right, do I have permission to bring Ms. Goggins? Okay, well, we'll just go in order. Go ahead, we'll go in order. Go ahead. Please sound the first proclamation, Mr. Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Where's Neesmith? Oh, I see it right there.
Chaplain Armster is going to do the invocation this evening.
Let us look to the Lord. Father God, in the name of Jesus, we thank you now for this day. Thank you for your tender mercies and your loving kindness. God, you have been so good to us. Forgive us for our sins, anything we said, done, or even thought this day that was not pleasing to you. Father, help us to come on one accord because we're looking for greater this year. Help us to move from where we are right now and start meeting the needs and the obligations of the people. And God, will be forever so careful to always give you glory, and we'll give you honor, and we'll give you praise, and it's in your precious name we'll continue to pray forevermore. In the name of Jesus, let us stand and pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound that first proclamation.
Going to go in order? Sure. First proclamation is a proclamation presentation honoring Michael Carson, I believe Michael and Matthew Carson. This is provided by Mayor Pro Tem Linda Pritchett.
Come on up. Yes, you too. Yes, Shanika, you too. Come on up. Good evening, everyone. I am Mayor Pro Tem Linda Pritchett, and I have the honor, this is a big honor, because this young man to my right was my next door neighbor in New York, and I've known him all his life, and his dad has known me all my life. So I am extremely proud today to present this proclamation in recognition of Black History Month. And whereas Michael and Matthew Carson are a best-selling, award-winning father and son writing team. Now, Matthew is his son. This is Sam. This is Mike. And his son, Matthew, is home from school. But nonetheless, they are most well known for their publications, African American Inventions That Changed the World, Today in African American History, African American Musicians That Changed Music Forever, How Did Black History Month Begin, and Unknown African American History Makers. Whereas Michael Carson grew up in Queens, New York, and obtained a bachelor's degree in psychology from Virginia State University and currently works as a government analyst. And whereas Matthew Carson is a high school scholar that enjoys researching and writing about history, he has grown accustomed to participating in book signings, which involved explaining to people the content of his books and why knowing about African American history is important. He frequently does news and media interviews, which come natural to him. And whereas the idea of writing these series of historically focused books began when Michael was helping Matthew with a project on African American history and realized that there was not enough content readily available to children or adults on the topic. They began to engage in intense research together that helped them uncover so much of the rich history and stories that went untold. In their book series, they organized the information they discovered and stories in a chronological format, including pictures that make the content easy to follow. And whereas Michael and his wife Shanika co-founded Double Infinity Publishing, their goal is to publish high-quality content literature that represents historical facts and as well as provide a voice and a platform for educating readers. Michael and Matthew have received many awards and acknowledgments for their sales records and donating over 20,000 books to people throughout the country. And whereas Michael, Matthew, and Shanika can frequently be found selling their books at events like the most recent Atlanta Black Expo, Atlanta Hawks game, the African American History Museum, and even gave away free books at the City of South Fulton Juneteenth Day Festival. And whereas as they have traveled the country sharing their story, they had the opportunity to meet a few of the historical figures mentioned in their books, such as Vice President Kamala Harris and Magic Johnson. Their books can be found and purchased on Amazon. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council of the City of South Fulton do hereby proclaim Tuesday, February 25th, 2025, as Michael and Matthew Carson Appreciation Day in the city, the great city of South Fulton. Thank you so much. Would you like to say? We just want to show the book. Oh, and yes, they have gifted the council some books. They have some books with them. Would you like to say something really quick?
I just wanted to say thank you, Linda, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and the council members of South Fulton County, the City of South Fulton. City of South Fulton. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. It's truly an honor. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
The next proclamation is a proclamation presentation honoring Minister Kevin Smith, sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Linda Pritchett.
Minister Kevin and his wife. Would you like to help me read this? Would you like to help me read this? Okay. Hey there. So I am very honored to present this proclamation to my very own Minister Kevin Smith from World Changers Church International. But he wears many hats, and today, whereas Restoration Community Resources Entrepreneurial Mentoring Program was established in 2004 by Minister Kevin L. Smith, whose vision is to successfully impact the lives of young men between the ages of 9 and 18 years old through mentorship with emphasis on education and exposure to entrepreneurial endeavors. And
whereas Minister Kevin L. Smith is a member of World Changers Church International in the city of South Fulton and has a servant leader in the community for over 2 decades. Leading by example, Minister Smith has opened his doors to anyone who has needed support and guidance. As a faith-based leader, he has also been civically engaged through his work with Old National Merchants Association in service as previous president and vice president. And
whereas through his organization, Restoration Community Resources, Minister Kevin's desire has been to assist young men with recognizing and fulfilling their life's purpose. The mentorship of Restoration Community Resources offers a unique learning opportunity and plays a vital role in shaping young men to become entrepreneurs with the hope of becoming leaders in their families and the community. And
the young entrepreneurs of Restoration Community Resources established their own corporation, Men of Valor Enterprises, better known as MOVE, and is incorporated in the state of Georgia. MOVE is a manufacturer of T-shirts, wristbands, and hoodies. Services provided by Restoration Community Resources include speaking and excellence seminars, college preparation, scholarship boot camps, financial and investment education, professional and personal grooming, and mentoring, training, and development. And
whereas Restoration Community Resources received the Nonprofit Organization of the Year Impact Award in 2024, presented by the City of South Fulton Economic Development Office. We look forward to seeing this great resource to our young men thrive and continuing to serve the families in the Old National Corridor.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of the City of South Fulton do hereby proclaim Tuesday, February 25th, 2025 as Minister Kevin L. Smith Appreciation Day in the City of South Fulton. Congratulations.
I just wanted to thank the Lord for giving us this opportunity and this platform to be established in this wonderful city of South Fulton, and it's an honor. And we just feel so blessed that all of y'all said something. So I wanted to have my lovely wife with me, and she graciously accepted the invitation to come this evening, and just thank all of you guys so much for all that you do for the city. Appreciate you, Mayor, and appreciate you, Pro Tem Councilwoman Linda Pritchett. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next proclamation presentation is honoring Gracie Hutchison. This is sponsored by Councilmember Helen Willis, as well as proclamation presentation recognizing Anta Njai, also sponsored by Councilmember Willis.
And the bells. City of South Fulton, I had the pleasure of helping bring the first Miss South Fulton pageant to the City of South Fulton. And I want to thank Councilmember Gomes because she served as a judge. It was a lot. But we had a total of 12 girls. And these are the two young ladies. One is Miss City of South Fulton and one is Miss City of South Fulton Teen. And they will go on to compete for Miss Georgia in June. These young ladies also won. And if they win Miss Georgia, they're going to compete for Miss America. These young ladies also won $2,000 in scholarship to advance in their education. And so I am proud that we have a scholarship program here in the City of South Fulton, but these girls also will have to do community service here in the City of South Fulton, and they will have to serve the community. So if anyone has anything for them to do, I will give you the information that you will need to submit a formal request, because that is part of their contract. They have to serve the community, and that's one of the values of Miss Georgia. And so I'm gonna let Miss Councilmember Gomes present a proclamation because we want to wish them well. The other pageant, you can let everybody read it. The other pageant, the second pageant will be in October, and that will be the cycle going forward. We had to have this pageant in February so that they could compete in June, and they had to qualify by February. Going forward, they will be on the October cycle every year. November 7th. Okay, November. But we'll put the information out. Proclamation honoring Gracie Hutchinson, Miss City of South Fulton's Teen 2025. Whereas the City of South Fulton is committed to recognizing and celebrating outstanding individuals who exemplify excellence, leadership, and dedication to their community. And whereas,
Whereas Gracie Hutchison was crowned Miss City of South Fulton's Teen on February 1st, 2025, earning the opportunity to represent the City of South Fulton in Miss Georgia's Teen competition, a preliminary competition to the Miss America Teen. And whereas
Gracie was exceptional in all areas of Miss City of South Fulton's Teens competition and was awarded the Georgia Power Talent Award in her division. And whereas Gracie is currently pursuing her passion for the performing arts as a theater major at the University of Georgia, while also working towards a musical theater certificate. And whereas her future aspirations include working in entertainment at Walt Disney World and opening a studio where children can receive training in singing, dancing, and acting under one roof.
Whereas Gracie has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to community service through her initiative, Best of Both Worlds, which seeks to bridge the gap between sports and fine arts, ensuring that students feel comfortable participating in diverse activities regardless of stereotypes. And
whereas she has made a significant impact by visiting schools to inspire students to embrace confidence and authenticity, and she aims to further engage with school systems, theaters, and sports teams throughout her reign.
Now, well, short people problem. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the South Fulton proudly recognizes and commends Gracie Hutchinson for her achievements, her dedication to representation of our great city on the state stage, and do hereby proclaim Tuesday, February 25th, 2025 as Gracie Hutchinson Day in the city of South Fulton in honor of her outstanding contributions.
I am so honored to be able to represent this beautiful city of South Fulton and hold this inaugural title. I am really looking forward to getting involved in the community, especially with local theaters and sport teams and things of that such. So I am just so honored that you guys allowed me to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna make sure I pronounce her name right. It says Anta. Anta Njai. Okay, so we are giving you a proclamation honoring you today as Miss City of South Fulton 2025. Whereas the City of South Fulton proudly recognizes individuals who exemplify excellence, leadership, and service within the community. And whereas Anta Njai, was crowned Miss City of South Fulton on Saturday, February the 1st, 2025, and will represent the City of South Fulton in the Miss Georgia competition, a preliminary to the Miss America. And
Anta has embarked on her pageant journey with the goal of empowering herself and others to break barriers and reach their fullest potential, embracing her platform to advocate for education, self-love, and leadership. And
whereas she is deeply passionate about service and community engagement, actively participating in initiatives that improve the lives of others, including supporting children's literacy programs and leading workshops to inspire youth to build confidence and resilience. And whereas,
It's my turn.
yes, it's your turn.
And whereas Anta Njai has dedicated herself to youth mentorship, striving to create more opportunities for young people to succeed by promoting education and guidance as key components to overcoming challenges. And
Whereas she has developed strong public speaking skills, using her voice to advocate for important issues, inspire change, and serve as a positive role model for young women in her community. And
whereas Anta Njai excels academically and firmly believes that education is the gateway to opportunity, leading by example and encouraging others to prioritize learning and personal growth. And
whereas through her title as Ms. City of South Fulton, she aims to uplift the voices of those around her, challenge societal norms, and leave a lasting legacy of empowerment and leadership, both on and off the pageant stage. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of South Fulton proudly recognizes and commends Anta Njai for her achievements, her dedication to uplifting youth, and her representation of the great city on the stage, and do hereby proclaim Tuesday, February 25th, 2025 as Anta Njai Day. Say that 5 times real fast. In the City of South Fulton, in honor of her outstanding contributions.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. I ultimately echo Gracie's sentiments. I'm very grateful to be representing the city of South Fulton. And I'm just hearing these words, it just sounds so good. It sounds so good. This sounds so official, and I'm very grateful. I don't play to play, I play to win. We are going to win Miss Georgia. We're going to go on to Miss America. It's just in the air. That's just what we do. I'm a Spelman College graduate. I'm actually originally from Chicago, but once I got to Spelman, it stuck. And I'm here. And now I'm representing I'm going on to Miss Georgia. So Atlanta adopted me. But in a lot of ways, I think that Gracie and I have been called into this space to reignite the interest for young women into pageantry. If there was ever a time, it's right now, for us to remind them what it means to be a young woman, what it means to be a young girl, like what it actually means, what it looks like, and why it's important and why it's vital. At Spelman, that's where my pageant journey began. I was a 5-time HBCU campus queen. I was the queen of Morehouse College. I was Miss HBCU. And it was in that work that I realized pageant queens connect spaces. As I was listening to this council meeting, I realized people see us and they think that we're just a cute face, a sharp heel, or an even cuter outfit. But we help people, we help people who see things one way, see things a different way. We connect. That's what we do. So to Councilwoman's point, use us. We're ready to work. We need the work. We need our calendar booked, and we want to put the city of South Fulton on the map. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to recognize our bells. They're not old enough to compete, but they will be soon, and they're being trained up, so we're recognizing our 2 bells. Thank you, colleagues, for unanimously voting on this, and I want to make one point. The scholarships that they earned did not come from our tax dollars. We raised the money, and it is being raised through crowning with a purpose. So let's clear, I want that clear, okay? Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So hard, but y'all did wonderful. Thank you so much. Shout a word. We're ready to Thank you. Thank you.
The next proclamation is a proclamation presentation honoring Richard Snellings. Councilmember Willis.
Mr. Snellings. Y'all, Mr. Snellings and I used to fight. All right. Whereas, this is a proclamation honoring Mr. Rashad Snellings. Mr. Rashad Snelling recently graduated from the Citizens Police Academy sponsored by the City of South Fulton Police Department, and has been a resident of the City of South Fulton when it was unincorporated Fulton County, and became an engaged citizen who diligently served the residents in the City of South Fulton in the great state of Georgia. Mr. Snellings has attended nearly all regular council meetings, special meetings, and of the city council and work sessions. And whereas Mr. Snellings has used his university, education, and public policy, and has devoted his time to making sure that his fellow residents are informed regarding the happenings in their local community, and educating residents on local government and county government issues. And whereas Mr. Snellings recognized the members of the public did not have a strong understanding of Robert Rules of Order, he tapped his network to bring free training to the community, working with Councilwoman Bell prior to her being elected. Additionally, Mr. Snellings is a member of Georgia First Amendment Foundation and partnered with the organization and the mayor's office of the City of South Fulton to conduct a free training to city employees, residents, and elected officials on the laws surrounding open government. And whereas, with the help of Dr. Ron Booth, one of his mentors, Mrs. Snellings has organized over 50 educational town halls to ensure residents had a platform to ask direct questions to candidates seeking public office at the city level as well as county and state level. These town halls were citizen-led and has encouraged other community groups engaged in similar conversations. And whereas Mrs. Snellings heard a rumor that a consideration was underway to hold a retreat in Rwanda, Africa, he did the research to understand who proposed it and learn why this particular location was being considered. After Mrs. Snellings obtained his answers, he saw an Instagram post circulating what appeared to be an elected official traveling globe. Using the Georgia Open Records Act, Mrs. Snellings requested and issue credit card statements and engage in what he referred to as a public audit, P-card statements, not just one, but for the entire council. His work around government spending has led to the creation of the international travel policy that is underway, sticker P-card policies and procedures, and third-party investigations where wrongdoing is suspected. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the mayor and city council do hereby proclaim Tuesday, February 25th, a Rashad Snelling Appreciation Day in the city of South Fulton, Georgia. Thank you, Mrs. Snelling.
Thank you so much. All right, I would like to start off by first thanking everyone who played a part in me receiving this proclamation, including the community for the work that we've been doing together around open government. For those that don't know, the component of open government that I've been working under is the Georgia Open Records Act, which is designed to allow anyone to inspect all responsive government records unless specific exemptions exist. The thing I'd like everyone to understand about open records is it actually has a dual purpose. It can protect the city's reputation from misinformation, while at the same time, it keeps the city government accountable to its residents. As we have seen in recent weeks, in extreme cases, it also empowers residents to expose corruption where it exists. I have always maintained that one of the highest forms of honor that you can bestow upon a person is to give them your vote. Your vote is your declaration that you believe they are the best suited candidate to take us to the next level. You are putting them in a position of public trust, and I think oftentimes we forget the public trust aspect. When I received the credit card statements that started all of this, I really struggled with what I saw. I am guided by my moral compass. I have to do what I know is right, and looking back on it, I still believe that I had an ethical obligation to let the public know what was going on with taxpayer dollars. To ensure we are not exploited again in the name of economic development, I appreciate the commitments made by the city to protect our assets, which include creation of the international travel policy, which is underway, which, as I understand it, will require city council approval for all future trips abroad. A stronger P-card policy with an enforcement mechanism to ensure compliance. Residents all over the city have been demanding all P-cards be audited. Well, that is happening as well. 100% of the P-cards are being audited. While this is not a forensic audit, it could lead to one. Councilwoman Willis, I'd like to thank you and the City Council for recognizing me, and by way of this proclamation, it is my renewed commitment to continue the work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snelling.
Yes. And the last proclamation is a proclamation recognizing Miss Kazwana Goggins. It's sponsored by Mayor Khalid and the full council.
Thank you. Dr. Rao, will you join me? You're their district representative. All right. This proclamation has been a long time coming. This is an amazing teacher that we want to acknowledge, and we're going to do that now. I'm going to ask Councilwoman Rao, who is her district councilwoman, to come up and read this with me. Whereas the City of South Fulton, Georgia acknowledges Ms. Kazwina Goggins, a special education teacher at Cliftondale Elementary, for her contributions to the South Fulton community, and
Whereas Ms. Goggins, through care for each special needs student, precedes the title of special education teacher and solidifies her role as an honorable caregiver with everlasting impact. And whereas rather than stereotypically looking at her students as challenging, Ms. Goggins instead challenges the stereotypes placed on special needs students, taking a doctor's recommendation of obligatory parental in-school supervision for a severe special needs student into a program that saw that same student thriving under Ms. Goggins' care despite the student's perceived limitations. And
whereas because of Ms. Goggins' care, that very same student became an honor roll student, as her differences were nurtured and managed by Ms. Goggins to the point where that student's inner child thrived and her development became limitless. And whereas when a special needs student was violently attacked on the bus during summer school and their hair pulled out of their scalp, as a result, Ms. Goggins religiously wore a scarf in unity with the student, not only getting her trust school again, but building her confidence back up as well.
whereas through her love, solidarity, and commitment, Ms. Goggins' value to impact the special needs students of Cliftondale Elementary is immeasurable and extends to the South Fulton community and to all who come across her presence. Now therefore be it resolved
that the mayor and the city
council do hereby proclaim
Monday, December
29th, 2025 as Ms. Goggins Appreciation Day in the city of South Fulton.
I just personally want to say thank you for caring for our most special children and for standing up to bullies.
Thank you so much.
She doesn't want to say anything. We're just going to take a picture.
Thank you.
Everyone's looking right here. 1, 2, and 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations. And my apologies to Councilwoman Gums. I had the district wrong. Shall we power through this agenda? Do folks need a break?
No, we need. Let's power through, because we gotta do executive session.
I will entertain. If people can just take breaks individually. All right. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Next item on the agenda is public comment. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, we have received a number of public comment speaker cards. Some of the cards do not identify the topic of discussion, so I will read the rules that governs public comment. Any City of South Fulton resident or business owner who wishes to address the mayor and city council and offer public comment on any item on the agenda may do so during the public comment period of the meeting. Any county, state, and federal elected official should be allowed to speak regardless of city of residence. Comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Public comments should be limited to only those items appearing on the current city council meeting agenda. The person or City of South Fulton business owner desiring to speak should rise, address the city council, and when recognized, state their name, residential or business address, the agenda item that they are addressing, and the city council district in which they reside. All remarks should be addressed to the council as a whole and not to any member. To ensure the opportunity for all those desiring to speak before the city council, there is no yielding of time to another speaker. Speakers may not employ obscenities or threats of violence in their comments. Speakers may not use public comments to campaign for political office, either for themselves or on behalf of other candidates, for the purposes of limiting political influence on city employees and encouraging orderly and efficient meetings. With those rules read into the record, I will call those persons who have submitted a card. Please address the center podium with your name, address, district that you reside in, the agenda item that you will be speaking about, and the council district. Please come in this order. Ellen Miller Mapp, Richard Snellings, Eric Meyer, Patricia Wise, have Mel Keaton, Clara Turpin. Again, please state the agenda item you are speaking about.
Red means it's on.
It's on?
No, green is on.
Green means it's on. Okay.
Okay. Ellen Miller Mapp. I live at 5690 Wisbeck Way, and I'm in District 7. I'm speaking on on Councilor Willis's proposed legislation on Merck Miles. And from the beginning, when the sanitation issue or for changing, many of you may know I have always opposed the change and still not very happy with the change. But in this case, I am supporting Councilor Willis's legislation. It was, in fact, inspired by initiative by Mr. Richard Snellings regarding the way the city has managed to double bill COSF, City of South Fulton citizens who utilize bulk waste services at Merck Mile. First, we are taxed with our annual property tax for sanitation services. Through this tax, the City of South Fulton pays a subsidy to Merck Miles. Second, when citizens take bulk trash to Merck Miles, we pay again. $10 for 360 pounds when the weight limit was reduced now to 150 pounds while keeping the resident cost at $10. It was nothing more than increasing the resident cost to manage the bulk waste. That's double billing. The smaller bins we have to work with at home does not provide for solid waste generated by a typical household over a month's time. As a result, many hire junk hauling services as needed, or worse, there is more illegal dumping appearing around the city. The citizens have gotten the short end of the stick in this latest edition of our sanitation debacle. I hope you all support the legislation. That will give the citizens some relief. It's not perfect, but it will help. Thank you.
All right, Richard Snellings, 1980, Loch Lomond in District 1. Over the last few months, I gutted my entire downstairs as part of a renovation. With any renovation comes the need for construction debris removal. We have the Citizens Convenience Center at Merck Mile right here in South Fulton. When the city reopened the facility, it kept the rate the same at $10, but reduced the weight limit, which resulted in a significant cost increase to residents who already bear the cost of Merck Mile in our annual sanitation bills. It was cheaper for me to go outside the city to rent a 20-yard dumpster than to use Merck Mile. I did watch the explanation given by the sanitation director, and I disagree with him over the 150 pounds is a lot of weight. To put this into context, 150 pounds could be drywall, it could be paint, it could be plywood. These three things alone would have someone over 150 pounds, and these are things found in many garages that people discard regularly. So let me explain what occurs at Merck Mile. I go to Merck Mile with drywall, plywood, and other items. I know paint is rated differently, but I'm just using it for weight purposes. I put my pickup truck on the scale. They direct me to where to go and then I return to pay. I'm then told my 3 items weighed 154 pounds, and now I owe the city $60 instead of the $10 that I was expecting. So now, because I went 4 pounds over, I'm paying 6 times the price. This is after I've already contributed to subsidize the cost of Merck Mile. I'd ask that the council support this measure to increase the weight limit for Merck Mile Citizen Convenience Center and for residents and homeowners here in the city of South Fulton. Thank you.
Eric Meyer, Patricia Wise, Mel Keaton, Clara Turpin,
How you doing? Mel Keaton, Alasheba Drive, and I want to speak to you about I got two different things I want to speak about in public commenting. The first thing I want to talk about is this. I kept documents of all the times I've been to these zoning hearings about this one particular case, and I just want to jog in memory for a minute. I don't know if you guys remember the case in about Derrick Road that was deferred. It was showing deferred, and I showed up anyway. And the case got heard because it was supposed to be a mistake. So that was the first mistake. That case shouldn't have been heard. In this particular incident, this applicant has been one excuse after the next. I've actually seen this applicant in the hallway at Welcome Hall taking pictures. So I'm trying to figure out, it's not respectful to anybody's time to have somebody show up this many times. I work a full-time job, and I'm a contractor too, and it's disrespectful and disheartening that we would have to come up here and hope to get our case heard about a particular zoning. It's too much. I mean, it's not being respectful of anybody's time, and the fact that this keeps getting deferred, and I know if you just look at the record, the council person said that he would have a community meeting with the community. That never happened. And it was understood that this case was going to be heard at this particular meeting. Now it's deferred again. I mean, I think we got to do something about this. We got to do something about this. It's a waste of everybody's time. It's a waste of the staff's time to keep putting on an agenda. So, secondly, I do think we should support. So I do think that we should support Helen Willis's ordinance or the ordinance about the trash, because I'm a contractor when I leave work and I have a lot of debris, and the closest thing to me is Merck Road. So I take a lot of my debris there. Also, I adopt roads too as well, and it's been plenty of times that I've thrown away sofas and tires and metal and refrigerators, the things that I shouldn't have to pay for, but I throw them away and I pay for it anyway. And it's very costly to do that over a year span. So,
Ms. Keaton, your time is up.
Okay, well, thank you.
Patricia Wise, 7322 Basalt Drive, District 7. I'm talking about the vote to ratify council decisions to reinstate the mayor's access to city facilities. Just want to make a comment. I think another lady in the audience had made a really valuable comment about how we represent ourselves while we're up there, just like how we're supposed to represent ourselves when we're back there. Each one of you have a district that you oversee. We expect that you be leaders in those districts, and our mayor is supposed to be the representative of the entire city. And I just want to say that we all, everyone, including the mayor, deserves everyone's individual respect. I can go on 200 hours just talking about the past few weeks, next door, and everything like that, but I'm not. I think today is a come to hither moment. When you decide to make this vote, I really need you to think about how we got to this vote and why we got to this vote and why you guys are going to make the decision to reinstate the mayor's access to the city facilities, okay? Because I don't want to point fingers, because I can do that on next door all day long, because I just do that, a lot of us. But there's a lot of people that have decided to wake up and begin to really take a good look at what's going on with this council, okay? I'm not going to point fingers. I think we can all sit back and reflect on our own capacities on the board, off the board as well. But I'm asking you, as a vocal member of this community, just like Rashad and many other community members that have been on Nextdoor and Facebook and everywhere else we want to be, that you reinstate this guy's facilities, rights to his facility. I really think so. I think it was offline. I think it was totally wrong. We could read the policy, we can read the procedures, we could read the ordinance, but as a human perspective, I think you guys need to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Or there'll be more next door.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Love you.
Eric Meyer, Clara Turpin, Willie Davis.
Good evening. I'm Clara Turpin. I live at 4600 Highway 92, District 4. And I have a comment on something that Mel spoke about also, is the amount of deferrals that are being allowed on the zoning issues. My neighbor across the street flies in for these meetings. He works in New Jersey. He usually comes home on the weekends, but he flies in specifically to be at these meetings, and then he has to fly back up to New Jersey again for his work. And this one particular case has been deferred. And there needs to be a limit on deferrals. Give them 2 or 3 strikes and you're out. Get your ducks in a row, bring it back when you've got your act together. That's what I have to say.
All right, thank you, Ms. Turpins, and please express our apologies to your neighbor. Mr. Clerk.
Eric Meyer or Willie Davis? Don't see them, so that completes the public comment for this evening.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, there. Go ahead, young lady.
Good evening. I asked to fill out a public card, but I was told I cannot. Considering this is a public comment, I thought I should, but nevertheless, my name is Kedra Jackson. I live at 212 Old Fig Lane, Fairburn, Georgia, 30213. I am speaking in regards to Z24-013. This petition has been deferred more than it is stated on the agenda. I heard of this case in April 2024 via Nextdoor. I have done my best to attend the meetings and follow this case. Since the application was submitted, the applicant has always deferred this case. They've never appeared at a meeting. They have never submitted a community notification to the surrounding property owners. At least I have not received one. I have heard repeatedly tonight that this is a requirement, and I know that to be true because I am a professional planner. Also, the applicant has been made aware, here it is, excuse me, let me back up. In my profession, I'll say this because I'm reading from my phone. If an applicant has deferred more than 3 times where I work, you are asked to withdraw the case or come back at a later time. This applicant has definitely shown unreadiness. I question the integrity of this applicant. Also, I question the integrity of Council Member Sebastian. Here's why. On next door, there were conversations made with constituents, his constituents. I was not pleased the way he handled that. I was not pleased the way he went back and forth. Yes,
Ma'am,
who's
hi.
speaking?
I'm the city attorney. At the beginning of the public comments, the clerks read the rules for public comments, that you're to address the council as a whole and not any one personal council person.
Okay.
I would ask for you to make your comments more general in nature as to not address Councilman Sebastian directly. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, 22 seconds left.
Okay, I will say this. If your constituents is presenting a concern to you, hear them out. It drives one to believe that you're with the applicant. So I will end my comments here because I definitely don't want to, ruffle any feathers, but I am concerned with this development. And I also want to say if the city will consider a text amendment limiting the number of deferral requests, that would be great as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for your comments.
I too wanted to sign up to speak during public comments and was told that 15 cards had been given out and they couldn't give out anymore. So I think that's inappropriate because we definitely didn't see 15 people come up here. And even if we did, that doesn't mean everybody's speaking for 2 minutes to run out the 30-minute clock. So
Mayor.
may I?
May we allow her, do we need to vote?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm also going to speak on Merck Miles, Connie Robinson, District 2. I appreciate Councilwoman Willis bringing this back to the table because we all know way back when we were looking at sanitation, there were many residents that were not for this. And then when we hear, based on the February 11th meeting, that residents are being charged outrageous prices and that there's no real distinction between contractors and residents because you're either a resident or a non-resident. As it was brought out, we definitely need to break down the tiers. Also, there was mention of the tax commissioner's collections, and we have about 39,000 residents that are being, I will say, paid for or subsidized, not subsidized, but basically the tax commissioner makes us whole as it relates to the residents that we are not receiving that cost from, but we don't even know how many residents that is. So are we really benefiting the residents or not? We really don't know, but we do know that we're setting our residents up for the tax collector to put liens on their properties if they don't pay their sanitation bills. Now, we have residents that they were taking their sanitation to Merck Miles along with their recycles, but we were told we had to buy into this one source provider, pay this fee whether we wanted to or not, but then our recyclables were not included and we still got to make the trip to the dump. And then that's not even counting the homeowners that are not even in their homes for entire months at a time for various reasons, but they still have to pay this fee. So I appreciate Councilwoman Willis bringing this back to the table so that we could take a full look, as Councilwoman Williams-Brown pointed out, we need to break down the tiers and we need to factor in what are we really paying, like what are the real costs? Is this really a savings for us? Because I heard something about Merck Miles and we need to, basically do some improvements or something, but we have not even acquired Merck Miles. But we want to spend to the tune of $1 million to make some improvements to a facility that we don't even own. So again, I'm gonna keep it short, but I just want to say we do need to take a holistic look at this Merck Miles situation, which we apparently are piecing it instead of looking at it holistically. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Going once, going twice.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kendra Snorton. I reside in Hampton Oaks, 7429 Misty Dawn Drive. Just wanted to express my disappointment with things that are going on in the city of South Fulton. I have good evening, community members and city council. As a concerned citizen who values accountability, transparency, and respect in our local government, it is with deep disappointment that I address the recent actions and decisions of the City of South Fulton Council, particularly the untactful and unprofessional treatment directed towards our mayor. By no means should his actions not be addressed, but it's how things are being handled. It's humiliating, degrading, and embarrassing, not just to him, but to us all that resides here. Public service is a position of trust, one that demands fairness, collaboration, and a commitment to the well-being of our community. Council, you have clearly shown the citizens you all cannot work well together, so we do not stand a chance. The behavior we have witnessed, whether through dismissive actions, lack of communication, or political maneuvering, has reflected these principles. When personal agendas take precedence over our public interests, we all suffer. We the people expect leadership that fosters unity, not division. We demand decision-making that prioritizes the needs of our citizens, not personal conflicts. And above all, we call for the government that upholds integrity and treats all elected officials with dignity and respect respect their office deserves. To the council, I urge you to reconsider your tone, your approach, and all work together. Let us return to a path of constructive dialogue and professionalism. Our city deserves leadership that works together, not against each other. Hopefully, what's put into place that's good for the goose is also good for the gamblers. And to my fellow residents, let this be a reminder our voices matter. It is our right, our duty to uphold the leaders accountable. This should not ever have happened with the mayor. There should always be policies in place prior to, not afterwards. So many loopholes, and we wonder why. If we want to change, we must demand a change, and we must vote November 2025. Thank you.
All right, let's go to, please on the next item. Thank you all for your comments.
Council comments is the next item.
All right, let's start to my right, your left this time with District 1, Dr. Rao.
Thank you. Couple announcements. I want to encourage people to take advantage of checking out the Uncommons 3 at 21 by Sojourners Quilt Guild. It's on display now through March 2nd at the Southwest Arts Center. In addition, The Voices of Donny Hathaway is presented by the AMC Performance Company. This is a new performance company in our city. They had a powerful production that runs through March 2nd. At 4523 Fulton Industrial. I've included that in my newsletter on social media. Please take advantage of that. It was a great production. The Star Ensemble's second annual community gala will be held on Saturday, March 1st at the Southwest Arts Center. Enjoy great food and an evening of community and connection. We also have spring class registration currently open through March 13th at the Southwest Arts Center. As you know, you can sign up and create an account, or you can stop by the Southwest Arts Center and register for classes. And finally, the stage play Jaja's African Hair Braiding is currently being held at the Southwest Arts Center. It runs through March 9th. Tickets are currently on sale. That information is on our social media platforms for the city, as well as a number of council people I've seen promoting this production. So we want to encourage you to take advantage of that. And I'll just say this in general. Everything that's on the media is not as things appear. And I encourage everybody to not rush to make judgments. I think this council, as a collective body, wants to make sure this is a fair process, which is why we took it out of our hands. So that's my general comment.
All right, District 2, Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you all for being here today. Excuse my voice is a little raspy. Just want to make sure I have an opportunity to remind residents about the partial road closure that will be in effect on Butner and Union Road near the roundabout construction. That will be from March 10th through April the 24th. Just a little bit longer as we bear through the process of getting this roundabout constructed. So I do ask people to prepare and also drive with caution. And I do want to commend our police officers because we had a Slow Your Roll campaign that took place. I believe it was yesterday. Was it yesterday? Where we actually saw our officers, I think, on every corridor of Camp Creek with the blue lights and everybody slowing down and braking. And even in rush hour traffic, it was a positive impact for the day. But I do want to continue to remind residents to continue to slow down. And then also, too, you won't get a ticket if you slow down. Also, too, I want to remind people we have our upcoming Senior Health Day. Please join us on March the 17th, 2025 at 11:30. And it is our 80s Get Down with the Get Down. Senior Health Day, kind of like a sock hop party at Sandtown Park. We will also have resources. It'll be similar to a resource fair. So we're hoping that seniors will come with their 70s and 80s workout gear. So hopefully you all will come and have a good time as well. And lastly, I want to remind you all, Wolf Creek Amphitheater the concert series will be opening up very soon. The first concert that has been announced is the Southern Soul Music Fest, and I know a lot of people have been asking for some different type of acts. This is the one, I don't know if many of you are familiar with King George. I know it's a lot of line dancers out there and with the people with the fans and all that other good stuff. But they will be coming to Wolf Creek Amphitheater on June the 7th. So the tickets will go on sale on the 28th of February. So that's in a couple of days. So please take an opportunity to go to Variety Entertainment to get you a ticket because we're going to ask you where those fans at. Is it boots on the ground? So hopefully this council may be able to do a line dance or two. But just wanted to make sure that you all knew about that. And then also too wanted to kind of give my same comments in reference to what Councilwoman Rao has stated. A lot of what you all are reading, seeing, and hearing is not what is actually taking place. Again, we are letting the process play out, but I do ask that you all remain patient with this council because we are doing the right thing. Thank you for your time and your energy. Have a good day.
All right, District 3, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. I want to remind everyone that I sent out a newsletter. We're having a town hall in District 3 on March 13th, 2025 at 6 p.m. at Walkmore Park. Please come out to get updates on the capital improvements in all of our parks and budget updates, and also the public work improvements. Please make sure residents in the Cliftondale community or all over the city, there will be a development meeting on March 26th at Enon Church at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. We are getting a new bank in the city of South Fulton in District 3, much needed. And so please come out and hear about the new development that will be coming to the city of South Fulton. And please remember to participate in all of the comprehensive development meetings. The one at Walkmore Park will be on March 31st at 6:30 p.m. And this is what I will say. What we did was necessary, and I don't regret doing it. I think that you all should get the facts. What was said over and over again was that we had to restrict access to get items that that were taken out to get items out of the mayor's office that were not purchased with the proper financial policies. And we had already said over and over again that it was temporary. And so, no, I don't regret doing it because we had to do what we had to do. And this is why a lot of my colleagues have reservations of holding people accountable or speaking out. Because when we try to do the right thing, then we're criticized. So darn if we do and darn if we don't. And I do agree. Respect goes both ways. You know, when the mayor went on the radio station and made a mockery of my mother's funeral, no one said anything about that. No one said anything about that. Nobody is here defending or telling him he did something wrong when he made a mockery of my mother's funeral and accused me of using city resources when that didn't happen. No one, this is my public comment, and I did not interrupt you. So what I am saying is that respect goes both ways. This council is doing the right thing. And I will be glad when the facts come out. The process will play itself out. And we should not have been put in this position in the first place. We have policies in place and they should be followed. So when policies are followed, we do not have to be put in the position that we are in. Again, I thank the resident for doing the open record requests. I thank the resident for bringing this to our attention because no telling what would have happened if that had not been done. I appreciate it. And again, just like I'm quiet when other people are speaking, I would like the same respect. Thank you.
District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank a few people who supported our senior safety chapter 2. That was, we had a program on scamming this past week. Major Tamika Pritchett from our City of South Fulton Police Department, she did an excellent job. Her and I think Detective Blunt, I hope I remembered that and got it correctly. Also, thanks to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office for sending a representative out who also provided some great information. The unfortunate thing is, we really heard that some seniors have already fallen victim of scamming. And so this for me, it's going to be a continuing effort around senior safety and protecting our seniors, because no way where seniors should be getting to their golden age and having to worry about people coming and taking their stuff. So thank you to those who came out and who supported, and even the rest of the City of South Fulton Police Department. And if I'm forgetting anyone, blame it on my head and on my heart. Now, let me just say this one thing. Because, Madam City Attorney, someone came to the mic and attacked me, so I think I'm due to give a response. And I noticed the people have left the room. Let me refresh people's memories as to what is happening with this development. The very people who are here, who are complaining right now, those are the very people who complained why I asked the developer to postpone the vote late last year. I asked for a deferral because I said, if y'all are complaining, y'all didn't get cards and whatever not, let's have a meeting with the developer and let's flush this out. I have no skin in the game, and I've constantly said from these days that this is a legal process. And the work that we're doing to tighten these notification is a testament that we know that our system as it currently exists is broken. I asked staff in December to defer that item to today. It appeared on the agenda in January when it should not have. And despite that, I was still going to go forward with the hearing because it would have looked kind of weird to defer it again, right? But what happened? The person, the applicant, met with an accident that day, right? And so we had no choice but to defer it again. And it was deferred to today. The person is still struggling and under doctor's care. So it's still not ready to have the conversation with the community. So I'll just say it looks really weird, but that doesn't mean anything untoward is happening, right? But guess what? Guys, this is election year. Crazy things are happening and crazy things will continue to happen because it's just an election year. That's just what people do, unfortunately. So again, I want to set the record straight that, again, I asked for a deferral by a month because hopefully we can have that meeting and can have that discussion. I didn't know people were flying in here from Jersey. I learned that tonight like everyone else. And guess what? All my contact information, some of those very people that sat there, they have my personal cell phone number. So if they really want to have a conversation with me rather than coming up here, as a matter of fact, when we publish the agenda, the item was published as deferred, yet people show up here and saying we're wasting their time, knowing fully well that the item was deferred. People need to stop and stop playing games because when we do that, that's the problem that happened. That when we are trying to do good things and good policies, people are now picking up their pitchforks and coming at us because they have been deceived by other people in the community. And as one of my colleagues said, you have to give respect to get it, right? And so I'm sorry people came down here and wasted their time again, but we should have known. People published that agenda on Nextdoor and then complained tonight, knowing that the thing was deferred. And then they're complaining tonight about a deferral. The same people. So I'm not going to get involved in all the crazy stuff that's happening. I'm here to do good work and continue to do good work because that's why the people in District 4 elected me. And as long as the majority of people in District 4 elect me to be here, to me, that's all that matters. I get up and I do good work and I go home and I sleep well. Thank you all.
District 5, Councilwoman Bill.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everybody. Just want to do some recap and thank everybody that came out or watching online. I specifically want to thank those that came out to our World Thinking Day on Saturday. This was an event that was sponsored by our Girl Scouts that are housed right here in our city, Arlington Girl Scouts. And so that was a great opportunity to take that time to think about people and reflect on people that are in other countries and other parts of the world. And so I'm big on education, big on working with our youth. So again, I just want to thank everybody that came out to the World Thinking Day on Saturday, where we represented over 15 countries, as well as had some dignitaries from other places, some of our business owners that are part of the international from different countries and places, and we had wonderful food. So again, kudos to the Arlington Girl Scouts. We had some really good food, Jamaican food, Cuban food, you name it. Anytime we got food, we had a really great time. So thank you to all the residents, specifically to Miss Tanita Bailey. She's not here, but I definitely want to thank her for coming out and always assisting with our Girl Scouts at Burdette Park. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We've got a lot of things that are starting and keeping it live in District 5. So just want to put out that our City of South Fulton Parks and Recreation, we will be having our first responders basketball league. So this is open to everyone in our community. It is Heroes for Hoops, and it will be starting in April through May on Sundays at Burdette Park. So this is specifically for our first responders within the community, our fire department, anyone that is a first responder and part of the City of South Fulton community. Please come out, men and women. You can sign up for Heroes for Hoops, and it will be each and every Sunday at Burdette Park. So again, I encourage you out to come out. This is part of our health and wellness initiative that we started at the beginning of the year. Just a reminder, if you have not received information, the Old National Merchants Association will be sponsoring a networking mixer event on this Thursday, the 27th of February at Burdette Park. The time is from 5:30 to 8. Councilwoman Bell, myself, is the guest speaker. So please come out and listen for yourselves and hear the great works, the great projects, the great things that we are doing in the city, specifically in District 5. and get connected. You know, it's always good to look on Nextdoor and social media, but it's also good to come out and develop your own relationship and learn and hear directly from the horse's mouth, mine. So please come out again on Thursday for the networking mixer event that will be at Burdett Park. I will be speaking from 6 to 7 p.m. And I encourage each of you to come out, meet your Old National Merchants Association organization, as well as other residents within our community. We also have the Full Court Community Day. A lot of people have asked about the two-time award-winning Workforce Academy, which was started by our director, Chenard Turner, with Parks and Recreation. So we're super excited about the growth and the elevation of this particular program, with making sure that we provide free training and vocational learning opportunities for individuals in our communities. So we have been thriving now for the last, I believe, 2, possibly going on 3 years in electrical. So where you can come and you receive free training in electrical as a apprentice, and you can go out starting at $30 an hour. But we are expanding on that. So we do encourage individuals in the community who may be interested about our Workforce Academy to come out on Saturday, March the 22nd. It will be from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. It's called Full Court Community Day. We will have vendors there. That will be a great place for anyone interested in Workforce Academy to register. We also have Balling with a Purpose, so you can register for that. We will have vendors in financial literacy, mental health, college and career readiness, reentry and adult reentry and transitional services, job placement, and so much more. And just know that this program is providing wraparound services. So not only are our residents, young adults and adults, receiving these free trainings, we're also providing them resume, career readiness training, as well as job placement. So this is just something we want to make sure that we are focused on in our community, as we continue to promote better quality of life. And then last, if you know, I'm a sports fan, and I always like to rock Burdett Park. So our Burdett Park Trojans and our Welcome All team will be taking part in this weekend's GRPA State Championship. So we need the community's prayers and support. We have our AU, 10U, 12U, and 14U. So we are looking forward to a win for our city for this championship. We won last year with our 10U, so we're super excited about our youth and kids that will be participating in the championships. It starts Friday evening at Tracy Wyatt. We will be bouncing all around the city. We'll be at Burdett Park the majority of the day on Saturday, as well as McNair. So please come out, support. And then last but not least, if you are not receiving my newsletter, please feel free to text the word live and the number 5 to 55444. In addition, you can always email me, kiosha.bell@cityofsouthfultonga.gov. If you are receiving, because we can tell when you have subscribed, so we know who is actually receiving and who is not, please be sure to check your spam mail. And that's a great way to stay engaged with Councilwoman Bell and any additional of my colleagues. So again, thank you so much, and have a great evening.
District 6, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of announcements. First and foremost, I want to thank all of the volunteers and the volunteer organizations that came out on Saturday for the monthly District 6 healthy food distribution. I understand that in my absence, it was an amazing turnout, and I actually have 2 pages of volunteers who came out to help ensure that those who were in need were able to receive food to help them get through the month. Specifically, and I've got it written down. I would like to thank Facts to Thrive, the Masons, Plymouth Rock Lodge number 86, Eastern Stars, the Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, Forest Lawn Memorial Gardens, Humanity Homes Uplifting Communities, Essential Innovative Revenue Services, ETS. Certainly cannot forget to thank our Parks and Rec team. It looks like they have left, but no, I see Director Turner in the back. Certainly cannot thank him and his team enough. They do remarkable work in helping all of us here on council manage the various events that we have in our parks. And the many individual residents from the city of South Fulton that promote and help advance all of the positive activities that we have in this sensational sixth. Our next healthy food distribution is going to be March 22nd. I will be sending that flyer out in my newsletter, hopefully by the end of the week, but don't hold me to that. But definitely we'll have the flyer out. Also on March the 3rd, Madam City Manager, we will be having our code enforcement Q&A town hall with our city manager and with our code enforcement staff so that we can answer your questions. You know, I have the code enforcement town hall at least once a year so that you can come out, you can get your questions answered, and also can bring concerns that you have directly to the city manager and directly to the code enforcement department. As well, on March 15th, we will be having our St. Patrick's Day Bingo at Burdett Park. That is going to take place from 1 to 5 p.m. I will be sending that flyer out in my newsletter as well. And finally, most of you know that I could not possibly do what I do unless I had really amazing people behind me and supporting me. But the most amazing of them all is my husband, Ricky T. Brown, who comes to every meeting to support me. And so I said that to say that I want to make sure that I wish my husband, Ricky T. Brown, a happy anniversary. Tomorrow will be 2 years that we have been married. And the love, right? Can we get back on the cruise? Can we get back on the cruise ship and go back to Mexico? But yes, I would not be able to do what I do if I did not have an amazing support system and an amazing husband. And, you know, when all of you who are in service know that when you serve, your family serves. And so I thank him for being a great support system. Happy anniversary. I owe you a chicken dinner.
Black love is black wealth. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I want to tell you guys how excited I was today to testify before the Governmental Affairs Committee in the House of Representatives. We had an opportunity to discuss House Bill 62, which I helped to author with the sponsor, State Representative Sandra Scott. And I want to thank the residents of the city of South Fulton who came and they spoke on our behalf. Patricia Wise, who's here today, Carell Driscoll, and Connie Robinson back there too. What impressed them is that South Fulton was deep in the room. And it's always impressive. People may say that we don't get along, you know, brothers and sisters don't get along. But one thing about South Fulton, either whether it be residents or it be this council, we roll deep and people see us, and it is impressive. So I want to thank you all for coming to testify, because what this bill will do is create some safeguards where there are none at this time. They got to put not the face to the name, but the face to the person who is suffering, you know, and they got to hear real stories about the abuses that are happening in some of the HOAs and POAs in our city. And this bill will allow for residency requirements, some enforcement, some regulation, other types of mechanisms to resolve disputes other than just going to court and spending a lot of your money on attorneys when the HOA uses your money against you. So I'm really glad that we got to address issues. They seemed very receptive. Representative Bazemore was there, and I think she was impressed as well. So I'm looking to see a favorable outcome in that. And so tomorrow I will be hosting a coffee with a cop at my newest hotel, the newest hotel in the city of South Fulton, which is the Home 2 Suites. It is not in Fairburn. It is in the great city of South Fulton. So tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., we get to show off their little coffee station and their little breakfast thing, but mostly they'll get to connect with our South Fulton's finest police department and get to develop a relationship and a connection and just have a rapport with our police. This is an opportunity to talk to them face to face, the people that patrol your neighborhoods and can explain things that maybe you don't understand. So that will be tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Home 2 Suites on 7776 Ella Lane. And then Thursday, I will be hosting another Coffee with a Cop. And this time, it will be on Old National at McDonald's. The reason why I chose to have it there is because I went in McDonald's one day for a Coke and realized it was really nice. It was really clean. And they were bragging about how much work they did to take up their ratings from a low number to a high number. So they invited me to invite you all to come check them out, and also for the police to come by and get to talk to people on Old National. Now, the conversations on Oakley Industrial and Old National may be a little different, but they might be the same. But nonetheless, on Thursday, that Coffee with a Cop will start at 9 a.m. And I will be at both. So you get to chew my ear, bend my ear, talk about anything that's important to you. And that's what we're here for, is for you. So thank you for listening. Thank you for coming out tonight. And with that, I yield.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, those are your announcements. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Mr. Clerk, please sound to the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 7, approval of city council meeting minutes. Request council approval of the following city council regular meeting minutes for February 11, 2025, work session minutes for February 11, 2025, and alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, February 11, 2025.
The chair will entertain a motion. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously.
All right, please sound to the next item.
Next item is adoption of the council agenda.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to actually amend the council agenda.
Go ahead.
I would like to have, and before, let me make this very clear. I am not picking on anyone. I am asking that we remove item number 4 under administration for agenda items, which is request council's acceptance of a donation by Ray Mills in the amount of $20,000 for the mayor's studio. And that item right now is subject to an investigation, so we should not be having any further discussion on that. So that is the reason why I'm asking for that to be removed. Do I have, I don't know.
Knock it out.
Mr. Adams, I sent you a event that I needed to add to the calendar in April. Did you get it? Stop the Violence. Miss Stembridge is a resident, I think, of District 5. And over a decade ago, her grandson was murdered off of Old National. And she has been having a Stop the Violence rally at Walkmall Park for over a decade now. And she does it on a Sunday. She commemorates her grandson's anniversary. And so I have been partnering with her as well as several public safety partners. We have had the sheriff, the police department, and the marshal come out, the solicitor's office, the DA's office all come out, and we cook out and we bring a hearse and people hear about their tragic, they give testimonies about their gun violence that impacted their families. And so I am adding this to the calendar. What date is that? April 27th. And then we have to make a change to one of my events. Dr. Cooper just advised me that Azuka is on September 20th. Give me my date back, Linda. We're going to do it on, what was the date, Dr. Cooper? We said October. No, he gave me a date. I don't want to. I didn't want to steal anybody something. It was October. It was you gave me 2 dates that I can choose. Okay, just say October to be determined, and then I'll come back. Okay. All right, and then that is it.
Here we have some more. Go ahead, Dr. Rowe.
For the item number 5, under administration, vote to ratify council's decision to reinstate. Is this your recommendation? Because he's already had access to the building, correct? Oh,
This was not my suggestion for this to be on the agenda. However, it wouldn't hurt to make the individual votes on the record.
It was
I wasn't at the agenda meeting.
right. It was just as a point of information. You all can remove it if you want. It was placed on the agenda meeting on Friday. The attorney wasn't there to answer some questions that we had about items, or whether they should or should not be on the agenda.
so again, he's already had access, so I don't. So again, he's had access already, so I'm just wondering if this is necessary. It doesn't seem like it is.
So it's not technically required, but just kind of like if there's a vote in executive session, we come out and state that there was a vote and it was unanimous. It's already been out there in the public sphere that it was a unanimous vote, that the access revocation was temporary, that it was specifically tailored for a legitimate government purpose. And once that government purpose was established, access was reinstated. So
The date that he's had access then to clarify, because it's been for, No, she's saying
that's perfectly fine to say that his access has been reinstated as of the day that.
Can you give me the date? I think it was that Tuesday after President's Day. It was almost immediate. She's saying leave it, and the 18th of February.
She did say that.
She did. She said she thought it was appropriate. Right. Okay, so I would just amend it to say that, to ratify council reinstated the mayor's access to city facilities on February 18th, 2025.
Second.
All right. I hear we. Go ahead, Councilman Combs. Okay, Councilman Willis.
Attorney Kelly, didn't you say that this was not necessary? I just heard that. I know I don't have wax in my ears. Didn't you say that it was not necessary? It can stay on, but it's not necessary. because it was done and it was said publicly when we voted. It was said over and over and over again in the media. It was temporary to restrict access so we could remove items. And once that was done, the restriction was removed. So I just ask that we stop placing things on this agenda that's going to cause confusion and have residents come and blast this council unnecessarily. Misinformation is consistently put out. It is not fair to this council. It is not fair to the residents to be gaslighted to come and blast this council for things that are not true. You just said this was not necessary. So why are we leaving it on the agenda? That's all I want to know. Oh.
So although it's technically not necessary because there have been public comments saying and asking this council to give him back access, although he's had access for over a week now, I do think to clarify the fact that this has been published on the agenda, that it's necessary for the council, as Dr. Rao has commented, that access was restored a few days after the action of the council was taken. Because of that, I do think that it would be fruitful to go ahead and make that clear on the record for the residents that he's already had access reinstated as of the 18th. It's up to you whether you leave it on, but it would be my advice to clarify for the residents that he's had access since the 18th.
We've already clarified that on the record, so can we take it off?
I already had a second to my motion, point of order. We had a second to the motion. Let's go. Carry the motion. Are we voting?
No, I think we have some more additions. Is that correct, Councilman Sebastian?
We did have a Councilwoman Bell.
How about we get, everybody else got to make their, amendments. How about we hear all of the amendments? Councilman Sebastian, did you have amendments?
Yes, sir. Mr. Clerk, can you sound the addition, the items that we must do tonight?
It would be my advice to table this item and hear the rest of the amendments and then take this item separately so that it's very clear what you all are voting on once all the amendments are made, to table the discussion on 5.
Whatever y'all want to do. The chair recognizes Councilman Williams Brown.
I'm supposed to read.
So I think that, and this is just my perspective as someone seeing the YouTube videos, receiving clips of radio appearances, reading stories online. There was a very public perception that promulgated that things were a certain way when they were not. I'm sure that we will do lots of postmortems about how that information got out and how things were communicated. But I think that at the end of the day, information was seeded in the public that was patently false. And I do think that it is important that we clear the record and we make it very clear that what we did, with the understanding that there's people who just aren't going to accept it, that there are people who are going to believe what they want to believe no matter what. But I think it's very important, and I think I said to both of you what my concern was about how this got put into the media and what some of the potential implications were for it, legal implications for it. And so I would really like to see I would like to see us take this vote so that we can be very clear on the record in writing as, as to what it is that actually happened and what we actually did relative to the votes that we took at the last meeting. Because it did get put out there, and it got put out there in writing. And I'm going to say this as someone who is a journalist with a degree in radio, TV, broadcast journalism. When you put it in writing, you are expected to retract and correct the written record. And so this vote actually is important because it's in writing and people can Google it. You can go to YouTube. You can go, it's been put out on Nextdoor. It's been put out on Facebook. It's been put out on TikTok. It's been put, WSBTV looped it for 2 days. Incorrectly. And I get it. I'm a journalist. If it bleeds, it leads. That was the very first day of my radio class is that dog bites man is not news. Man bites dog is. So I know how the industry works. But it's in writing in the public. And we have to correct it in writing in the public because that is the standard. When you put something out in writing incorrectly, you have to retract it and correct it. I yield.
The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To me, this is very, very simple. We made a decision when we were not all together. And the agenda item literally says, a ratification vote. I'm not even too sure why we even debated this. So with that, on the recommendation of the attorney, I move that we table this and take it up later on in the in the item. No, Councilmember Willis, we're not removing it. It has to be a vote because it says it's a ratification vote. So I move that we table it, deal with the rest of the agenda, and then we pick it back up later on.
So Councilwoman Rao would have to remove her motion, and then there would have to be a motion to table the amendment to number 5. We would go through the rest of the amendments and then revisit this amendment to the agenda.
Councilman Sebastian, you have other items to add?
Yes, I have a couple of resolutions to add and also around a grant that we're working on with some green and resiliency initiatives. So I'm going to ask the clerk to sound the 2 and then the one for Women's History Month, please.
Okay, the items submitted by Councilmember Sebastian are a resolution by the City of South Fulton City Council to authorize the submission of the Municipal Fund Investment Grant sponsored by the Coalition for Green Capital. Additionally, there's another resolution, a resolution by the City of South Fulton City Council to authorize a clean energy and resiliency initiative and for other lawful purposes. This is sponsored by Council Members Sebastian and Rao. And then you have a resolution proclaiming the month of March as Women's History Month in the City of South Fulton and for other lawful purposes. And this is sponsored by Council Member Sebastian. Mr. Mayor, while I had the mic, I just wanted to be clear, we're just adopting the agenda to add these items to the agenda to vote at a later time. I just wanted to make sure that was clear. what this agenda item is.
Go ahead.
I just, with this information, Councilman Sebastian, in reference to the clean energy, there is already a resolution for clean energy for the city of South Fulton, I think for 2050. So I don't know if staff can look into that, but there is already a resolution that was adopted pretty early on in reference to clean energy for the city of South Fulton.
Should I respond? Should I respond? All right, so the two resolutions that I submitted were, one is to be a supportive document to the grant that we applied for. We did some research, and the only thing we were able to find was the green buildings resolution that Councilmember Worrell passed. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but we were not able to find any others. So, so with that being said, if the and this resolution is not only a green energy, but it's a green energy and resiliency resolution. So it's covering two things. So it to me it does not harm anything, because per the language in the resolutions, if the items, if the content of the resolution is different, then both resolutions will still hold, right? Because this is why we're doing this one, because when we looked at the one for the green buildings, it was very specific to green buildings, right? So this one is more overarching in terms of green initiatives and also building some resiliency for our city. Okay?
Understood. I just think I would just suggest that you all take a look at it because it does. I would just suggest that you all take a look at it because it is very comprehensive and it does cover that as well. So that's just my recommendation. You choose and do whatever you like.
My only the only reason why I'm hesitating is that this is if that resolution does not work or is not as comprehensive as this one is meant to be, this is the only time we'll have an opportunity as a council to pass this resolution before the deadline of the grant. So again, as a body, I would suggest, it's my recommendation, we can vote how we want. Having both does not hurt. If later on we come back and we decide that both of them are too similar, then we just repeal one. But if we go ahead and we do not have anything to submit with the grant that will strengthen our application, then we would have lost on the opportunity not only on an initial grant now, but also basically millions of dollars worth of grant funding that this first planning grant can open us up to. So, as I said, yes, there may be something else there. We did look, but we weren't able to find it. The only thing that we found was what Councilmember Royal pointed out, which, as I said, it was very specific to green buildings. So again, having both does not hurt us. What will hurt us is if when we do go back and find the old one you're talking about, which we haven't seen, the team hasn't seen, if that doesn't cover what we need to cover for this grant application, then our application will be weaker. And that's all I would say. Thank you.
Just very quickly, if I may, Mayor. The resolution is 2019-32 and was co-sponsored by Willis and Gums. And it does say the City Council is vested in providing a cleaner and greener environment for city residents and visitors. The rest of the resolution is mainly focused around the Adopt a Road program. So although it does specifically If that's not the one, then please feel free to send it to me. That's perfectly fine. But the one that Councilman Sebastian is proposing tonight is more specific around the grant. The grant does have a deadline of March 5th. And in speaking to our grants coordinator, I think that's her official title, it was recommended to go ahead and add this as well to strengthen the application.
People have more comments to make, and I'm gonna let y'all do whatever it is y'all wanna do, but we had a work session item in the work session about agendas. We had 2 agenda meetings this week. The first one was on Monday. I'm telling you, so you know. The first one was on Monday. It was the only day that the attorney was available because we had given the attorney the rest of the week off. Then we had a second meeting on Friday. My apologies about this ratification. This was a question that came up because, like Councilman Sebastian said, a quorum of council people had made a decision, as it was reported to me. A quorum of council people had made a decision for which there had not been a public vote. And the question in the agenda meeting was, do we need to make a public vote to ratify this? No one could say for certain. Our attorney wasn't there. I said, we'll put it on the agenda. If we don't need it, we'll take it off. This thing that we're talking about now never came up in either of those meetings. So I just have to ask, my question is, how did this not come up in the yes, please.
All right, so the issue came up because the team has been working for several weeks on the grant. And as we went down the checklist of items, and we were trying to determine what is the city's overall green strategy, we kept finding all these different pieces. You know, we did some work with the cars, there was the one around the building, and so on. And we talked about building resiliency center, you know, there was this, but there was never anything that was overarching. And the reason why it did not come up on the agenda or was not submitted before is that we literally found this out late on Wednesday. Attorney Kelly was off that week. And I sent the information to her, I believe. I started sending her stuff on Friday, I believe. I wasn't even too sure if we were going to be able to get it done for tonight. So I'm not sure why this is really so difficult, because as I said, if we end up having 2 and we need to repeal 1, we can. But if we don't make a vote tonight, we don't meet the deadline for the grant, right? And let me just say this person, I don't know if I've ever walked any items on, right? If I did, it was very, very rare. And I asked for the one for to declare March Women's History Month, because by the time we get to the next meeting in March, it'll already be the middle of the month, right? So that's the only reason why I submitted these 2 today. But honestly, I didn't think the discussion was going to be this long, because I thought this entire council is on board. We're dealing with this issue of climate change and global warming and the need to be a greener and more resilient city. So I'm not even sure why this is a problem. But that is the history of the thing made. This was not intentional. This was not meant to make any problems whatsoever. But it's just because of timing, and people like our grants administrator and assistant city manager Carmen and Chief Jones, we have spent hours time researching and writing and having discussions around this whole thing. So we're just trying to straighten our grant application. So if we don't want to do it, we don't want to do it. But that's the crux of the matter.
It's heard. I'm going to go to Mayor Pro Tem to close this out. Mr. Clerk, how many add-on items are we at now? Just
7.
7. So, and this is, I am just saying, I got the blues for why are these agendas coming out so late? We published this agenda Friday night at what, 7 o'clock? And we still have 7 walk-on items. So it's not, I just want to be clear, it's not just me. This is happening, and this happens at every meeting. Regardless of when the agenda is published, we get to the meeting and there are multiple walk-on items. And I just want that to be, I want that to be noted for the record. And I support all of it. I support the green energy. I support women's herstory, because if it's his story, it's not herstory. I support all of it, but I just needed to point that out. Mayor Pro Tem.
So y'all might not like my commentary, but here's what I'm gonna say. What I think the problem here is a few problems, but the first one is communication. Whatever y'all got going on, we need to email each other, have a conversation so that we can head these off way before we get here and everybody's just sitting around. Secondly, I will ask, can the agenda start becoming developed like now? You know, like this Monday should be, what I'm saying is this, like in my kind of line of work, is deadline, period. You can't file a document you can't file an answer in the court after 30 days or it's not considered. You know, so what I'm saying is we have to acknowledge deadlines. Mr. Mayor, I'm asking if you can create deadlines much sooner than Wednesday or Friday. If you can start working on the agenda ahead of time, everybody please start being more considerate and submitting your stuff way ahead of time. If everything has to be placed on the agenda that's being submitted, then you're gonna have your hands full. But I would tend to agree that this is too many walk-ons. We've taken up too much time. It is 10 o'clock at night and we have not even started our meeting. And that's a shame with no cuss words. So let's just try to just plan earlier and communicate better with each other so that we can help each other achieve whatever paperwork goals that we have coming up, depending on whatever we're working on. And I rest my peace.
Thank you. We're voting on something. We're voting on all these 7. You want to sound out what we're voting on?
Yes, there's a motion to amend the council agenda to add the following items. Remove the item 4, the Ray Mills donation from the agenda. Also to add events, Stop the Violence Rally, Saturday, April 27, 2025. Also, Yeek Fest, amend the date to be October, to be determined. And then you had 3 resolutions added. The first was develop a sustainability plan and participate in Atlanta. Oh, that's an old one, I'm sorry. Resolution by the City of South Fulton to authorize the submission of a municipal fund investment grant. Also, resolution declaring the month of March as Women's History Month. And then the third one is to authorize a clean energy and resiliency initiative resolution.
Chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Release.
Yes, you got it.
Okay. October 11th for Yeet Fest. Thank you.
All right, let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is consent agenda. Councilman Willis.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
I bring agenda items. First is item 10, Roman numeral 10, letter A, administration. Number 1, request council approval of a resolution by the City of South Fulton City Council to authorize the submission of a Livable City Centers Initiative grant application to the Atlanta Regional Commission for the development of a GDOT concept report for the Chattahoochee Riverland Trails. The estimated cost of a concept report is $700,000. The local match is $140,000 with $560,000 in federal funds. The Trust for Public Land has agreed to pay the local match for this application.
The chair entertains a motion.
So move as sounded.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take this vote by show of hands. All right, please sound the next item.
Next item, number 2, request council approval of a resolution to amend the fiscal year 2025 operating and capital budget of the City of South Fulton, Georgia by increasing appropriations in the general fund and sanitation fund to fund infrastructure improvements, public safety equipment acquisitions, and operational enhancements, to reflect the transfer of funds for sanitation capital investments and vehicle purchases, to ensure that expenditures do not exceed the actual funding available. The purpose of this agenda item is to review and approve proposed amendments to the FY25 budget totaling $7,376,760, which will increase the city's total budget from $261,549,373 to $268,296,133. These amendments address infrastructure improvements, emergency response equipment acquisitions, and operational enhancements across multiple departments.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve as sounded.
All right, it's been properly moved and
Discussion.
seconded. Any discussion? Councilwoman Willis.
Are there details to this budget amendment? Is this the mid-year budget amendment? Is this the mid-year budget amendment?
No, this isn't a mid-year. The details are in your packet. The big contributor actually is we have 4 pieces of fire apparatus that were actually budgeted in '23. As you know, it takes a long time for us to get equipment. Now we're getting closer to them being online, and we need to make payment. Fire Station 6 renovations were for $650,000. You approved the contract amendment for that last meeting, but we need to add money to the budget for it. And then there's a transfer out to the sanitation fund for improvements to Merck Mile.
Seeing and hearing no further discussion, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 3, request council approval of a resolution directing contract negotiations for resident rates at Merck Mile Citizen Convenience Center for FY 2026. This is sponsored by Councilmember Willis.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. I'm not gonna belabor this. You guys, this is requesting and directing staff to negotiate for fiscal year 2026. So this is not an immediate change, and all we're asking is for them to negotiate for residents only to be able to pay $10 at the 350 pound rate. And this is not an immediate change. This is a negotiation we're asking them to do for fiscal year 2026. Thank you. I move that we approve this measure.
All right, is there a second? Been probably moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands. Oh, I'm sorry. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
We got a memo that really broke down prices from the assistant city manager, and we just had to offset almost $1 million in improvements based on this amendment. At least I saw two figures for Merck Miles, one for 549,000 and the other for 500,000. And so my question, and you know, the bundle rate, I know when we came up with the 233, that was projected based on our expenditures. It doesn't seem like everything I've heard that we're covering the current operations. So are we going to be finding ourselves in a situation by pulling this out that we're going to spread costs across everybody and have to raise this rate, or we would be able to keep it at the 233?
So you are correct. I think I shared with all of you that the pro forma done on the solid waste plan had flaws. And so the general fund is subsidizing the solid waste fund. The idea of the solid waste fund, it was set up as an enterprise fund, which means that it should pay for itself. It doesn't pay for itself. To be clear, the budget amendment is for 549 in total. It's not 549 plus.
Okay.
500 is for capital repairs, 49,000 is for a vehicle that was approved in the budget for fiscal '24. It did not carry over, and the project wasn't completed. Some of those repairs are safety issues that are necessary. One of the residents said we're paying for a facility that we don't own. We will never own Merck Mile. It's under the umbrella of a consent decree with Fulton County. We will never own it, and we don't want to own it and take all of that liability. We have a long-term agreement with Fulton County, and it's a requirement that we keep up the condition and make sure that it's operating properly. So we are not intending to increase anybody's rates this year. This is essentially, we're taking money out of our savings and putting it into Merck Mile and from our fund balance.
So the program is not cost neutral.
No.
And just to clarify, our property taxes have never paid for the solid waste fee, because I heard people say that in a comment, and that's not true. We've played that independently, so I just wanted for the public to understand that that's never been included in your tax bill. I'm just, so I guess my question is, I want to make sure we're not creating a citywide increase to cover these expenses, and I just need some assurance so I can feel comfortable about this.
Yeah, we're not going to impact people's rate immediately. But I do think we have to, next year in 2026, I think we need to talk about the whole design of the solid waste program. If the council is uncomfortable with an enterprise model where the fees pay all the bills, then we're going to need to restate that, and a portion of property tax will be used to subsidize the program. Generally, that's not how solid waste enterprise funds work.
Right.
The enterprise fund is you raise the money through fees and it pays all of the expenditures. We've already had to pull expenditures out of the fund from the original model, because when I came, it was literally my first meeting here. The presentation was the solid waste fund was going to pay for street sweeping, it was going to pay for all these other things. It can't pay for it. It doesn't raise enough money to pay for it. And then, we had to renegotiate with Waste Pro because the contract had problems. So it's a conversation to have down the road. We're not advocating an increase at this time in the rate. I feel like we need more time to kind of work through this, make sure the community is satisfied with the service. We also heard from residents in the strategic planning CAC meetings that people want options for recycling. So all of these are conversations that I think we need to have. But I can assure you that this is not going to result in any kind of immediate change in the rate. The rate is fixed. You voted on it. That's what people will be billed this year. We already have a draft of their bill that's going to be going out for this year. We're not advocating for any increase at this time. Does that answer?
It does, but it still makes me nervous because I already know where it is going, and I can already hear people talking about, we already know we have to increase it, and we need to be transparent about that because we're not covering costs. And so you're asking us to also expend more money. So this is a cost that's going to be spread across the board versus if we needed to deal with, these contractors. And I do hope you come back with some kind of adjustments about how this pricing model should look in terms of, haulers, whatever, because the comments that I heard today are not normal trash recycling. It was people who were, renovating their houses. That's not a common expenditure. And I would hate for that to get spread against everybody else for one-offs. And that's what I heard from the comments. So I think we need to proceed with caution. I don't know where we'll land. I just wish we was looking at it all at once right now.
All right, Dr. Rao, thank you. Madam City Manager, I think you say that you can have anything, but not everything. At the retreat, we made so many commitments at the retreat that have gone by the wayside already. But one of them was that we were not going to write any new legislation for like 6 months. It sounds like we need to renegotiate a lot of things, like recycling. It sounds like you're going to be talking to them anyway. Is this? I applaud the spirit of this, but is it really necessary to have legislated this? Can you just add this to the list of the things that you're going to be talking with Waste Pro about?
So in order to do a rate change to the residents, we would have to negotiate this with the vendor, Latham, who's the one that runs Merck Mile, because part of our current contract has the rates laid out. So if we're changing it, we would need to renegotiate with them. You all could have directed me to do that, and we would have done it. But we did not really intend to make any changes this year either way. We intended to visit it in 2026, not in fiscal 26, but in calendar 2026. By then, we would have had several years of experience. We would be able to come back to you and say, hey, this is working, this isn't working. And you would have had the opportunity to give us your guidance. Either way, we will go with the will of the council and approach a vendor and bring you back recommendations. But a wholesale look at the program is planned for calendar year 2026.
Y'all ready to vote? Yes. Oh, people have more discussion. I don't see I don't see the queue, but okay. Councilman Sebastian.
Madam City Manager, just entertain me for a little bit. The 500,000 and 49,000, they're not going to subsidize the program. They're for capital improvements on vehicle. Just want to make sure, because this is coming across like we're putting more money towards subsidizing the program. Am I correct?
We are, even though it's capital, it's still a subsidy.
But it's not towards the everyday operations. I guess that's what I meant to say. It's not operation costs. It's improvement costs to the facility and for a vehicle.
Right, and normally when you put together a pro forma in its totality, you incorporate capital expense. because you know things are not going to go forever. It's part of the expense that goes into a thorough pro forma.
And also the thing that we have had to do as well is to purchase those carts that cost us a lot of money as well. So that was another big ding onto the program that we did not expect. And that was to the tune of $1.8 million, right? So that is a lot of money. We are, and my last question, this is my question now. We started this program in 2023. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought we said we would have looked at possible price increase in 2 years. But by the time we get around to look at all of this, at least 3 years would have passed, wouldn't it? So when we should have had an increase, we still have not had an increase, correct? Okay. So with that being said, I am, a lot of us had a lot of questions and we asked for data. Something was sent to us this afternoon. And so I just think we need to take our time and look at this, because this is what was suspected and was said in the last meeting, that the people who come, most of the people who came and had stuff above $10, a lot of them were contractors or doing these big renovation projects. We heard it here today. One guy said it was a big renovation project. The other guy said, I'm a contractor. And I go to work and I fill my truck with stuff, and when I come home, I take the miles. So again, to me, if we allow people like that, we will be subsidizing their business, right? So I don't agree in any form right now to increase that thing unless when we go back, we figure out sources even through the increase or anything that will cover the cost. Because again, staff reported from standing up there last month that if we increase to that 350 or 360, whatever that number is, we're going to have to pay much more disposal costs. Wasn't that what they said? So something that we're already subsidizing heavy wouldn't even need more money to subsidize it if we increase that and not allow people to pay when they have their construction waste. That's all I'll say.
Can I offer one response? So in digging into this, part of the challenge is we literally had the subcontractor in our offices yesterday is the data gathering. You know, the data has not been nearly as easy to gather and as clean as we would like. So we have tasked him with giving us better data, and also adhering to some of the terms and conditions of the contract. So more to come on that. I know it seems like a small thing, and it seems like something nice we should be doing for our community, but it's my job to give you our best advice. And I'm always looking out for the bottom line, and that's part of my responsibility.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and Ms. Liberty, and that was actually going to be my comment about why, because that was my question about the data, about why the data and the data collection and being able to disaggregate data is so important. Because, I've got to clean out my she shed. I'm going to be taking a bunch of stuff to Merck Miles. I'm going to have to pay versus I'm just, hey, I cleaned out a closet. I can throw it in a trash bag. I can put it in the trash can and it fits. But I think it's very, very important, particularly as my colleagues have pointed out, we sat here and heard residents say how they're using Merck Miles. No, you don't do home renovations, every day. But when you do a home renovation, as a one-off is very, very different from having a resident who's also a contractor who is using Merck Miles as part of his contracting business versus I knocked out a wall in the bathroom and put in a new bathtub and and I'm not going to do this again for another 20 years. And I think that however it goes forward, making sure that the vendor has the capability that and the technical skill to be able to capture the data as well as to analyze it, or if not analyze it, turn it over in sufficient condition that somebody else is able to do the analysis for them. And so it may be, I don't know what Latham's capacity is or how they would build it out, but it might be useful we may need to want to consider bringing in some IT expertise if we find that Latham is not able to get the data that we need to be able to collect the data that we need to be able to collect so that we can separate out a resident who's renovated their kitchen and it's a once in a 20-year thing versus a resident who's a contractor that's using it for their business. So, but I'm gonna always ask for the data.
You said you weren't in the queue. You're after Councilwoman Gums. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Willis.
So for me, it's just quite simple. I'm looking at the data that was sent today, and we're talking about a $20 difference. We're talking about $60,000. We're talking about, and that's what I heard Dr. Cooper say last week. We're talking about our $233 tax bill, $17 of it is going to supplement Merck Miles. We heard our residents from across the city, District 5, District 7, District 2, District 1, and several of the Lot Lomond residents in District 1 has emailed me. And they did not like the fact that when they went to Merck Miles, they have had to pay an additional amount. I feel misled. We were told that Merck Miles cost was not going to increase. It was going to be $10. And I didn't realize when people kept complaining about Merck Miles being more expensive that we had to decrease the pounds. And so whether we think Merck Miles should be used for one way or the other, what I am asking is for our residents only to be given to be taken back to $10 and up to 360 pounds. Residents only. That's what I'm asking. You're talking about a $20 difference. And our residents are already supplementing Merck Miles $17 out of their bill. Now, we can vote it up or down, but I have done what residents have asked me to do. I've asked Ms. Subadan, this resolution asked Ms. Subadan to go and negotiate a fee at $10 for residents only at 360 pounds. Everything else remains the same. If this resolution wasn't necessary, then I should have been told it wasn't necessary. The attorney just sat here and said the ratification of the resolution wasn't necessary, but we still voting on it. It was put on a record that residents should pay $10 for 150 pounds. That was put on a record. So it's the same thing. Like, we're not consistent in our decision making. We can vote this up or down. Residents see this. Residents showed up tonight. They have asked that we take this back to $10 up to 360 pounds. It's not just one resident that we are appeasing. We're talking about residents from across the board, and several of them are elderly residents. And so if we're talking about $20 and they're already supplementing this bill, I just don't think it's a big deal. And Dr. Cooper said approximately you're talking about a $60,000 annual increase for the transfer to accommodate residents only. Am I right? Didn't you say that? I mean, that's what this document that was sent to me says. That's what this document said that you sent to me says. And so I mean, we can vote it up or down, but if residents are asking to be taken back to what it was, I also think it's going to decrease the dumping and the litter because before people continue to pay these additional costs and they already know they're supplementing bills, supplementing the MERT miles, I believe they're just dumping it on the side of the road. So we're going to either pay it by having people pick it up or either we make it more affordable so people can go ahead and continue to use MERT miles. It's all about the people, not our personal feelings, not what we think. This resolution asks Ms. Superdan to negotiate our residents only back to what it was. And I yield.
Councilwoman Gums.
So, not to really belabor this, I think Councilwoman Williams Brown addressed it. I do think that we're operating off of a fractured system. The fact that there's not any real data to really determine the usage of what's going on at Merck Miles is, well, to me, I'm trying to figure out exactly how many people in this city is using Merck Miles. How many contractors are using Merck Miles? Like, that's the information that I'm trying to figure out. What is the utilization of Merck Miles? And the fact that we're spending the amount of money that we're spending in regards to, I haven't seen any data to that. So I guess for me, it is about, how they're actually using Merck Miles, because I would like to see how many contractors are coming through on a daily basis versus what the residents are actually doing as well. How many ID cards are they doing? All of that good stuff. But also at the same time, I guess I'm more to the point of how impactful is Merck Miles, being that it is under consent decree and all of the other stuff. I mean, we do all of these special, what do you call them things? Recycling events and things of that nature. And they're beneficial. They're free to the public, but they're also like people are waiting on that special day to go and dump all their stuff at Merck Miles. So I think for me it is very important for us to have that data. But my main question is, in the meantime, I know you're going to be able to go and negotiate, but can you make like I guess key rate change or something in the mix while we're in the process, or like maybe something to say contractors are going to pay, I think what they're paying, $20 now. How much are they paying? I think they're paying about $20 per load or whatever. Like, can we do a special rate increase in the meantime while we're trying to figure all of that out?
Mayor Pro Tem.
So, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I thought she was asking a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So I know it went out late because we were really trying to get the information out of the vendor. We had 19,879 customers use Merck Mile last year. 19,000. 879 used Merck Mile. And we categorized it. The ones that we know pretty much for sure are going to be residents will be in that $10 category, 6,644, and recycling is free at 5,686. So between those two, 12,300 of the 19,000, it's a pretty sure bet that those are going to be residents. They're taking cash from residents, but they only take credit cards from non-residents and businesses. So there is a way to back into the data, but as Councilwoman Williams Brown brought up, we need to probably lend them some expertise on the IT side to pull that data out. Additionally, 79.37 tons of recycle was collected at the 12 or however many sites, recycle events that we have per year. So I know it's not a large percentage of the whole population, but you have to remember the whole population counts every person in a household. Our total number of households is 39,000. So, close to, to half are using Merck Mile. And that doesn't count the individual people who come to the bulk waste events. Because we don't capture per person. People come and they dump their stuff. We don't capture that. So I think it's a very necessary. Asset for the community. The fact that we're not going to buy it, not going to own it, doesn't mean we can't operate and run it, and we shouldn't do it well. I think we can get you more data. What I'd like to do is have the opportunity to look at the comps and see what others are doing as it relates to commercial rates, and have a better process for commercial rates. One of the things that they've told us is they struggle with determining where people live. And while when the more sophisticated people will go into the website and run the address and ensure that it's a resident, the truth of the matter is, when people show up, they say they're a South Fulton resident, they look at their address, they see they're in the general city limits, they're not turning them away. But certainly commercial and non-residents should have a different experience, and especially on the commercial side, which we heard today, it's an abuse of a benefit that's really for residents. Does that answer the question? Not really. So implementing an interim rate, I think we would need more data for it. Which the data is kind of flawed. It's not flawed. It's just not broken out it's not deaggregated in a way that we would like. I think we can get there. We just have to do more work with the vendor to get there. I certainly can come back and make some recommendations.
So, my comment, I've gotten some feedback from people that are concerned that everybody is not paying their fair share on the trash bill. We've talked about the number of, we've talked about 39,000, blah, 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 people have paid, according to the data. Yet people are not realizing that we have about 40,000 rooftops. However, there are places in our city that do not use our sanitation. Renaissance in District 7 does not use it. They have a compactor. Apartment complexes do not use it. They're on commercial. So to be honest, I really believe we're more close to 100% people paying into our sanitation service than the thought that somebody's not paying and you're paying into it and they're not paying. So I'm just making this comment to make that clear so that people understand everyone in the city, the apartments, the locations that have compactors, they are not using this service. They're not part of that rooftop number, but it is super close to the maximum number of rooftops that we have. So I just want to make that clear so that people don't start getting these ideas in their mind. And I guess with that, if there anybody else in the queue? So, Mr. Clerk, if you will call for the vote.
It's a motion by Councilmember Willis, seconded by Councilmember Gomes to approve item 3. All those in favor signify by saying aye. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. For this,
This is for negotiation. That's not what it says? Okay, Mr. Clerk, can you restate the motion?
The motion was to approve the request for approval of a resolution directing contract negotiations for resident rates at Merck Miles Citizen Convenience Center for FY 2026.
Okay, so, so we want to do more discussion? I mean, okay, so Councilwoman Rao, and then Councilwoman Willis, and then anybody else raise your hand. Councilwoman Rao, okay, and then Williams Brown, and then Sebastian. So, Rao, you can use your mic.
The, hold on. Yeah, I want to pull it up. If it's not this specific one, the motion is different than what's in this portal. And it reads, I'm trying to find the number right here. Yeah, it's very specific. Yes.
What number is that?
Oh, God, I'm trying to get out of here.
Administration number 3.
Okay.
It does say that. It says, hold on, request.
I had the floor.
Okay, well, make sure you.
I'm gonna be, it says, the current contract for use of Merck Miles Citizen Convenience Center with Latham Home Sanitation is set to expire on November 2nd, 2024. Should the city desire to exercise its automatic renewal extension after November 2nd, 2024, the city manager shall engage Latham Home Sanitation and negotiates to amend the contract to charge residents $10 for up to 360 pounds for municipal solid waste, construction debris, and yard waste. The charge for non-residents shall remain $20 for up to 150 pounds. That's a very specific thing. I support negotiation, but this is very specific, and that's why I just want to clarify what we're voting on.
Yes, okay, Councilwoman Rao, if you would release your microphone. I have a question for City Attorney really quick. City Attorney, although this proposed resolution has been attached in Civic Clerk, does that mean that this is what we're voting on, or is this just an exhibit?
That's what you're voting on. And I wanted to just, as a point of clarification, the 2024 was a typo. It should say 25.
Okay, Councilwoman Willis. Your microphone.
What I'm reading right here, request council approval of a resolution directing contract negotiation for resident rates at Merck Miles Citizen Convenience Center for fiscal year 2026, sponsored by Councilmember Helen Z. Willis. And then when I go into it specifically it specifically states what the negotiation should be. That's what I am reading. And it also says right here at the agenda item summary, right under requested action, request council approval of a resolution directing contract negotiations for resident rates at Merck Miles Citizen Convenience Center for fiscal year 2026. And that's what I have motioned, and that's what Councilmember Gums has seconded. Motion to approve, request council approval of a resolution directing contract negotiations for resident rates at Merck Miles Citizen Convenience Center for fiscal year 2026 at the rate of $10. It does say that, but it also says request for council approval of a resolution directing contract negotiations for resident rates, Merck Miles Citizens Convenience Center for fiscal year 2026. Negotiations, fiscal year 2026.
Councilwoman Williams Brown.
Okay, so I hear what Councilwoman Willis is saying, and I hear what Councilman Rowell is saying, and I'm reading. I think I can still read because it's 11 o'clock at night. Voting, help guide me. Voting to enter into negotiations with this worded the way it's worded, does it tie us to this specific language that's in section 1? That has these very specific $10 at 360 pounds and $20 at 150 pounds. So if we vote to do this negotiation, are we saying we want you to negotiate this specific rate versus we want you to negotiate to get us to where we need to be in the most fiscally responsible way? I hope that made sense because I'm hungry.
I'm also hangry, so I appreciate that. And I apologize for the typo and the confusion that it caused. It's fiscal year 2026 is after, I believe, October 31st. So November 2nd, 2025 would be in fiscal year 2026. To answer your question, the short answer is yes. That it would bind us to the negotiation terms as listed for November 2nd, 2025 for residents, or $10 for up to 360 pounds, and charge for non-residents shall remain $20 for up to 150 pounds.
Me and Mike. Okay, so with that being the case, would it be better for us to take this language out so the negotiations can be open-ended, so we can get to where we're trying to get to?
That would be you all's purview, but the requested legislation, with the exception of the 2024 to 2025 language, this was the requested legislation as written.
What residents have requested has been very specific. They wanted to go back to $10 at 360 pounds so they can use Merc Miles at the same affordable rate. Non-residents will remain the same, $20 at 150 pounds. This resolution asks Ms. Subadan to go negotiate this rate in fiscal year 2026. If she comes back and say that this is not possible, then we can't negotiate it. But residents are asking us to go back to what it was, because we told residents that we would not increase sanitation for 2 years. Councilmember Sebastian is correct. It is going on 3 years where we haven't increased sanitation. But we also told residents to use Merc Miles was going the increase was not, it was not going to be an increase. If you recall, when Ms. Subadan came in, that this was a mess and Merc Miles had been temporarily shut down. We told residents there wasn't an increase. If you go back and look at the tape, we told residents it was not going to be an increase, when it essentially was, because we decreased the pound. And so it is more expensive because they are paying $10, and the amount did not increase, but we decreased the pounds, and so therefore they're paying more. And so what residents are saying, take us back to what it was. Residents only, not non-residents. Residents only said, give us our $10 back at $3.50 a pound, and that's what I'm asking Ms. Subadan to go negotiate in 2026. We're already supplementing this at $17 of our $233 trash bill. And what residents just sat here and said, it's wrong that y'all are making us supplement this, but then y'all also making us pay more to use it. And I agree.
Okay, Madam Attorney, I just want to ask, can I call a vote? Can I end discussion and call a vote?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to end discussion and call the vote. I apologize to the staff. I don't know what in the election year is happening. We are a circus in the media. We're back to midnight meetings every week. I'm calling for a vote. But all those in favor by show of hands. Yeah, as written. No, we did. I would like, can I call for a vote as written? I'm calling for a vote as written by a show of hands. Okay, that fails. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
You can do
If the motion fails, can I call for the next item? Go ahead.
I'm making a motion that the city manager be granted the authority to negotiate rates for residents and non that's in the best interest and bring a recommendation to city council.
Been properly moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Let's take this vote by show of hands.
I'm voting no because that's not what residents ask. Well, that's not
Okay.
well, you shouldn't vote for it then. Okay.
Okay, we got it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1. Okay. All right. Please sound the next item.
Item 4 was removed from the agenda. Item 5 is vote to ratify council decision to reinstate the mayor's access to city facilities.
Y'all, I apologize for this. This was a legal question. That's how it ended up here. If you were in the meeting on Friday and you said it wasn't necessary, it wouldn't even be on here. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
And so, because there was miscommunication about this, the council had an executive session. We came out from the executive session. I'm just waiting on people to stop talking while I'm talking. Okay, I reclaim my time. We came out of executive session and we voted. You read the motions, and the vote was to temporarily restrict the mayor from the building and the office so that we can remove items that needed to be removed out of his office, along with the other items that you stated. We did not. The only thing we have done at this point was giving him access back to his office and back to the building. Everything else remains the same. How this information got out incorrectly, why residents were gaslighted, I don't know, but I'm still at the position we would not have been here if policies were followed. If policies were followed, we would not be here. We did what we had to do in order to get done what was necessary. So, for all those residents who feel that the mayor was treated wrong, I was treated wrong too, because I was duly elected 8 years ago, and I took an oath to follow policies and rules and regulations, and I do that. And so it's not fair that I have to follow policies and other people do not. Thank you.
Any other speeches? Can we vote? All right. Let's take a show of hands. All right. Please sound the next item. These are the walk-on items.
Yes, for the walk-on items, I don't know if you want to take them all at once, but we do have 2 events, the Stop the Violence event and the Yeek Fest new date, as well as the 3 resolutions offered by Council Member Sebastian. Municipal Fund Investment Grant Resolution, Resolution recognizing Women's History Month, and Resolution for Clean Energy and Resiliency Initiative.
I'll entertain a motion however y'all want to make it. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimous.
All right, thank y'all.
Oh, we have to sound the first reads. Got
Yes, go ahead.
We do have three first read items on the agenda. The first is an ordinance to amend Chapter 9, Purchasing, Contracting, and Disposition of Property, Title 1, Administration of the Code of Ordinance, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to modify and adopt provisions pertaining to the disposition of surplus city property and minor electronics. The second is first read, an ordinance to amend Chapter 5, Business and Occupation Taxes of Title 2, Taxation of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, to modify provisions affecting the location of tobacco and smoke shop in proximity to other structures and entities, sponsored by Councilmember Rao. And the last one is a first read of a zoning ordinance, KZ 24-025/CV 24-009, an application by KMT Partners LLC, care of Greg Bowler, care of Morris, Manning, and Martin, requesting a rezoning from AG1 to M1 on an assemblage of parcels at 0 Roosevelt Highway to develop a 195,000 square foot light industrial warehouse distribution facility. The applicant has also requested concurrent variance from section 405.01 to reduce the rear buffer from 100 feet to 50 feet. It's located in Council District 5. This is first read.
All right.
Mayor,
Thank you.
I did have one quick edit on B1. It's supposed to read sponsored by Councilmember Helen Z. Willis.
You got that, Mr. Clerk? Yes, sir. All right. I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session or adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem. Appreciate it.
I provide a friendly amendment to go into executive session for litigation, personnel, cybersecurity, and real estate.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Let's vote by show of hands.
Thank you.
All right.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We are recessed at 11:12 p.m.
should still have my ID.
Welcome back, everybody. Um, can someone motion to adjourn,
Reconvene.
reconvene?
Convene.
Moved and properly second. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, well, can we take the vote by show of hands?
Record that unanimous. We are reconvened at 12:50 a.m.
Mr. Clerk, were there any actionable items discussed or action taken in executive session?
And there were no actions taken in executive session that require a public vote.
I will entertain a motion of any type.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and properly second, show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 12:51 a.m. Have a good
night.
evening.
Good night.